The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 776 All Parties. Let's not talk about what's going on with the Mutual Aid Society. Hannibal has already had a breakthrough. The killer, who was not sure whether he was lucky or unlucky, finally said everything. When a person is unlucky, if he has a conscience, he will bear it silently by himself, but if he is unconscientious, he will drag others into the water. Obviously, a killer will not have any conscience. If he really has a conscience, he will not do this business. Don't look at those movies. Those killers are so handsome and so loving. That's all nonsense. If there really is such a killer, he would have been eliminated long ago. Killers don't have a conscience. The best killer is to receive a mission, no matter men, women, young or old, as long as they are the target, they will kill them all. So he chose to drag everyone into bad luck together. Anyway, he didn't think the other party would let him go. In this case, why should he hide it from the High Table? Could it be that the High Table can have a branch in hell? High Table, Continental Hotel. Hannibal was stunned when he heard these two names. After all, he hadn't heard their names for a while. At the beginning, he killed everyone in the Continental Hotel. He didn't expect that these people would come to him. What, you said, they are for Bloodmont? Don't be funny. Bloodmont and Cornell, who is worth $100 million? Bloodmont looked at Hannibal. It's okay, you are affected this time, they are my enemies. Hannibal shook his head and said helplessly. He really didn't expect that the High Table and the Continental Hotel were so tough and dared to cause trouble to him. Wasn't the lesson he gave before enough? Then what should we do? Bloodmont had never heard of these two organizations. But think about it, an organization that can send so many elite killers is definitely not ordinary. Hannibal smiled, and a trace of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if a hunter saw his prey. Of course, continue. My dogs are just short of dog food. After speaking, he turned and walked into the darkness. On the other side, in the New York Police Department, Kai actually received a very strange letter. The cover of the letter was very delicate, and the patterns on it were all gold-plated, which looked very luxurious. In addition, there was nothing in the letter, only a strange badge and a phone number. Who sent this? It said it was from the Continental Hotel, Kai's new secretary Felicia said with a confused look on her face. Kai raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that the Continental Hotel had just ambushed his vest and then gave him a blow? Kai nodded and let Felicia go out first. Felicia hesitated for a while, and finally asked hesitantly, "This hotel, is there anything strange?" Kai looked at her strangely. This kind of thing, is it something a secretary should ask? But Kai didn't doubt it. Anyway, his previous secretary was not much better. This hotel is actually a killer organization. The whole family was wiped out last time, but I didn't expect them to return to New York so soon. Really, aren't they afraid of being killed again? The fact that the Continental Hotel is a killer organization is not a secret. After all, they are also open for business, and it is impossible for them not to have some reputation. Of course, this is only circulated in the dark world, and ordinary people have no chance to know it. Felicia was shocked. Why? Aren't we police? Yes, we are police, so we must talk about evidence. These guys have been in New York for nearly 100 years, and they are very careful. We have never caught them, Kai explained casually. Okay, go to work when your curiosity is satisfied. Also, don't talk about these things casually, it will cause trouble. Oh, Felicia nodded and ran out with her head down. Kai shook her head and picked up the phone. He called. Hello, Director Wayne. I am the High Table judge. I am very sorry for disturbing you. Although this woman said sorry, her attitude was not sorry at all. Haha, it's really interesting. You bugs in the dark actually dare to come to me openly. Are you disgusted that you live too comfortably? We don't intend to be your enemy, and you don't have any evidence to prove that we are criminals, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Isn't it? To be honest, it was also thanks to Kai that the director of the 15th Bureau was Kai. Otherwise, the High Table would not be interested in contacting Kai at all. The assassin business of the High Table can spread all over the world. You want to say that they have no official power, is it possible? But unfortunately, Kai is different. The High Table is really not interested in confronting Kai. Because there is no need. Everyone just needs to be well. Kai doesn't care about this woman who doesn't even want to reveal her name. You're right, but that's not a reason for you to be arrogant. Maybe in the eyes of others, you high-table people are very powerful, but you wouldn't be so naive as to think that your little stuff could scare me, right? Of course not. We just hope to maintain a good relationship with you. At least we can coexist peacefully. Coexist peacefully? When have you ever heard that I would coexist peacefully with criminals? Not before, but now I can. I don't want to threaten you, but I think it's not in your interest for New York to suddenly become a mess. Tisk, isn't this a threat? This is the fact. Well, let me see how far you can go. Can Kai be a coward? He just confronted him. The woman opposite immediately fell silent, and after a long while, she said, "We don't want to cause a conflict, we just hope to get a little convenience." Dream on. Kai's attitude was still tough. "Why don't you listen first?" "Oh. It sounds like it would be good for me, of course. It would even be good for the whole of New York." "Oh? Tell me about it then." "We are going to kill Hannibal." "What?" Kai seemed startled, then laughed. "Ha ha ha, what are you going to do? Kill Hannibal? Ha ha ha. Have you changed your career to talk show now? Or are you kidding me?" "No, I'm serious. To you police, Hannibal is also a dangerous criminal, right? Similarly, in your eyes, we are also a group of criminals. For you, you will be happy to see either of us die, right?" "Wrong," Kai said without hesitation. "I am happy to see you die, but Hannibal is different. After all, although he kills people, he is a scum who commits suicide. I am not interested in fighting him." "But, what convenience do you want?" Obviously, the other party did not expect Kai to say this. But in any case, the purpose of the high table seems to have been achieved, and Kai's willing to give convenience. "We hope that the police will not appear near the Continental Hotel tomorrow night." "Okay, I will arrange for people to block the area and say it is a gas leak." You mean? Why did I agree so readily?" "Yes, of course, I won't bother with it. By the way, if you are lucky enough to survive tomorrow, I will not pretend that nothing happened. Next, you will have to face my attack. Of course, this is unlikely to happen. I wish you good luck." Kai hung up the phone very happily. If you want to die, it's not easy. It just so happens that there are too many constraints to deal with a high table as a policeman. Let's not talk about evidence or anything. With the connections of the high table in the government, it is also difficult for Kai to do anything. Instead of going through so much trouble, it is the best choice to let Hannibal send them off. Thinking of this, Kai felt more and more that Hannibal's vest was simply great. At least there is no need to look back and forth. On the other side, the judge hung up the phone with a gloomy face. The majesty of the high table is known throughout the world. Except for the ancient country in the east, they are almost invincible. But Kai didn't give them any face. Fortunately, the goal was achieved temporarily. As for Kai's subsequent treatment of them, the judge was unhappy but could accept it. The police are exactly what the high table fears the least. Because they want evidence, as long as it is within the rules, they have nothing to fear. And Kai's reputation has always been very good. On this point, she is not too worried. At most, New York will keep a low profile in the future. Anyway, New York has not been strong enough after the last massacre, so it is just right to lie dormant and accumulate strength. You prepare for tomorrow's reception task. I don't want any accidents. And, be careful not to involve ordinary people. I'm afraid that the police will suddenly intervene." Wednesday nodded to show that he understood. "Everything will have to wait until tomorrow. Everything will be revealed. In addition, in order to ensure the success of tomorrow's operation, I will let the 3 adults take the Scarlet Guard as a reserve team. If you fail," Wednesday, who had always been expressionless, immediately acted a little strange when he heard the words adults and Scarlet Guard. He was afraid and yearning. "But will it attract the attention of the daywalkers?" "The elders said that we should not conflict with the daywalkers now. I will communicate with the elders." The judge shook his head and didn't care about Wednesday's advice. After all, those people were brought by the elders. "Then I understand." Wednesday didn't persuade much. "Try harder, Wednesday, I have high hopes for you. If you can do well this time, I think you should be able to become one of us." "Thank you." Wednesday's eyes were a little more excited. After hanging up the phone, Kai always felt strange. After all, the judge was too confident when facing Kai. This confidence was not only reflected in the plan to kill Hannibal, but also in the calmness they showed when facing him. Kai is not self-deprecating. In terms of popularity, Kai may not be able to be compared with Batman and Tony, but in terms of strength, basically no one doubts that he is unique among superheroes. His record is there, but the speculation about Batman's strength is very inconsistent. Many people think that Batman is the strongest, and some people think that Batman is a leader-type superhero. In terms of combat power, he is stronger than Tony. But he is far inferior to the 3 Chicago women and Kai. But no matter what, the strength shown by Kai is definitely not something that a killer organization can deal with. But the judge gave him the feeling that they didn't seem to be very afraid of Kai. This made Kai a little unhappy. What trump card do these guys have to be so confident? Kai fell into deep thought. It was also at this time, in a dark corner of the city. Blade, who had not been seen for a long time, was chasing a ghost gang. The so-called ghost gang is a traitor among humans. They envy the immortality and various strange abilities of vampires, so they want to become vampires and work for vampires wholeheartedly. To Blade, the HGUI gang is more hateful and more damnable than vampires. The characteristics of vampires restrict their movements during the day. Therefore, many of the crimes committed by vampires are not actually done by themselves, but by the HGUI gang. These second-rate devils are more vicious than vampires, because they can only get the favor of vampires if they show that they hate humans more than vampires. Blade disappeared in the United States for a long time, in large part because he had received news before that Victor, the leader of the New World vampires, took people to Europe, seemingly looking for something. No matter what Victor wanted to do, Blade needed to stop him, so he had been in Europe for the past 2 years. Unfortunately, Victor escaped several times. After that, he completely lost the trace of Victor, and had no choice but to return to the United States. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the United States, he encountered a group of vampires he had never seen before. But they also ran away, and finally he tracked them to his hometown, New York. So he planned to find the HGUI gang to collect some wind. Puff! A crossbow arrow shot through the thigh of the fleeing man. Most of the HGUI gang are human, and only a few can get the chance to become blood slaves. Blood slaves are not vampires. Vampires will not bite humans who provide blood to vampires to death, but only bite them when they are hungry. They can't play safe and count as humans, and they also have some vampire characteristics. They can move in the sun, which is stronger than ordinary people. And a small number of blood slaves can get the first embrace and become vampires. The man in front of him is a blood slave. The status of blood slaves in the HGUI gang is relatively high, because they have masters. Those HGUI gang members who are still human are public slaves, and anyone can use them, while blood slaves have specific masters. Tell me, have there been new vampires in New York recently? Blade stepped coldly on the blood slave's neck, and the silver sword in his hand was already against his throat. There are not no loyal people in the HGUI gang, who are loyal to their masters. Of course, most of these people are probably brain damaged. In fact, most of the HGUI gang are greedy and selfish people who desire eternal life and power. Don't expect them to be loyal. I don't know. Let me go. If you don't know, then you're useless. Blade was about to kill him. So the blood slave quickly became cowardly. No. No. I'll tell you. This is the normal state of the HGUI gang. This is also the reason why Blade is alone, but can often find vampires very accurately. Most of the HGUI gang may become traitors at any time. A group of newcomers suddenly appeared in New York. The local families in New York are very secretive about them and don't want to talk about them, the blood slave said fearfully. Keep talking, they just call those newcomers the old blood, and those newcomers have no contact with the local families. I don't know where they are, let me go, I don't want to be like this, it's all those vampires who forced me to do this, say. Where are they? I don't know. Blade directly inserted the silver sword into his thigh. Speak, I'll tell you. I noticed that the consumption of plasma in the Iron District has greatly increased. Originally, there were no family activities in that place. Blade was satisfied. He raised his hand and killed the blood slave with one knife. When dealing with such things, Blade never left any of them alive. Chapter 777 Sniper. The next day, the weather was calm and the Continental Hotel was still prosperous. Killers from all over the United States kept checking in. Killers love the Continental Hotel because any form of fighting is prohibited here, and bloodshed is never allowed. This is an iron rule. Of course, This is not just for the killers of the high table. Killers from other organizations or running solo also need to abide by this rule. Killers are guys who lack a sense of security, so there's such an absolutely safe place, and the killers themselves are quite happy. What's more, there is a complete industrial chain dedicated to serving killers inside the Continental Hotel, which is also the favorite of many killers. Of course, it is also a problem that the Continental Hotel does not accept any currency payment except the gold coins of the high table. This also leads to the fact that the gold coins of the high table have always been strong in the dark world. Whether it is the high table or Hannibal, it seems that they have reached a tacit understanding in the dark that the war will take place at night. The police did not have any abnormalities during the day. But after 6 o'clock, as soon as the sun went down, a large number of police suddenly appeared in the streets around the Continental Hotel, and then knocked on doors one by one, informing the residents around that there was a gas leak in the area and they needed to evacuate. As for why they started evacuating so early, it was really because the Americans, like all the foreigners, lacked basic discipline. Even if the police came to their door, these guys would push if they could, and if they couldn't, they would just make all kinds of noises and just refuse to leave. It's not that they don't know the harm of gas leaks, but these guys are born with confidence from nowhere, thinking that even if a disaster happens, it won't happen to them. Really, even though Kai has lived in the United States for so many years, he still can't understand where this strange confidence comes from. Some of them are more angry and even bring in lawyers, saying that this is a private place and they have no right to drive people away. In short, after a mess, the people in the surrounding streets were finally moved away. Then Kai asked the police to block all entrances and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Then he just left it alone. No one is allowed to enter or leave this area today, no matter who it is. Another interesting thing happened, that is, the reporters did not come. This is a very rare thing in New York. New York is an international city. Whenever something small happens, there will be a bunch of reporters, like green flies smelling feces. I don't know why they appear. But the police made such a big move today, and the reporters in the whole city seemed to not see it. After Kai noticed this, he immediately felt that his choice was right. This power is too big. Of course, this can't be the power of the high table. After all, this is New York. The high table is not so powerful. There must be other forces helping. As for why these forces helped, the name Hannibal is enough. Don't forget the dirty water Tony threw at Hannibal. As I said, no one can resist the temptation of rejuvenation. Let's see how many people jump out tonight. As night fell, New York in March was still very cold, and unfortunately, it snowed tonight. There was no pedestrian on the silent street. And the road was terribly deserted. Some killers living in the Continental Hotel immediately felt something was wrong. This atmosphere, something big was going to happen. So the killers who lacked a sense of security prepared their weapons to deal with the dangers that might arise at any time. There were also some smart people who looked around. Except for the Continental Hotel, which was still brightly lit, the entire area was dark. The Continental Hotel seemed like a beacon standing in the dark, as conspicuous as it could be. This is a bad thing. Although they didn't understand what happened, these people immediately understood that this was aimed at the Continental Hotel. We must leave quickly. Everyone is not stupid. If they dare to confront the Continental Hotel, how can they be small? Unfortunately, they can't get out. The Continental Hotel stopped everyone. I'm very sorry, because of an emergency, you can only enter the hotel but not leave. Wednesday led people to block the door of the hotel. Is the Continental Hotel going to violate a century-old tradition? A killer said very dissatisfiedly. Wednesday was not angry about this, of course not. The Continental Hotel will always be the Continental Hotel. It's just that in order to avoid unnecessary harm, you can go back to your rooms. We guarantee your safety. After saying that, Wednesday waved his hand, and Solomon came over with a few boxes. The boxes were all filled with gold coins from the high table. Of course, if you are willing to help the Continental Hotel and the high table resist the enemy, these are the rewards. Not only that, the high table will also record a special contribution for all the VIPs who help. Gold coins are actually very empty. The gold content of the high table gold coins is very high, but the cost of the gold coins is definitely far lower than the price represented by the gold coins. The high table is playing a currency war in the dark world. Every year, the coinage alone is enough for them to make a lot of money. So the real value is the special contribution. How did Night Devil John leave the high table back then? Wasn't it because of the special contribution? The High Table is like all similar organizations. There is no threshold to enter, and leaving is. There are really few killers who can graduate in these years. Night Devil John is the only one in these years. Of course, special contributions are not limited to this. In short, there are many ways to use it. It depends on how the holder uses it. In short, the gold content is very high. Some people who don't know how to use it are tempted. And the real smart people will immediately turn around and go to the room. It is too stupid to conflict with a High Table here. Anyway, let's see. If they really have to escape, they will naturally find a way to leave. As for living and dying with a High Table, no one is stupid. Wednesday didn't stop them, but waited at the door. When the hands of the big clock in the hall reached 12 o'clock, suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps on the street. The footsteps were particularly clear in the silent street, like a drum beating in everyone's heart. Hannibal still appeared on the street outside the Continental Hotel in an elegant suit, black tie, and black gloves. Almost the moment he appeared, several red dots aimed at him and fell on his head, chest and abdomen. But his steps were not disordered at all. And he continued to walk towards the Continental Hotel. Wednesday saw his enemy coming, so he opened the door and stood at the gate with a group of fully armed men. Hannibal looked at the man in front of him with interest, and suddenly he looked familiar. Have we met before? Let me think. Yes, it's in this hotel. I have indeed seen this face, but he has an eye patch. What's his name? Winston? Yes, that should be the name. You look the same as him. It seems that you are related. Wednesday's face was twitched. His brother was killed, and the murderer almost couldn't remember his appearance. Why, what? I don't remember that our High Table has provoked you. Why do you want to deal with us? This is not only Wednesday's doubt, but also the High Table's internal doubts. After all, they are not fools. Why would they provoke Hannibal for no reason? Although the High Table claims to dare to kill anyone, that's just talk. Let's not talk about anything else. Do they dare to kill the President of the United States? Let alone the President of the United States. In fact, they dare not touch the heads of state with a little international influence, otherwise it will definitely cause a great backlash. This world has its own rules. The High Table sounds impressive, but in this rule, they are just small fish. It is enough for them to eat shrimps, but the big fish can eat them at any time. Hannibal showed a puzzled expression. You are killers. You are scums and scum. Killing you requires a reason. Hannibal seemed to be telling a truth. Wednesday's face suddenly darkened. This is a madman. Almost at the moment when Kai's voice fell, several snipers opened fire directly after a simple countdown. The silencer made the gunshots less obvious, but they were clearly audible in such a night. With a puff, some bullets hit the ground behind him, and some hit the ground in front of him, but Kai's figure had disappeared. The commander of this sniper operation seemed to be not surprised by this. In the next moment, he even determined Kai's position and simply ordered, northwest, 12 o'clock. The men behind Wednesday also pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. 7 or 8 MP7s fired a barrage of bullets. Kai was a little surprised to reveal his figure. He didn't expect the other party to discover him so quickly. Facing the overwhelming bullets, Kai's figure moved forward quickly in the dark, but still remained within the limit of a normal person, but his movements were very erratic. He seemed to be walking in the rain, and the raindrops in the sky did not touch him at all. All the bullets were dodged by him in an extremely strange way. Mr. Wednesday, the judge saw that ordinary bullets would probably be useless to this man. So he decisively turned over the first trump card. Wednesday opened his windbreaker and revealed the silver-white revolver at his waist. This pistol is called the Saint Killer. An unknown holy object, it is the collection of the elder. The Saint Killer is said to be made by the angel of death and can kill anything. Not only that, it also has unlimited bullets, so don't look at it as a revolver, but it actually does not need to be reloaded. This was given to Wednesday by the elders in recognition of his decades of consistent service, and was a reward for his loyalty. Bang! A bullet shot out from the muzzle with a strong light, drawing a silver line in the night sky, and hit Hannibal's forehead. Hannibal's eyes widened. There was a trace of disbelief on his face. Wednesday showed a trace of contempt on his face, and then he put away the gun handsomely. He turned around and planned to return to his brother's former room to have a drink to commemorate his brother. But just as he turned around, everyone present looked like they had seen a ghost. He turned his head quickly. He found that Hannibal had climbed up from the ground, and the bullet hole on his forehead had healed. "What is that?" Hannibal pointed at the gun and asked. Wednesday's face showed panic. He had never seen such a thing. The holy killer never missed. Of course, what he didn't know was that the saint killer had not missed, and Hannibal had indeed been killed just now. But the problem was that Hannibal had always been just one of Kai's clones. If the clone was killed, couldn't he just replace it with another one? But that gun did give Kai a bad feeling. If his real body was here, he would really die. This was a feeling Kai hadn't felt for many years. Wednesday raised the muzzle of the gun in fear and shot desperately. This time Hannibal, was no longer arrogant, and turned directly into a shadow and appeared behind Wednesday. Wednesday's reaction was also very fast. Almost a moment Hannibal appeared behind him, he was about to turn the muzzle of the gun, but he didn't expect Hannibal to grab the hand holding the gun, and a finger was inserted into the trigger, making it impossible for Wednesday to pull the trigger. The moment Wednesday's hand holding the gun was grabbed, his other hand quickly grabbed a hand axe from behind him and chopped Hannibal's head fiercely. Hannibal flipped his other hand, and a dark and dull short sword appeared in his hand to block the hand axe. "Sniper! Shoot!" Everyone else too, the commander hiding in the dark, saw this scene and immediately called on the sniper and other gunmen to shoot. Although it may not be possible to kill Hannibal, it can delay and contain him, and then give Wednesday a better chance to attack. But at this time, several black shadows suddenly shot out from Hannibal's waist, cuffs and collar. Then those black shadows flew in the air, quickly past those gunmen, and then flew back, dancing in front of Hannibal, but it was these chaotic black shadows that helped Kai block all the sniper bullets. At this time, the gunmen who were crossed by the black shadows suddenly relaxed and fell to the ground. All dead. "Can you tell me now, what's going on with this gun?" At this time, Wednesday could also see what those black shadows were. They were pieces of strangely shaped blades. One of them was now lowering his throat. Of course, Wednesday could not surrender so spinelessly, but shouted at the top of his voice, "Sloan!" Bang! A gunshot sounded from far away. Hannibal was immediately attracted to it. He looked up in the direction of the gunshot. Then something weird happened. A bullet flew towards him with an extremely irregular trajectory. In Hannibal's eyes, the bullet was crooked, but just when Hannibal thought the bullet was going to miss, the bullet made a sharp turn and hit his temple. Then Hannibal's body was blown away by the huge kinetic energy. What's wrong with this bullet? The trajectory is weird, the turn is weird, but how can it accelerate? A few blocks away from here, on the roof of a building. Wesley's eyes also left the scope. The sniper rifle he used was modified by the Mutual Aid Association, and the bullet was also handmade by the best bullet expert. The weird trajectory and acceleration just now were due to this special bullet. Fox was holding a telescope to observe Wesley. Fox ignored Wesley's inquiring eyes and took out his phone to call Sloan. She reported what had just happened in the most concise language. Sloan's face turned black. He asked why the high table would ask him for help. It turned out that they had encountered such an enemy. "Come back. Now. He is not someone we can deal with now. We must collect enough intelligence. If they continue to deal with such an enemy, they don't know how many people will be lost. The Mutual Aid Society will not lose so many good players." Understood. Fox also thought so. Their previous intelligence was wrong. In this case, giving up the mission is the best choice. Although the assassins of their Mutual Aid Society are fearless, that is to complete the mission. If they can complete the mission even if they die, and they still have to fight hard, then it is not fearless, but stupid. Chapter 778, Destroy. Seeing Hannibal being knocked away, Wednesday was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to shoot again with the Saint Killer, but when he raised his hand, he found that the Saint Killer in his hand was gone. Looking up at Hannibal who fell in the distance, he found that the Saint Killer was in Hannibal's hand. It turned out that Hannibal had snatched the Saint Killer away at the moment he was knocked away. At this time, Hannibal also got up from the ground, and then took a bullet from his temple. The shape of the bullet was very strange. It was a silver bullet, and the deformation of the bullet was not serious. If a general bullet hits the target, it will immediately deform and become a pool, even if it is an armor-piercing bullet. However, although this bullet head has also deformed, the degree of deformation is not high. So you can still see the general situation of this bullet head. The bullet head is different from ordinary bullet heads. There are many strange and exaggerated reliefs on its bottom and surface. Making reliefs on bullets. This was the first time Kai had seen this. Perhaps the strange trajectory just now was due to these reliefs. Hannibal put away the bullet, and then looked again in the direction where the bullet came from, and found that there was no one there. It seemed that they had retreated. But it didn't matter. The monk could escape, but the temple could not. Since they were helpers hired by the Continental Hotel, if we wanted to find them, we just had to start from the Continental Hotel. What a series of surprises. Hannibal looked at Wednesday in front of him and smiled widely, looking very happy. I thought you were just a bunch of scum, but I didn't expect that you had hidden a lot of things. So tell me, what other surprises are waiting for me? Hannibal turned the St. Killer in his hand and then directly inserted it into the holster on his waist. There was no holster there originally, but it appeared now. Wednesday's face was solemn. He found that they knew too little about Hannibal. Surprise? There will always be such things. Then Wednesday ran into the hotel very happily without any hesitation. Hannibal did not chase him, but walked slowly into the hotel. The commander hiding in the dark immediately notified the troops ambushing inside the hotel. He's entered the hotel. Everyone get ready. The sound of gunfire rang out again. Less than 5 seconds after the commander finished speaking, a report from a member of Group 2 came through the headset. 2 people were killed in Group 2. The commander's face changed, and he was about to say something, but immediately a voice came from the headset again. 4 people were killed in Group 2. The team leader died. The sniper died. 3 reports, each lasting no more than 5 seconds on average, and 6 people in Group 2 died. The commander frowned. Before coming, he knew how strong this guy was, but it turned out that his estimate might not be enough. He hated this. Fighting was never as simple as fighting with a gun. Intelligence was the key to fighting. But it turned out that their intelligence was a mess. But he couldn't blame those intelligence collectors. After all, Hannibal himself was famous for being mysterious. Stay steady, don't show up, make more use of the terrain. Keep suppressing fire. To deal with someone like Hannibal, either set a trap and put him in an unavoidable situation. But the problem is that Hannibal is elusive, and no one knows where he will appear next. Even until now, they don't know how Hannibal can be so elusive, so there is no need to talk about this. The only way left is to use human lives to create a trap like tonight. Therefore, the commander received an order that all team members can be sacrificed, including himself. Tonight, all of them are expendable pawns. The commander has long been accustomed to this. The reason why they are called the Scarlet Guard is not only that they will bring blood and rain to the enemy when they go out, but also to themselves. The Scarlet Guard is the most elite combat force of the high table. However, the Scarlet Guard is updated very quickly, because every mission, a group of Scarlet Guards will die. Of course, the treatment of the Scarlet Guard is also the best, even so good that it can drive some people crazy. Eternal life? Of course, the premise is that you have to live until then. Under the cold-blooded and efficient command of the commander over there, Hannibal also felt the difference. These people are not killers, or their style is more like that of soldiers, and they are very good soldiers. If we have to use a suitable adjective, it is death soldiers. No matter how fierce and elite the gang members are, they have their limits. If 3 or 5 of the 10 people die, the remaining people will also lose their level if they don't run away. Soldiers with higher discipline will be better, but there is also a critical point. If the casualties are too heavy, they will also collapse. But these guys in front of them are not like that. Death has a little effect on them, but it is far from enough to make them collapse. He is breaking through the gap between the first and fourth groups, the commander reminded again. But as he spoke, Hannibal had already appeared in front of the enemy like a ghost, and the guns of the St. Killer in his hand exploded. The 2 groups of enemies who just turned to him saw the bullets flying in front of them, and subconsciously squatted down to find cover. This is a condition reflex they have developed in long-term combat, and it is not subject to the commander's will. It was also during this gap that Hannibal's shadow suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the 2. The crouching Scarlet Guard member with his gun in hand immediately pulled the trigger and fired 2 short bursts, intending to report Hannibal's position so that the others could attack together. Unfortunately, bang! There was an extra hole on his right tactical eyepiece, and he fell on his back. Then Hannibal moved again, and a member of the Scarlet Guard finally caught a black figure in his peripheral vision, and immediately pointed his gun at it. But the black figure was not in a hurry, but his speed was not fast, just a little faster than his gun. Just when his gun was about to catch up with the figure, the opponent's gun was also facing him. The Scarlet Guard member reacted quickly, knowing that he had no time to aim, so he pulled the trigger directly at Hannibal's range. Da 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 da. Hannibal looked calm, ignoring the bullet that was chasing him and brushing past him 20 centimeters away, and stepped forward to rush past him, raising his hand casually. Bang! The gun was fired right in front of the guy, and there was no way to dodge, so he tilted his head and fell to the ground. At the same time, bang! A slightly dull gunshot sounded, and a bullet hit the place where Hannibal had just stood. Hannibal turned his head to look outside the building. There were many snipers outside the hotel. Hannibal had anticipated this situation before, so he arranged Bloodmint to clean up those snipers. Now it seems that Bloodmint's action is a bit slow. Sir, the commander was focusing all his attention on the inside of the hotel, so he didn't react immediately to the sudden communication from the sniper point outside the hotel. Sir. A1 team report. A1 team report. The commander didn't answer until the communication sounded again. Please speak, sir. This is A1 team. There is something wrong with the B2 team opposite us. What's the situation? B2 has not fired any shots so far. There is no movement on the intercom. What? The commander immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately contacted B2 team. B2. B2. Please reply. There was no response, and the commander immediately notified C1 team, which was closest to B2 team, to go and check. C1 team, B may 2nd have an accident. Hannibal has an accomplice. Find him and kill him. The commander was also upset when he spoke. They knew the existence of Bloodmint, but Hannibal's presence was so strong that they actually forgot about such a person. But before he could reflect, gunshots were heard from the area where B2 was originally located, and the intercom was suddenly connected. Captain, we were attacked, 3 team members died, 2 were injured. After a scream, the intercom suddenly became quiet. The commander's face was livid and he grabbed the intercom and contacted directly. A1, you are responsible for vigilance. Why didn't you notice the attacker? Now tell me, what did you see? In the intercom, A1 didn't find it. We lost our vision. We can't see what happened on the other side at all. Fuck. The commander's incompetent rage can only be expressed with swear words. But something that made him even more angry appeared immediately, and the intercom rang again. Sir. This is C2, requesting support. We are being, don't. The commander didn't know what to do now. So he asked his subordinates around him, where are the people from the Mutual Aid Society? A group of subordinates looked at each other. One of them said hesitantly, other sniper points sent back messages before, saying that the people from the Mutual Aid Society ran away. You said you knew? The commander was so angry that he forgot that he already knew about this. Fuck. These cowards. The order from the high table is absolute. How dare they run away in the face of battle? The subordinates were silent, which was clearly a scapegoat. Of course, they also agreed with this. The commander was very decisive. Knowing that he had no time to take care of the sniper team now, he immediately ordered Group 1 and Group 4 to turn around on the spot, maintain continuous firepower output, and delay Hannibal's range of action. Group 2 and Group 3 accelerated to the front to encircle. It must be said that compared with the previous temporary killers, these people's level is really good. Not only are the individual qualities higher, but the cooperation is also more accurate and efficient. They always maintain a dispersed formation, not giving Hannibal the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, but just using superior firepower to suppress his space for action. This is the combat level of a regular team. As professionals, Hannibal had to give them a thumbs up. More than 100 elite veteran armed elements, coupled with good cooperation, can completely rub any invader. The kind of offensive that surges up like a tide is not something a normal person can withstand. Unfortunately, they are not facing ordinary people at all. As time goes on, Hannibal kills more and more people. The Continental Hotel has a total of 22 floors. The first floor is the hotel lobby, and the second to fourth floors are banquet halls, restaurants and various functional halls. After that, the 5th to 13th floors are business suites and standard rooms, and the 14th to 17th floors are luxury king-size rooms. Going up to the 20th floor are luxury suites and presidential suites, and the remaining 2 floors are not open to the public. The current guests of the hotel are basically concentrated above the 5th floor, and the high table arranges its people below the 5th floor. Hannibal has now killed to the 3rd floor, and the people arranged by the high table are almost dead. The commander is now sweating on his forehead and doesn't know what to do. He brought 100 people this time, and now, how many are still alive, even he himself doesn't know. In short, not too many. Just when he was at a loss, the door of the command room was opened, and 3 men in black robes walked in. If you look closely, they look different from ordinary white people. They look a bit like Middle Eastern Arabs, especially their robes, which are basically Arab robes, but not the common white, but black. When the commander saw the 3 of them, he immediately bowed respectfully. "My lord," the commander wanted to say something in fear. "Don't worry, the judge asked us to come." One of the black-robed men seemed to understand the commander's fear and said very calmly. The commander breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that these 3 lords were disappointed by their Scarlet Guard. The Scarlet Guard is an important asset of the elders. It can be sacrificed, but it cannot be wasted like this. The judge asked us to solve the problem. The commander was immediately overjoyed, but on the surface he still said, "I am afraid. I actually let you noble people fight for us incompetent people. I deserve to die." The 3 black-robed men did not react much to the commander's flattery. They were used to it. "I will let the followers join the battle. You tell the remaining Scarlet Guards to evacuate. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that there will be no accidental injuries." Yes, after saying that, the 3 black-robed men turned and left. Just before they left, footsteps were heard outside the room, getting farther and farther away. Those were the footsteps of the followers leaving. On the 3rd floor, Hannibal stood in the banquet hall. Around him, more than 30 bodies were lying. And these 30 bodies were the result of his battle in 3 minutes. This shocked the attacking Scarlet Guards. They never knew that they were such weaklings. For a moment, they didn't know whether they should continue to attack. Because the man who caused all this, from beginning to end, didn't even use his hands. That's right, since arriving on the 3rd floor, Hannibal put away the Saint Killer and released the flying knives. The dozen flying knives were like living things above Hannibal's head, chasing each other and wandering. But this seemingly insignificant blade caused more than 30 elite veterans to die on the spot, with broken limbs and blood and internal organs scattered everywhere. Even these veteran elite soldiers felt nauseous and numb when they saw this scene that looked like a picture scroll of hell. Hannibal ignored the tragedy he had caused, and he took steady steps again, heading towards the direction where the Scarlet Guards were gathered. Hearing the faint footsteps, a member of the Scarlet Guards finally couldn't bear the fear in his heart, stood up suddenly, pulled the trigger in the direction of the footsteps, and screamed in his mouth, emptying the magazine of the automatic rifle in an instant. But when the bullets ran out, he found that there was no one there. At this moment, Hannibal had somehow walked past him, and then there was a sound of a blade cutting the air above his head, and then a hot stream came out of his throat. When he reacted, his eyes became terrified, and he threw away the rifle and covered his neck. But it was doomed to be in vain, as the surging blood instantly submerged his hands, and his body fell to the ground, and then he lost his voice. At this time, the other members of the Scarlet Guard, as if waking up from a nightmare, panicked and pulled the trigger at Hannibal. Chapter 779, Capsize. Facing the concentrated fire, Hannibal seemed to be frightened and stopped moving, but what happened next made the Scarlet Guards present even more desperate. When all the bullets were about to touch Hannibal, they suddenly hovered in the air and did not move. The sound of gunfire continued, and the bullets around Hannibal gathered more and more, so dense that they seemed to drown Hannibal. Then everyone stopped shooting. What's the use? Hannibal waited until they stopped shooting, then smiled at them. Seeing this smile, the members of the Scarlet Guards immediately felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Hannibal raised his hands next, and then pushed forward fiercely as if he had caught something. All the bullets shot out in the direction they came from at the same time. Pew 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 pew. For a while, bullets flew everywhere, and those people fell to the ground and wailed in the storm of bullets. The only lucky thing was that although Hannibal bounced the bullet, his accuracy was very poor. The bullets flew everywhere, and the power was not as strong as the bullets fired by guns. So although many people were hit, not many people died. In fact, because they were fully armed, few people were fatally injured. For a while, screams were everywhere in the hall. Hannibal was too lazy to finish off these people. Anyway, they would be the food of the hounds of Tyndalis. Living would taste better for the hounds. Just as Hannibal was about to move forward, suddenly a black shadow shot in from the door of the hall and rushed towards Hannibal. The black shadow was holding a dagger in his hand, pointing it directly at Hannibal's neck. Faced with this sudden attack, Hannibal just took a step to the side and then walked past him. The whole process was effortless and looked extremely easy. After the shadow brushed past Hannibal, he ran a distance, then stopped, turned his head to look at Hannibal, then covered his neck with his hands helplessly, leaned against the wall, and watched Hannibal's back. Puff. A large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of the shadow's neck. The amount of bleeding was extremely shocking, and it was not something a human could do. Then the shadow knelt on the ground weakly, and his hands fell from his neck weakly. Gululu. His head also fell from his neck weakly and rolled to the ground. What a disgusting smell. I didn't expect the high table to be mixed with you guys. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. Hannibal rubbed his nose, as if he smelled something bad, and stared at the door of the hall and said, "Hula." A group of people surrounded three black-robed people and rushed in from the door. This group of people. No, they are not human at all. They are a group of vampires. There are not many people, only about 10 people. The three black-robed men looked at the tragic situation in front of them and said nothing, but stared at Hannibal. "Hannibal, why do you want to go against us vampires?" The three black-robed men actually didn't care much about the high table. It was just their white glove, and it didn't have a higher priority than them. Hannibal hated the vampires, and everyone in the mysterious side knew this. Back then in Chicago, he and Daywalker Blade made Chicago a forbidden place for vampires. That year, at least thousands of vampires died in Chicago. There are not many vampires, only about 10,000 or 20,000 in the United States, and the number will not exceed 150,000 worldwide. On the one hand, it is because vampire reproduction is very troublesome. Although vampires can reproduce sexually, the probability is very small. Just like winning the lottery, it is definitely not a mainstream reproduction method. The mainstream reproduction method of vampires is still through the first embrace, but the first embrace is not an easy thing for any individual vampire, which will weaken itself, and the number of people a vampire can have a first embrace is also limited. It has been said before that vampires are selfish. Unless they need to, they have very low motivation to reproduce on their own. On the other hand, humans have always been the masters of this world. If the number of vampires really reaches a certain level, then they will definitely be destroyed and have no reason to survive. Humans are the masters of this world. Therefore, the number of vampires has always been small. Although the clans of the three black-robed men are extremely ancient among vampires and look down on other vampires, they still have a clear position when dealing with the outside world. Hannibal and Blade's actions of slaughtering vampires together are absolutely a shame in their eyes. Huh? Hannibal really didn't expect the other party to ask him this. Does this require a reason? You are vampires, I am a human, and I hunt you. Do I need a reason? The three black-robed men looked at each other and felt that they had asked a stupid question. Their positions are naturally opposite. It seems that they don't need another reason. Of course, they are not without doubts. That is, are you considered human too? Hey, you are so rude. How can you curse? Hannibal shouted, very unhappy. The three men in black robes were silent and didn't want to respond at all. Forget it, I really can't talk to vampires. You just go to hell. Hannibal pulled out the holy killer. At this moment, a vampire standing behind the three men in black robes suddenly jumped and pounced on Hannibal. They knew the effect of the holy killer very well. But when the vampire pounced on Hannibal's position, he found that he had pounced on nothing. Hannibal was standing there just a moment ago. So he looked around with a look of doubt, trying to find Hannibal. At this time, a dagger came from nowhere and lightly went around his neck. He only felt a chill in his throat, and then a hot and humid liquid gushed out. The throat made a low roar, trying to use his own ability to heal the wound, but unfortunately, he was horrified to find that his self-healing ability had failed. He struggled to stand up and wanted to seek help from his companions, but he fell to the ground after taking 2 steps. Under the flickering light, a large piece of dark liquid quickly covered the ground. The death of his companions immediately made the vampires explode. For a moment, they collectively showed their green faces and fangs and rushed towards Hannibal. They split into 2 groups, and the 2 vampires at the front of the left and right teams rushed out. Hannibal waved his left and right hands at the same time, and the 4 flying knives disappeared. The 4 vampires who rushed to the front fell down. 2 people were stabbed in the head and died immediately, and the other 2 were stabbed in the chest. The 2 vampires whose chests were pierced did not die. They were horrified to find that the wounds they were cut by the flying knives could not heal, and there was a burning and unbearable pain spreading. Poisonous. They screamed for their companions to be careful. But it was too late. Hannibal's movements were always a little faster than theirs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hannibal held the Saint Killer, but he didn't fire a single shot. Knives flew everywhere, with loud noises and screams. Hannibal didn't stop moving either. He rushed into the hole of the vampire's pocket formation and broke through to a deeper position. His movements were too fast, and those vampires often fell to the ground without even seeing Hannibal's movements clearly. In fact, Hannibal didn't make many movements. After all, the flying knives didn't require Hannibal to use any strange gestures to control them. They acted entirely according to Hannibal's will. These flying knives are all products of Willis. It must be said that Willis is really a genius. He can be described as superb in knife manufacturing. The flying knives he made are not only tough and sharp, but also have many small mechanisms hidden inside. For example, there is a very corrosive chemical agent hidden inside these flying knives. It is this thing that makes the vampire's super self-healing ability ineffective. Anyone scratched by a flying knife will be immediately corroded by the chemical agent, and the body tissue will be destroyed quickly. Whether it is a human or a vampire, they are all equal in front of this weird chemical agent. Kai has decided to give this chemical agent to Kingsman for research. After all, a chemical agent that can kill a vampire is really convenient. In the future, silver will not be used to deal with vampires. Although the price of silver is not expensive, it is still a waste to spend it on vampires. The three black-robed men also showed surprise in their eyes, but they did not show any fear. They are not those followers. These followers are not real vampires of their clan. If you have to say, they should be considered interns. The clan they belong to is the one with the longest history among vampires. They are different from the vampires that flourished in Europe. They have been staying in their birthplace, the Promised Land, since ancient times. So too, they are also the most arrogant and exclusive vampires, and they are very strict about the certification of their bloodline. These followers are only considered qualified to enter the Promised Land and become vassals. If they want to truly join the clan, they need more tests. Of course, the reason why they can be so arrogant is naturally not just because of their long history. In the final analysis, it depends on the size of their fists. The real son of the ancient blood is not comparable to ordinary vampires. They are waiting for the best opportunity. And the opportunity came immediately. Hannibal's killing speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, the vampires suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 3 vampires and the 3 black-robed men. The 3 vampires were also seriously injured and only had 1 breath left. One of the vampires was kneeling in front of Hannibal, with a big hole drilled in his chest by a flying knife, and he was about to die. But at this moment, he looked up at Kai with red eyes. Then he rushed towards Hannibal at a completely different speed from before. For the ancient blood, Hannibal thought it was just a flash of life, so he planned to chop his head with a knife. But just when he was about to make a move, the vampire suddenly exploded. Countless sticky blood rushed towards Hannibal. Hannibal was not a fool. This thing looked obviously wrong, so he naturally would not go up to defend him, so he planned to run away, but the remaining 2 vampires also let out the same howl, and then exploded as well. Countless blood turned into bloodlines in the air, and then netted Hannibal in it at an incredible speed. The moment those bloodlines netted Hannibal, a sharp pain occurred. Even this severe pain affected Kai, who was several blocks away. Kai was leaning against his car, drinking coffee and waiting for Hannibal to kill, and then he went in to clean up. But the sudden pain made him lose his grip on the coffee. "Director, what's wrong with you?" As the director's secretary, he doesn't have to go to work, but Felicia is obviously curious about the Continental Hotel, so she followed him. Seeing Kai's abnormality, she came over to check. Kai's face is indeed not very good now. His face is pale and his forehead is even sweating. It's March in New York now. The temperature at night is at most 1 degree, which is absolutely chilly. Sweating at this time, anyone with common sense knows that it's not good. "It's okay. The sandwich I had in the afternoon seems to be expired." Kai waved his hand with great spirit. "I'll go find a toilet. Fuck, I hope there is a public toilet around here." After saying that, Kai left. Felicia could clearly see that Kai's steps were a little shaky. However, the matter was not that serious. It was just that he was caught off guard and was hit by surprise. It was a bit unbearable. It will be fine after a while. But the clone didn't seem to be doing well. Hannibal knelt on the ground, and the flying knives that were originally floating above his hut fell to the ground. Fuck. It's so uncomfortable. Hannibal looked up at the three black-robed men. The three black-robed men finally took action at this time. They took out their weapons and looked at Hannibal coldly. So many new bloods were sacrificed to trap you. Hannibal, you are too proud, one of the black-robed men said. Another black-robed man said, this also proves your value, Hannibal. Kneel down, pray for forgiveness, and offer loyalty to the ancient blood. The three people said one sentence each, like 3.5 sentences. Hannibal raised his head, revealing a face full of cold sweat, and then smiled and said, fuck. The three did not react much, but held their weapons and said, it's a pity. It's a waste of the elder's kindness. With a rumble, the ground sank, and a black-robed man rushed towards him. His figure turned into a fleeting phantom and instantly appeared in front of Hannibal. Of course, this speed was just like that in Hannibal's eyes, and he could catch it, but it was a pity that he could see it, but his body could not keep up. Hannibal raised the Saint Killer and fired 3 shots at the guy in succession. All missed. Hannibal looked up in surprise, and stepped back a little hurriedly. He didn't expect that his body's reaction was weakened so much. The man in black robe tiptoed and dodged the bullet at a flashing speed, and then pounced on him again in the air. The hands that were originally shrunk in front of the chest suddenly stretched out, and a slender sword suddenly stabbed at Hannibal's head. Hannibal rolled to the side in a panic and dodged the attack again, but the rhythm of his movements was obviously a bit messy. Silently, another man in black robe pounced from the ceiling behind Hannibal. And his pounce was also very gentle, just to meet the back of Hannibal who was retreating. Swish! Hannibal found him and wanted to dodge, but unfortunately his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a thick quilt, and it was very difficult to move. So he was hit. The back was chopped. Hannibal awkwardly distanced himself from them. Fuck. What did you do to me? The 3 men in black robes were silent. They were not idiots. They would explain to the enemy. Idiots who are stupid enough to explain their moves to the enemy only appear in movies. Who would be so boring in reality? It seems that the self-explosion of the 3 vampires before was not just to hurt Hannibal, but a curse. Curses are exactly what Kai is not good at. At this time, the 3rd man in black robes, like a snake, quietly ran to the top of Hannibal's head, hung upside down, and gently inserted the big claws in his hands into his crown. Looking at the attacks that followed one after another, Hannibal considered whether to cancel the clone first. But at this moment, the window of the hotel was suddenly smashed, and a man in leather jumped in. Chapter 780. The man flew in like a meteor and kicked the 3rd black-robed man on the waist. The 3rd black-robed man flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the counter more than 10 meters away with a loud bang. With a sound of ding-dong and bang-dong, he was deeply buried in the ruins. The other 2 black-robed men also retreated at the first moment and stood between the Black Shadow and his companions. Daywalker, the 2 black-robed men exclaimed. They looked at the intruder with horror on their faces and called out the name that could scare a lot of people in the vampire clan. Compared with Hannibal, a halfway vampire hunter, Daywalker is definitely a professional. Over the years, there are at least 8,000 vampires who have died in his hands. So although Daywalker may not be as strong as Hannibal, his prestige accumulated over time is definitely far better than Hannibal. Hannibal knelt on one knee, gently wiped the blood from his mouth, and greeted the Daywalker with a smile. Hi, brother, long time no see. Blade pulled the corner of his mouth to smile. Long time no see. It seems that you are not in good condition, Tisk. It's a bit embarrassing. I almost capsized. I underestimated these blood-sucking bugs, Hannibal said with a little embarrassment. Blade walked to Hannibal's side, looked at his condition, took out a tube of injection from his belt and shot Hannibal without saying a word. Cane blood curse, it's quite troublesome, but don't worry, I have a way. If there's anyone in the world who knows vampires best, it must be Blade. After all, he is an expert, and he is also a half-vampire, absolutely professional. After that injection, Hannibal immediately felt much better. The symptoms were fading, but the fading speed was a bit slow, and it would take at least a few days to completely eliminate them. But it's already very good, at least Hannibal is not like before. Barely able to fight. Huh? I'm saved, Hannibal stood up shakily. Blade didn't pay attention to Hannibal anymore. He knew Hannibal had other trump cards and wouldn't die so easily. Then he turned his head to look at the 2 men in black robes, while pulling off the pieces of glass on his face and throwing them away. Well, that was caused by hitting the glass just now, which affected his image a bit. Although Blade has always been too cold, He is actually quite introverted. After all, there are few people in this world who would dress so cool 365 days a year, and wear sunglasses regardless of day or night. This guy cares about his image. He looked at the two men in black robes and smiled a little, but it must be said that his smile. It's better not to smile, it's too scary. You seem to be old ghosts. Old ghosts are Blade's general term for vampires who have lived for a long time. Vampires are things that get more powerful as they get older. Generally speaking, these old ghosts are big figures in the vampire world, and these old immortals are more cunning than each other, and they are most afraid of death. Blade didn't encounter many prey like this, so when he encountered 3 of them, he immediately became excited. Crash! The black-robed man who was kicked away by Blade just now lifted up the debris and stood up, and walked between the 2 black-robed men with a grim face. Hannibal. Blade. At this time, the commander in the command room had completely lost his temper. All his team members had been killed. And the noble families led by the 3 adults had also died. He had no idea what else he could do. It was also at this time that the Inquisitor and Wednesday came to the command room. The Inquisitor looked at the surveillance screen with a sullen face, and he felt bad. As for Wednesday, I have to say, this old man is really lucky. The Inquisitor didn't let him fight to the death like the others, because Wednesday might still be very weak now, but that's because he is a human. According to human standards, Wednesday is not only not weak, but very strong. Moreover, he is already very old, and he still has such strength, which is already amazing. Once such a person completes the first embrace, the ancient blood clan is very picky about new blood. Especially for new blood like Wednesday who is valued by the elders, it is impossible to waste it. In a sense, Wednesday is more precious than those vampires who have fallen. The judge felt that the worst situation had come. There was already a blood mint wandering outside the hotel, and now there is a daywalker. Do we have any other options now? The judge asked. The commander opened his mouth. In fact, there was one last option, which was to let the judge himself go down. Of course, he didn't dare to say it. First of all, the status of the judge was too noble. All of them could die, but the judge couldn't make any mistakes. Secondly, he was not sure whether the judge's departure would really be useful. If, by then, he would have a hard time dying. No, the commander felt that he would die if he went back, but in order to die more easily, he still gave advice diligently. The best way for us now is to stop the loss. The implication was to run away as soon as possible. At least the judge should retreat first. From beginning to end, he didn't mention the killers in the Continental Hotel. It was meaningless. The judge was silent for a long time. Wednesday, yes, Wednesday lowered his head, but the judge grabbed Wednesday's neck and bit it hard. Wednesday did not struggle, but was extremely excited. The commander also showed an envious expression. Just 2 seconds later, Wednesday's originally loose skin began to become tight again, and his originally slightly hunched figure became upright, and his muscles began to recover. After a while, a 30-year-old Wednesday appeared in front of everyone. The judge let go of Wednesday and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly. Go and do what you should do. Wednesday knew that the judge was going to retreat. He was abandoned. He needed to stay and cover the retreat, and even sacrifice himself to fight for the opportunity for the 3 adults to retreat. Wednesday had no complaints about this, which was originally what he pursued. Of course he wanted eternal life, but losing the Saint Killer meant that he had lost his honor and failed to avenge his brother, which was even more sorry for himself, so he was willing to stay. The judge took a last look at the monitor and she knew that this operation had failed. The New York Continental Hotel was completely removed from the list. With such a huge loss, they didn't care about Wednesday, the precious new blood. After the judge turned and left, Wednesday looked at the commander and the last few of his men. The commander obviously knew what he was facing. Good luck, Mr. Wednesday. Wednesday nodded, then bared his fangs and pounced on several people. The commander and his men had no intention of struggling at all. They had completely failed, and this way of dying was simply the best result for them. Blade had already started fighting directly. When facing vampires, he never said much and just started fighting directly. Before Hannibal had time to prepare, Blade threw a dart. Hannibal felt his physical condition, thought about it, and decided to let Blade take the lead. He used a gun. He pulled out the Saint Killer and pressed towards the center line with continuous popping sounds. Blade did not use the silver sword this time, but pulled out a silver white chain hammer from behind his cloak. Blade knew very well that these old ghosts were very fast, and he was at a disadvantage in this regard. In addition, although the silver sword restrains vampires, it is impossible for these old ghosts to lose half their lives like ordinary vampires after being cut by the silver sword. They are still quite resistant to silver, so instead of doing this, it is better to use the silver-plated chain hammer, which is much heavier than ordinary weapons and can easily break their bones, reduce their movement and attack speed, and then use the silver sword to make up for the blow and cause fatal injuries. Blade slowly shook the handle of the chain hammer in his hand, rotating it with the hammer head, while using the silver sword to block the attacks of the three old ghosts, while looking for opportunities. The three black-robed men jumped left and right, trying to get closer, but were quickly forced back by the rotating hammerhead. One of the black-robed men was a little slow, and the rotating hammerhead brushed past his head. If his head had not shrunk quickly like a turtle, he would have had a hole in his head. This forced the remaining three black-robed men to be careful. They had never expected that after so many years, they would have to recall the power of medieval antique weapons. If Blade used a gun or a sword, they would still have the confidence to rely on the special features of their bodies and protective gear to fight hard and close to the enemy. As a result, Blade used a chain hammer. The only way they could suppress the opponent was their movement speed. Only with this could they have a chance to make a fatal blow. But they had long been accustomed to fighting with speed. They had never fought a hard battle without speed, and they couldn't change it for a while. In addition, Hannibal's Saint Killer was also very deadly. They had to pay attention to the Saint Killer's bullets at all times. For a while, the situation was a bit stalemate. At this moment, both sides in the fierce battle heard a gunshot. Hannibal looked up and saw the young version of Wednesday rushing out of the gate, holding a gun in both hands and shooting at himself. For Wednesday, Hannibal was his first target of attack. Hannibal's perception became much duller due to the curse, so he didn't notice this guy's sudden attack at all. So when he found Wednesday, the bullet had already been shot in front of him. So Hannibal could only hold up the holy killer in his hand to block the bullet. Wednesday's shooting skills are definitely the best among humans. After receiving the first embrace, his skills have improved by leaps and bounds. After all, both his physical reaction speed and dynamic vision have improved by more than one level. What's more terrifying is that this guy has adapted to the changes after the first embrace very quickly. You know, when physical fitness suddenly improves, there will always be some discomfort and incoordination, but this guy didn't have this process at all. Hannibal also saw the changes in Wednesday. In fact, there was no need to see. Hannibal could smell the strong vampire scandal on him from 10 meters away. Without waiting for Hannibal to react, 3 bullets whizzed in again, and this time it was not to kill, but to contain him, so that he could not support Blade. When Hannibal dodged and blocked the bullets, 3 rounds of bullets were fired to cooperate with the attacking black-robed man, blocking part of Blade's dodging route. The 3 black-robed men were immediately overjoyed when they saw this situation. If they could get rid of Blade, Hannibal, who had not yet gotten rid of the influence of Cain's blood curse, would be much easier to deal with. But they were only concerned with being happy, and they did not expect that their slight distraction was exactly the opportunity Blade had been waiting for. Blade roared, bursting out with a power far beyond that of a human, and the chain hammer in his hand made a humming sound, and the hammerhead blurred in the eyes of the 3 black-robed men. The next moment, the hammerhead landed on the lower abdomen of the black-robed man on the left, which was also his biggest gap. Bang! The air seemed to be filled with ripples of vibrations, and the black-robed man did not even scream, but turned into a black shadow and flew out like a cannonball. Obviously, Blade had just concealed something and had not exerted his full strength, waiting for an opportunity to trick these vampires. As a result, the 3 old ghosts obviously underestimated Blade's strength and gave him a chance. It was also at this time that the Saint Killer in Hannibal's hand opened fire. A bullet was shot at the other black-robed man who reacted and wanted to take the opportunity to attack Blade. In order to distinguish, we will call the black-robed man who was knocked away Black-robe number 1, and the guy who wanted to take the opportunity to attack Blade Black-robe number 2, and the remaining one is number 3. Between attacking Blade and dodging bullets to save his life while risking being hit by the Saint Killer, number 2 decisively chose to save his life. The guy tiptoed and dodged the bullet quickly like a spinning top. The bad thing about the Saint Killer is that its firing rate is not fast, which is very consistent with the status of an antique gun. It's no problem to deal with ordinary people, but it's really not enough to deal with this old ghost. This is why the Elder of Ancient Blood is willing to give the Holy Killer to Wednesday, even though it's so powerful. After all, this thing is powerful, but it's useless if it can't hit anyone. It was also at this time that Wednesday pulled the trigger twice at Hannibal. Hannibal blocked a bullet with the Holy Killer again. But the other bullet ricocheted and bounced on a metal plate on the ground, and the bullet flew to Hannibal's temple. This shooting skill is a bit awesome. Fortunately, the ricochet speed is not fast, and Hannibal's current reaction speed is enough to dodge. Hannibal leaned back to avoid the bullet, and the Holy Killer in his hand fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the bullet almost swept past Wednesday's buttocks. And none of them hit him. Not only that, the opponent rolled over and fired 3 more shots at Hannibal. At this moment, a shadow suddenly jumped from Hannibal's left side. It was number 1 who was just hit by the blade. This guy's eyes were red, and the lower half of his face and body were covered with blood. That was not his blood, but the blood of a certain unlucky member of the Scarlet Guard. Number 1's abdomen, which had just been hit by the blade, had now recovered as before. His claws were swinging without any sluggishness, as if he was not injured. Hannibal's face changed, and he snorted coldly. What a nasty guy. Hannibal originally tilted his head, so he simply did not make any extra movements, but leaned back again, dodging number 1's claws, grabbing one of the opponent's hands, twisting it hard, turning his body over, and using his own hand to hold his neck. In this way, he became Hannibal's shield. Bang, bang, bang. Wednesday's 3 shots all hit number 1's chest without deviation. Hannibal also took this opportunity to shoot back. Wednesday's face changed, and he could only continue to roll and hide behind a collapsed counter. Bang, bang, bang. Hannibal's bullets failed to hit the target. The vampire held hostage by Hannibal had never been insulted like this before, and he immediately struggled. I'm going to kill you. You reptile. Hannibal's face turned ferocious, and the Saint Killer pointed directly at his temple. Bang. Number 1's head exploded directly, and the roar stopped abruptly. Sparks burst out from his body and head at the same time, like the last flash of ashes before they were extinguished, and then quickly turned into a piece of black ash. Crash. Then it collapsed, fell to the ground, and completely turned into ashes. No. You dare. Number 3, who was besieging Blade, saw that number 1 was dead, and immediately rushed out with a roar, rushing straight to Hannibal. At this time, Blade suddenly turned around and took the blow from number 2 with his back, but the chain hammer in his hand hit number 3's head fiercely. Worry about yourself, puff. Half of number 2's head was smashed, but the remaining mouth was still roaring in despair. Even an old vampire like him couldn't bear such a serious injury. You have to know that it was a silver-plated chain hammer. Then a spark lit up on number 2's neck, and then the spark quickly spread upwards and downwards, and the whole person exploded and turned into ashes. Chapter 781 End. Wednesday saw that 2 of the 3 adults had been killed, and he immediately became anxious. If he had wanted to fight before, now that 2 of the 3 adults had been killed, what was the point of fighting? Loyalty to the clan made Wednesday do what was in the best interest of the clan. My lord. Go. Go. The last black-robed man was furious when he saw his 2 companions who had been with him day and night sacrificed, but the rationality of survival made him calm down. 4 people were fighting 2 and 2 were killed. What would happen if it was 2 against 2? It was important to escape. The black-robed man did a backflip, distanced himself from Blade, and then dodged and fled to the door. Blade naturally couldn't let him go, and wanted to chase him immediately, but Wednesday found an automatic rifle on the ground at this time and shot at Blade continuously. Blade rushed towards Wednesday with several bullets, but Wednesday flipped his other hand, and a pistol appeared in his hand and fired 3 shots at Blade's knee. Blade was hit at once and could only kneel on one knee and watch the old ghost rush out the door. While holding Blade back, Wednesday did not forget to shoot at Hannibal. Then he threw away the automatic with an empty magazine and pulled out the second one from his waist. With a continuous sound of snaps, he pressed towards Hannibal and Blade. For a moment, he actually suppressed Hannibal and Blade. When Hannibal counterattacked, he decisively squatted and jumped behind the counter next to him. While squatting and moving quickly, he unloaded the empty magazine and replaced it with a new one. What he had to do now was to delay time for that adult. So he had to stop the 2 of them. But at this moment, suddenly, a scream came from outside the door. No. Don't come over. Don't come over. Then he saw the black-robed man who had finally escaped running in again. Wednesday was shocked. "My lord. There's a monster. There's a monster. Run!" The black-robed man didn't care about Wednesday at all, but ran towards Hannibal and the others. It looked like he was going to die. But Blade didn't move, and Hannibal didn't move either. Blade frowned and looked at Hannibal. "No wonder you are so embarrassed. So your dog is somewhere else." At this time, Wednesday had forgotten to shoot, and Hannibal didn't need to be so alert. He wiped his sweat and stood up. "There is no way. There are too many scum in this building. It is more efficient to act separately." Blade frowned. He never cared much about human affairs, except for the Haga tribe. So for Hannibal's massacre, it was still a bit. "I can't say I can't accept it, but I always feel it is too cruel." Hannibal didn't explain it either. Hannibal's personality is not a good man. In just 2 sentences, all the lights outside the gate went out, and a stream of darkness poured in from outside the gate. Then countless eyes opened in the darkness and stared at the fleeing black-robed man. When the black-robed man was about to approach Hannibal and them, a big mouth suddenly stretched out from the ceiling and bit him. When Wednesday saw this scene, he was immediately furious and raised his hand to shoot at the monster, wanting to save the black-robed man. But this action not only failed to save the black-robed man, but also attracted the attention of another monster in the darkness. Blade actually knew that the result was doomed after the hounds appeared. So he didn't feel anything strange. Instead, Wednesday's action surprised Blade again. Blade was already very surprised that he sacrificed himself to cover the retreat. Unexpectedly, he still didn't give up until now. When did vampires have such awareness? Blade killed so many vampires. It's not that he hasn't seen vampires who are loyal and emotional, but he has never seen such dedication. Is it necessary to be so loyal? At the same time, this also made Blade more afraid of this vampire group called Ancient Blood. Blade is not afraid of vampires. After all, even if those guys get together, they are only united on the surface. In fact, they are selfish and self-centered. Everyone only cares about themselves. They look powerful in numbers, but in fact they are a mess. Blade is not afraid of such vampires no matter how many there are. But Wednesday in front of him made Blade see a terrible reality, that is, among the vampires, there is a clan with high organization and discipline. He is not afraid of strong vampires, but he is afraid of vampires uniting. In the darkness, a monster that looks like a snake, a dog, and a crocodile, with eyes all over its body surface, emerged and stopped in front of Wednesday. The horrible, indescribable shape gave Wednesday a strong shock. At that moment, Wednesday's thoughts began to become confused, as if his mind was disturbed by something. He wanted to calm down, but the constant disturbance kept disturbing him. No. Monster. During that period of time, the hounds finally ate enough souls and finally began to evolve. Their next stage is called Mzisha, also known as the Lord of Tyndalus, a more powerful and rare purgatory creature. Legend has it that Mzisha is a being composed of a multifaceted body, angular limbs, prismatic objects and other weird structures. From many angles, he looks like a huge wolf-like creature, his body shrouded in billowing purple-black smoke. Their eyes were bloodshot and their jaws were protruding, but their outlines kept changing, as if all the evil in the universe was reshaping them all the time. In fact, they were not solid flesh and blood. Sometimes they looked like humans, sometimes like snakes, and sometimes more like wolves. However, this process was not achieved overnight. It took time to slowly transform. But they already had some abilities of the Lord of Tyndalus. For example, looking directly into their eyes would cause people to fall into extreme fear and confusion, and finally go crazy and die. As for what other abilities they had, further observation was needed. Kai was also raising this kind of monster for the first time and had no experience. Blade looked at Wednesday incomprehensibly. What happened? Hannibal, wait. Don't kill him yet. I need to get some information from him. Hannibal nodded, and then Wednesday was caught by the hound and thrown in front of Blade. Blade glanced at the hound and felt that these two monsters were even more terrifying than the last time he saw them. It made him feel uncomfortable all over. So Blade quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Wednesday, whose eyes had become a little dull. Blade found a room to interrogate Wednesday. Hannibal didn't worry about this. He sent the hounds to continue hunting. The hounds in the evolutionary stage were in urgent need of nutrition, and the killers in this building happened to be a rare food. Hannibal let them hunt on their own, and at most asked them not to dirty the place. The hounds now cared more about nutritional supplements and didn't care much about things like taste, so there was no need to torture those rations, so Hannibal didn't need to watch them personally. After the hounds left, Hannibal found a relatively intact chair on the ground and sat down. About half an hour later, Bloodmint came in from outside the door. She had several deep wounds on her body. One wound even cut open the entire abdomen, but this woman just wrapped it with a curtain rag she found from somewhere, and limped in. She was holding a black man who was bleeding all over. That was Cornell. Seeing Hannibal, Bloodmint seemed to want to smile at him, but before she could make any extra movements, the wound on her waist was pulled, and she clenched her teeth in pain. It was also thanks to Hannibal that he strengthened her with dragon bones, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to get here. Hannibal frowned and helped her sit down. Why do you want to bring this guy? You can handle him yourself, Bloodmint smiled weakly, but she didn't know. Maybe it was because he wanted to seek a sense of security? She herself was puzzled. Why did she trust this guy who wanted her soul so much? Fortunately, Hannibal didn't delve into it. He promised to help Bloodmint get revenge. As for how Bloodmint would do it specifically, that was her business. Can you wake him up? As soon as I saw him just now, we started fighting. The fight was so intense that we didn't even talk, Bloodmint asked. After she and Cornell met in the presidential suite of the Continental Hotel, the two started fighting without saying a word, and the result, you see, basically both sides were injured. Hannibal healed Bloodmint and curled his lips. Is it necessary to do this? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him with a knife? My life, but it became like this because of him. There must be an explanation, Bloodmint said in a very depressed mood. Well, it's really troublesome. Although he said so, Hannibal still helped her wake Cornell up. Because he was still in a weak period, he couldn't use spells, so he simply found a bottle of unopened champagne from the ground and poured it on Cornell's head with ice cubes in the champagne bucket. Cornell woke up all of a sudden. Seeing the surrounding environment, Cornell didn't shout like those useless little gangsters, but was very calm. After all, people like him, who come out to mix, are prepared to be killed one day. But this calmness deeply hurt Bloodmint. If possible, she would rather see Cornell shouting and crying for mercy. Although there is no substantial comfort, it is much better than now. Bloodmint tried to stand up. Although she was in pain all over her body, the hatred in her heart made her fearless of the pain and she stood up slowly. Do you regret it? She had a lot of things to say, but when she got to her lips, she stopped talking. Finally, she asked this question. Cornell's lips moved, his body shook a few times, and then he suddenly laughed. Why should I regret it? It's your man who wanted to steal my money. What's wrong with me killing a despicable thief, Bloodmint? No, my husband has rejected Mickey. He doesn't plan to get involved in that. You know this. Just to demonstrate, you sent someone to kill our whole family, right? Cornell's eyes were defiant. It's a nice thing to say. Do I have to wait until he steals my money before I can do it? I'm a gangster. Not a judge. Bloodmint was speechless. Indeed, how could such a scumbag repent? Even if he really repented, it was just acting. Bloodmint suddenly laughed. Yes. We are not judges. The only thing I regret now is why I didn't kill you at the beginning. Cornell looked at Bloodmint, his eyes full of resentment and regret. Of course, he didn't regret his crime, but because he didn't let people go to the hospital to eradicate it for fear of public opinion. If he had known that things would end up like this, he should have been more decisive. Anyway, it wouldn't cost much to bribe one or two unscrupulous doctors. Just giving her an injection would kill her silently. Bloodmint shook his head and didn't intend to say anything. Next, Bloodmint pulled out his dagger and began his final revenge. Bloodmint had improved compared to the last time. Perhaps because Cornell was her enemy, she killed Cornell very slowly this time. It took almost half an hour for Cornell's screams to slowly subside. During this period, Cornell did not think about resisting. He tried to curse Bloodmint with voodoo, but Bloodmint didn't give him a chance. Every time he tried to do something, the blade would slowly and roughly cut his body. Cornell couldn't even stay awake for a moment, let alone cast a spell. In the end, Cornell couldn't hold on any longer, and Bloodmint gave him a quick death. Before dying, Bloodmint chopped off Cornell's hands. In her words, Cornell's hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. The moment Cornell died, Bloodmint seemed to have lost all her strength, and she softened. At the same time, her breathing became basic, and she began to feel dazed. Perhaps she finally let go of the burden in her heart, which made her unable to get used to it for a while, Or perhaps she was too excited that her body couldn't keep up. She helped the panting Bloodmint back to the chair and motioned for her to rest for a while. As for Cornell's body, there would naturally be hounds to clean it up. After all, it was a piece of meat. When Bloodmint finally calmed down, Hannibal asked, "How is it? Are you okay?" Bloodmint was silent for a moment, then said, "If possible, can you take me to the cemetery?" "The cemetery in Glendale, Queens, as you wish." Hannibal said hello to Blade, who was working, agreed to meet there, and left with Bloodmint. New York is a city that will never let you down. Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, it will not be calm. In Queens, you can hear sirens from time to time. Hannibal helped a woman who was walking slowly into the cemetery and found a place among a pile of tombstones. On the tombstone was the big surname North, and below were the names of Chris and Kelly. They were Bloodmint's family. He let go of his hand and let Bloodmint walk to the tomb and slowly sit down. She slowly leaned her head against the tombstone, and an uncontrollable low cry came from her throat. "I miss you so much, I really miss you so much." She stroked the two names on the tombstone with her shaking hands, crying. Many times, she wondered if it would be better if she had died with him. Bloodmint was also hit in the head by a stray bullet at that time, but fortunately it was just a graze, and she did not die on the spot like her husband and daughter. I really don't know whether it was lucky or unfortunate. The survivors have endured everything. And every day they are immersed in heart-wrenching thoughts and anger that has nowhere to vent. Now that the great revenge has been taken, Bloodmint is not at all relieved, but even more painful, and even wants to die. Bloodmint cried for more than 10 minutes, and finally fainted again after being exhausted. Hannibal helped her up again and sent her to a secret safe house, and Hannibal did not dare to leave, for fear that this woman would do something stupid after waking up. No matter how difficult life is, you have to live hard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 782 Innocence. Felicia waited by the car for a long time, but her chief didn't come back. She was a little anxious. On the one hand, she was worried that something might happen to her chief, although the possibility was very small. On the other hand, she didn't have the car keys. In this weather, waiting outside the car for an hour in the middle of the night, the feeling was so sobering. She wondered whether she should go to other police officers' cars to make do, or go to her chief, but it felt weird for a girl to go to the bathroom to look for a man. Fortunately, Kai seemed to hear Felicia's thoughts and walked over leisurely from a distance. "Chief, are you okay? Why did you take so long?" Felicia asked. "Well, I met an acquaintance," Kai said casually, then opened the car door and took out the intercom. "Okay, everyone, the performance is over, you can go in. Although it is unlikely, at least it is worth our salary. Let's see if there are any discoveries." Felicia was stunned. "Director, is it over?" "It's over," Kai nodded, "but our troubles have just begun." Felicia didn't understand what it meant until they walked into the Continental Hotel. Just like last time, the whole hotel was clean. There was no one. Except for some traces left by the battle, it was shockingly clean. There were no survivors, no corpses, and even no blood. It was like a ghost building. Felicia looked at the still hot coffee in the hotel room and the turned-on TV, and suddenly felt a chill. She understood why Kai said that their troubles were coming. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, 3 groups of people felt it. FBI, SHIELD and Shadow Bureau. The funny thing is that these 3 groups of people all used the identities of the FBI. By the way, is the FBI so idle? They actually sent 3 groups of people? George was there too. He looked at the 3 persons in charge in front of him with a very strange expression. Hill glanced at the head of the FBI, then glanced at the head of the Shadow Bureau, and explained with a smile, "The superiors attach great importance to it. Hill is now the head of the New York branch of SHIELD, and her status is the highest. The person sent by the FBI is called Han, an Asian agent. He seems to be Korean in appearance, but foreigners can't tell the difference. He kept a cold face the whole time and didn't speak to anyone." As for the head of the Shadow Bureau, Hill was also very familiar with him. He was Ms. Carter's niece, Sharon Carter, the former SHIELD agent. Since Carter set up her own company, Sharon's position in SHIELD has been a bit awkward. It's not that SHIELD discriminates against her, but it always feels weird that her aunt is competing with SHIELD, and she still stays in SHIELD later. Miss Carter found her niece, so this relative jumped directly. After all, aunt is closer. Sharon is young after all, and she is still a little embarrassed about her former boss Hill, so she didn't speak the whole time. Okay, we will hand over the scene. Who is in charge of you? George received instructions from Kai. He doesn't need to occupy the case. He can give it to whoever comes, but the three of them are from the FBI, so who should he give it to? I'm the person in charge, Hill said without hesitation. Han glanced at Hill and said nothing. Sharon was the same. Anyway, their orders were to take over the scene and conduct an investigation. Now they could clear the police out first and then discuss it slowly. George nodded indifferently. Okay, he took out the document and handed it to Hill. Seeing her sign, George picked up the intercom and asked all the police in the hotel to withdraw. Just set up a cordon around the hotel. George was about to leave when Hill stopped him. Deputy Chief George. Is Chief Wayne here? I want to talk to him, George said indifferently. The chief is hungry and went to the hotel kitchen to find something to eat. He will probably be out soon. You will see him. He then asked everyone to leave. It was more comfortable to go home and snuggle in bed in the early morning on such a cold day. George was not a fool. How could he not see that these three so-called FBIs were not easy to mess with, so this kind of troublesome matter should be left to the director. After the police left, the three of them immediately looked at each other without giving in. SHIELD has the highest priority in law enforcement. Leave it to us. We will inform you of the results, Hill said bluntly. Han glanced at Hill coldly. The order I received came from the highest level. SHIELD's priority has no effect in the face of this order. Ms. Hill, the Shadow Bureau has the authorization of the President and Congress, and its priority is the same as that of SHIELD. I'm sorry, Ms. Hill, the Shadow Bureau will not back down. Although Sharon felt a little awkward, he knew whose food he was eating and who he was working for, so he naturally had to argue for his rights. Hill's eyes turned cold. She didn't like this situation. At this time, Kai came out with Felicia, holding a big sandwich in his hand. This was a sandwich made by Kai himself, and the ingredients, let's put it this way, there are so many precious ingredients in the kitchen, Kai picked the best. Kai's cooking skills have always been good, so the taste is naturally nothing to say. This is also to apologize to Felicia. The moment he saw Kai, Han was the first to rush over. Director Wayne, FBI Special Agent John Han, I have something to ask you, can you give me some time? Although the words were very polite, the attitude was not to be refused. Kai looked at this Korean stick, and before he could speak, Hill on the other side interrupted and said, Director Wayne, you don't need to answer any of his questions. Our shield. Then she was interrupted by Sharon. Sharon Carter of the Shadow Bureau, our director hopes to talk to you. Kai was very angry at the attitude of the Korean guy at first, but when he saw the three of them speaking in unison, he was not so angry anymore. He was left with deep regret. A good elite turned out to be a lackey of a group of old and powerful people who still dream of returning to their youth. Do you want to know if Hannibal did it? My answer is, yes. You asked me where Hannibal is? My answer is, I don't know. You asked me again if I can help find Hannibal? The answer is, no. Okay, do you have any more questions? When these three people first joined their law enforcement agencies, they definitely had noble ideals, but now, what are they doing? To put it bluntly, they are lackeys. Kai was too lazy to be angry for these pathetic guys. Han's face twitched, and he said in a cold voice, Chief Wayne, perhaps you don't quite understand how much the people above value Hannibal. I hope. Value? Who values it? Tell me, let me hear it. I want to see which idiot thinks he has the ability to threaten me. Come on, tell me, who is it? Kai would be afraid of this. Han shut up immediately. How could he really say such a thing? Moreover, Kai said a fact that made many people helpless, that is, Kai is really not a threat to anyone. Forget about his background, wealth, and connections. There is only one thing that makes those who dream of returning to youth dare not offend him at all, that is, Kai has a close relationship with Hannibal. Yes, that's right. This was originally the reason that made Kai very passive, but it was also the reason why he could take the initiative. Chairman Mao said that everything has two sides. In the eyes of many people, Kai may not have the ability to make Hannibal restore youth to someone, But he must have a way to make Hannibal refuse to restore youth to someone. This is a typical case of being incapable of success, but definitely capable of failure. I can't make you successfully restore your youth, but I can definitely make you never have the opportunity to restore your youth in this life. Hill spoke at this time. Kai, you should understand how tempting Hannibal's ability is. You can't protect him forever, huh? Kai looked at Hill in surprise, looking at her as if she were a fool. Protect him, isn't it? Hill actually said this on purpose, just to see if Kai really knew where Hannibal was. Tisk. Ms. Hill, please have some self-awareness. I never protected Hannibal. I protected you. You don't think Hannibal is easier to talk to than me, do you? He doesn't have a good impression of you, and more importantly, he never minds killing people. Why do you have to think it over? Do you have to go and die? Hill's face sank slightly. Their shield has always been the role of protector. Unexpectedly, one day they would need the protection of others. How ironic. Precisely because of this, you should cooperate with our shield. Hannibal is a threat. Only when he is in our hands can he stop. I have never understood why you, shield, can still say these things in front of me with confidence after messing up so many things. You are in control? I don't believe you can't see it. It's you who I'm worried about. Why don't you do the really important things, but have to entangle Hannibal? Kai remembered that he had once hinted to S.H.I.E.L.D. that the real problem facing the Earth now was the cosmic cube. If someone activated the cosmic cube again, who knows what would be attracted to the Earth. But looking at Hill's expression, S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be more interested in rejuvenation. Anyway, I've said everything I should have said. If you still insist on not changing your ways, I'm sorry, but I won't get involved in your affairs with Hannibal. Whether you catch him or he kills you all, it has nothing to do with me. Of course, there's a high probability that he'll kill you and make you cry for your parents, so don't look for me if anything happens. Then Kai left with Felicia, holding the sandwich. The three of them looked at each other, but none of them said a word. They just watched Kai leave. Why do we have to spend so much time looking for Hannibal? In the secret base of the Shadow Bureau, Steve questioned his girlfriend, Ms. Carter, in confusion. In Steve's opinion, the world is not really at the point where he can rest easy. Crimes are happening everywhere, and the United States has fallen to the same level as the Nazis in recent years. During World War II, Steve always believed that the United States was the best country in the world. It was also the country that most desired peace. He always believed that the United States was the beacon of the world. But after waking up, thanks to the convenience of the internet, Steve's three views were severely overturned several times. It turned out that the world is now selling wars all over the world, which is the country he is fighting for. The American spirit has disappeared, and there is only plunder, fraud, inciting hatred, and wanton slaughter. In fact, what naive Steve didn't know was that the United States didn't become like this after World War II. As early as the founding of the United States, the country's crimes were already innumerable. Look at the countries in South America. Which one was not played to death by the United States? Did this only start after World War II? Of course, this is also related to the means of information collection at that time. Before becoming a war hero, Steve was a weak, ugly, frustrated, and poor loser. How could he get the information? When he became a war hero and had the ability to understand, he crashed. But people always have filters when they look at the past. Steve still thinks that the United States in the past was so simple and kind. The current world makes him very uncomfortable, and he even wants to change it urgently. So he can't understand why Carter has to waste so much experience on Hannibal. Steve, Hannibal is an extremely dangerous mission. We must, Carter, Steve shouted with a red face. Carter understood that Steve knew he was talking nonsense. We've fought together in Tahiti before. He helped the people of Tahiti. He's a hero. Maybe his methods were too extreme, but don't forget, we also killed people, and killed more people. That was war, Steve. It's different. What's the difference? We killed people in war to protect innocent people from harm. Isn't Hannibal the same? Yes, I don't like his methods either, but there is no doubt that he has never killed a good person, an innocent person. Does Steve like Hannibal? Of course not. Hannibal's methods are really hard for people like Steve who are just and kind to agree with, but there is one thing he admits, that is, Hannibal is a hero. But what are they doing? With so much energy, instead of saving and helping those in need, they chase after a hero like Hannibal. What's the reason? Tell me. Why? Carter was silent. She understood that the current Steve was not a little man who knew nothing but was full of passion when she first met in the military camp. But one thing has not changed, that is the stubbornness. I am like this because Tony asked Hannibal to help me, Carter. Now Steve was really angry. So Hannibal is still their benefactor, Steve. Carter hugged Steve. I don't want to either, but we have to compromise. I can promise that we will not hurt Hannibal. We just need him to hand over the thing that can rejuvenate people. Enough. Love is about the beauty of imperfection. For example, most people's first love is actually an underdeveloped kid, but everyone thinks first love is the best. But is it really so? Of course not. People's memories are filtered. If you never forget a love, there will be a response. But once this imperfection is gone, things may not be the same. Carter can't be the Captain Carter who is heroic and full of ideals. She has lived for 90 years. And she has been fighting against various forces for more than 60 of them. Her youthfulness is gone, and there is only a shrewd and politically savvy Ms. Carter. The way she looks at things and her style of doing things are no longer the Carter Steve knows. Even if her appearance has indeed become younger, it cannot change this fact. Naturally, Steve would be disappointed. He felt that Carter had changed. How could he not have changed after more than 60 years? You disappoint me. After saying that, Steve turned and left. He needed to calm down. Carter looked at Steve, who turned and left, but he was not disappointed. Although they looked the same age, in fact, Steve was still the 20-year-old Steve. So many times when Carter saw Steve, he felt like he was looking at a child. At least from the perspective of life experience, this is true. So Carter is more tolerant than Steve? Who told her to love this man all her life? Is Carter really willing to hunt down Hannibal? Of course not. Could she think of what Steve was thinking? But there is no way. Not everyone can live in an ideal like Steve. There are too many people who want to get the same treatment as her. If she doesn't catch Hannibal, how can those people let it go? For a greater purpose, Carter must sacrifice. But Steve didn't understand. Carter didn't want him to understand. After all, isn't it an extremely lucky thing to live like Steve? Stay innocent, stay ideal. I was ready to go to bed, but when I looked at my phone, the network was connected. Very good. Publish. Sleep. Ask for a monthly ticket, it rhymes. Chapter 783 is stuck. I will update 2,000 words first, and make up for it tomorrow. Please give me a monthly ticket. At the same time, someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was also worried about Hannibal. How is it, Nick? Is there any news about Hannibal? Nick Fury's main focus now is on the Pegasus project. In order to ensure safety, he even personally stayed in the secret base of the Pegasus project and even relied on a stand-in to go to the headquarters. But even so, he was still annoyed. Pierce called again. No one can find where that guy's hiding. Nick certainly values Hannibal, but the problem is that his main focus is not on this at all. Many things that have happened recently have made him feel unprecedented urgency. He thinks rejuvenation can be put aside. Pierce also heard Nick's impatience. I know, you're upset about this, but Nick, you need to imagine for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you know how many calls I receive every day, all for that damn Hannibal? Those powerful gentlemen can't wait to return to their youth. Pierce was also helpless. He didn't lie. There were indeed countless bigwigs who called him one by one to ask about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrest of certain superpower crimes. These bigwigs believed that such dangerous people would cause immeasurable harm to society if they continued to wander outside. S.H.I.E.L.D. must arrest them as soon as possible. This also includes many of his Hydra colleagues. The most enthusiastic among them is Daniel Whitehall, the oldest regional leader of Hydra. No one actually knows how old Whitehall is. What we know is that he is one of the original founders of Hydra, the most famous leader of Hydra, and the right-hand man of Steve's mortal enemy, the Red Skull. After Whitehall was captured by the Strategic Scientific Corps in 1945, Peggy Carter ordered that he would not be allowed to succeed as long as he was in his position, and other Nazi scientists joined the American scientific research team, which shows that this person must have committed some heinous crimes before. It was not until the late 1980s that Whitehall was re-employed by Pierce and released on medical parole. Later, he was able to rejuvenate by transplanting mutant blood and internal organs. Unfortunately, this kind of return to youth cannot last long. At the same time, this guy also has an extraordinary pursuit of immortality, so the appearance of Hannibal made Whitehall see the hope of immortality, so this guy kept urging Pierce to catch Hannibal quickly. The leaders of other regions probably meant the same thing. After all, including Pierce, they are not young anymore, and they have an urgent need for rejuvenation. Not to mention those powerful people who hold great power, most of them are old people. So Pierce is really getting annoyed. He is not Nick Fury, he can just find a place to hide and ignore him. As the most important communication hub between SHIELD and the outside world, he does this job, so Pierce can only force Nick in return. Nick covered his forehead, he was so annoyed. Don't those idiots know that if I knew where Hannibal was, I would not take any action? Besides, behind Hannibal there is Batman. And Kai. And the god Kai. Can't these idiots think about what the consequences will be if they alarm those superheroes? Of course Pierce knows, but the problem is that other people don't think so. They just need to return to their youth. As for what happens next, shouldn't SHIELD handle it? In this regard, Pierce could only smile and say, Batman shouldn't do anything radical, after all. Their relationship is not that good. As for Kai, he doesn't seem to have much friendship with Hannibal. As for Kai the god, we don't necessarily have to use force. In fact, Pierce himself knew that he was completely talking nonsense. Among the three people, except for Kai's attitude, Batman and Kai the god were more mysterious than Hannibal. Who knows what they think? Especially Kai the god, there is really no information. But what can Pierce do? He is not Nick who only needs to consider S.H.I.E.L.D. He has a lot of things to consider. Pierce. I beg you, you should know where our focus is at this stage. I don't want to provoke those people at this time. Don't forget Kai, Batman and others are looking for the cosmic cube everywhere. This is the main reason why Nick doesn't care much about Hannibal's affairs. They are now at a critical stage. Once the attention of those superheroes is attracted to S.H.I.E.L.D. because of Hannibal, who knows if they will find that the cosmic cube is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury didn't believe he could convince those superheroes to give up the cosmic cube, at least Kai's attitude would never give in. So no matter what, Nick wasn't going to respond to the demands of that group of fools. Pierce was silent, of course he knew. And this matter is not only extremely important to S.H.I.E.L.D., but more importantly, it is more important to Hydra. I understand. But Nick, if we don't do it, the Shadow Bureau, the FBI, and the CIA will do it, and then our situation will be even more embarrassing. Pierce didn't really care about this moment. When the Pegasus project is completed, they will have plenty of time to find Hannibal. But the problem is that others can't wait, and more importantly, they have too many competitors. Nick's face immediately became ugly. Since Kai established the New York Police Special Affairs Investigation Department, everything has become like a dam bursting, and it has become uncontrollable. In the past, whether it was the military, the FBI, or the CIA, they all had forces against supernatural powers in private, but they were not powerful enough. But after the establishment of the Special Department, those originally insignificant forces were integrated by major forces and became blatant. For example, the FBI's X-Files Investigation Department, the CIA's Agent X, and the National Security Agency's Project X. Although I don't know why these people have to confront X, there is no doubt that they have become competitors of S.H.I.E.L.D. These people don't think as much as S.H.I.E.L.D. They are now trying their best to track down Hannibal. Once they succeed, it means that they will get a lot of resources. If they get more, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will naturally get less. Don't worry. Wait until the Pegasus project succeeds, everything will be nothing, Nick said with a sullen face. Really? Nick. I always feel, Pierce is not a person who easily expresses his feelings, and he doesn't believe in the so-called premonition, but this time, for some reason, he suddenly has a bad premonition. What? Nick asked curiously. But immediately Pierce was controlled by Hydra's long-cherished wish and his own ambition. Nothing. Then I'll leave it to you, of course. Wasn't it because of this that you were willing to support me in the first place? Chapter 784, Make Up for Yesterday. The turmoil at the Continental Hotel, well, it shouldn't be called a turmoil. In fact, most people don't know what happened at the Continental Hotel. Even the news the next day only said that the gas pipeline of the Continental Hotel had safety hazards and was investigated and sealed by the relevant departments, requiring it to stop operating until the rectification was completed. No one cared about the people who disappeared at the Continental Hotel that night. Everything passed silently. Although the Continental Hotel opened again after a period of time, the sign was changed. An old hotel that had existed for more than 100 years closed down. Of course, this has nothing to do with Kai. Those organizations or individuals who are chasing Hannibal's traces don't want Kai to get too involved in this matter. But Kai is not idle here. This matter starts with Blade. Last time at the Continental Hotel, Hannibal and Blade fought side by side. The two left their contact information and agreed to contact each other in a few days. On the night of the cover, Hannibal came to Blade's hiding place as promised. Blade has his own fixed safe house in the New York subway. Although New York is an international metropolis, its infrastructure is actually very old. The most obvious example is the New York subway. The New York subway is the world's largest urban rail transit system. It has been in operation for 100 years. Many facilities have become antiques. The total length of the subway track is 1,370 kilometers, but only 1,070 kilometers can be used for actual application, and the length of commercial operation routes is only 394 kilometers. In short, many sections of these subways have been abandoned, and Blade's secret base is among them. This place is very difficult to find. If you want to enter from the inside of the subway, it is absolutely wishful thinking. You can only find the entrance through the complex and smelly sewers. Perhaps because of this secret base has never been discovered. When Hannibal found Blade, this guy was repairing something on the workbench. From his technique, you can tell that this guy has never done such delicate work before. Seeing Hannibal's arrival, Blade put down the tools in his hand. It seems that this is the first time that a guest has visited here. After Blade put down the tools, he didn't know what to do at the first time. After hesitating for a second or two, Blade took out some food and a can of beer from the refrigerator. "Would you like some?" Hannibal looked at the expired bread and cheap beer, and his lips twitched. It's not that he disliked them, well, he just disliked them. In his previous life, if someone came to your house as a guest, you would definitely be considered impolite if you served them this. Fortunately, Hannibal had a general understanding of what kind of person Blade was, so he didn't say anything, but sat down and picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking. Blade was relieved to see Hannibal like this. He also sat down and opened a bottle of beer. The closest person to him in this life was his adoptive father Abraham Whistler, and no one else. He had no friends, no family, and nothing in his life except killing vampires. Naturally, no friends had ever come to his house, so he didn't understand the ways of the world at all. Neither of them was a good talker, so the scene suddenly became awkward. Of course, it was mainly Hannibal who was embarrassed. But Blade felt very good about it, and even drank more generously. As a half-vampire, although he is not afraid of sunlight or silver, he can only suck blood. He cannot eat human food, but he can drink alcohol. Orthodox vampires can also drink alcohol. It can even be said that they like alcohol very much. For Blade, it is definitely a very rare experience for a friend to drink with him. Whereas your adoptive father, Hannibal drank 2 sips of beer and finally couldn't stand this strange atmosphere. So he looked for a topic. He remembered that Blade said that he had an adoptive father who was a vampire hunter. Blade put down the bottle, and his voice was rarely depressed. Died at the hands of a vampire. Hannibal pulled the corner of his mouth. Damn, he was killed by his own talk today. Sorry, no, he has no regrets. His adoptive father was a tragic man. His whole family was killed by vampires. If Blade hadn't appeared when he was most lost and desperate, he would have committed suicide long ago. It can be said that Blade is his adoptive father's most powerful revenge on vampires, although it is a bit unfair to Blade. His life was doomed the moment he met his adoptive father. He was trained as a killing machine since he was a child and had no childhood at all. But who can say that the feelings between him and his adoptive father are false? It is really hard to say what happens in life. By the way, where did you go before? I have been in New York for a long time, but I didn't find you. Europe. Blade's words are always simple. After Whistler was killed, I have been chasing the murderer. As a result, I found that some big vampires gathered together and didn't know what they were doing, so I chased them all the way to Rome in Europe. Rome? Vampires ran to the territory of the Holy See. The Holy See in this world is not just a simple religious organization. They also have real exorcist power under their hands. Things like vampires can still be dealt with. Of course, the strength of the Holy See is just like that, not worth mentioning, and not a big force, but it is the Roman Church, the center of the Christian world. Why do vampires run there for no reason? What's the use of the church? Can it make people live forever? Can it make people rich? Most of the strength of the vampire family lies in their human slaves, Blade finally showed his first smile tonight, but this smile contained sarcasm and contempt. I don't know who he was contemptuous of. Maybe it's both. Hannibal curled his lips. With the development of technology, humans have really become more and more degenerate. Or in other words, the enjoyment of oneself has surpassed other beliefs. Humans no longer believe in God, nor in heaven and hell. This is good and bad. If you don't believe in those, you will naturally become enlightened and wise, but you will also become less reverent. Now many humans still think vampires are handsome and cool. It's simply inexplicable. So what did you find? Speaking of this, Blade's face immediately became gloomy. Very little. Those old ghosts are very cunning. But I found that they returned to the United States. So I came back with them. I have a feeling that these scum must be planning something, Blade said coldly. Oh, Hannibal was still willing to believe the words of the expert. Is there anything to say? I suspect they are creating a blood god. Blood god? What is that? Just hearing the name. You know it's not a good thing. Unexpectedly, Blade became a little embarrassed when he heard this question. I only heard a few words. What exactly is the blood god? I don't know either. Chapter 785 Blood God Plan. Need my help? Hannibal asked. Blade hesitated for a moment and nodded. No matter how powerful he was only one person. Since his adoptive father died, many things have become difficult for him, such as intelligence and equipment. His adoptive father was very famous in the demon hunter circle, so he could get some intelligence that ordinary people could hardly get. What was even more troublesome for him was the equipment. Weapons to deal with the vampires require extreme professionalism. In the past, his adoptive father helped to prepare those equipment, and he only needed to use them. It's not like now, many things need to be done by yourself. It's very troublesome. I need intelligence and equipment. Hannibal snapped his fingers. No problem, I'll get it. I know the director of the 15th precinct, Kai Wayne, who can help us. Police. Blade frowned. To be honest, Blade didn't suffer much from vampires in his life, but he suffered a lot from the police. He only focused on killing vampires, didn't get involved in human affairs, and never hurt humans, except for the Hagwimp gang. But it was these ghost gangs that made the police focus on Blade. He didn't kill people, let alone the police, so he was always defeated. Even the ghost gangs and vampires would deliberately use the police to deal with him. Over time, Blade naturally had no good feelings towards the police. At the same time, this guy basically only cared about vampires, which led to him caring less about superheroes. So when Hannibal mentioned Kai Wayne, he didn't react at all. Hannibal naturally saw the clues, so he said, "Don't worry, he knows the existence of vampires. In addition, Tony Stark also owes me a favor. Equipment and other things, it's absolutely no problem to find him." Blade naturally knew Tony Stark. He still watched TV, although not very often. But Huaho Dasha was too famous. Okay, don't worry about these, just tell me where to start. I can give you a name, Deacon Firth. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. Deacon Firth is definitely a strong enemy of Blade. This guy is a radical vampire, and he does things very flamboyantly. He doesn't like the traditional vampire lifestyle. He always thinks that vampires are better than humans and that vampires should rule over humans. Of course, this is not the main reason. The more important reason is that Deacon Faith is the murderer of Blade's mother, and even the birth of Blade was facilitated by Deacon Faith. More than 30 years ago, it was Deacon Faith who bit Blade's mother to death. At that time, his mother was about to give birth. It was this wonderful coincidence that made Blade a half-vampire. When Hannibal heard Blade talk about his grievances with Deacon Faith, he suddenly discovered a blind spot. If Deacon Faith just sucked blood and bit his mother to death, it seems, this can't make Blade a half-vampire. After all, vampires are not AIDS, let alone zombies. You will be infected if you bite them. To become a vampire, you have to go through the first embrace. Even for half-vampires, it is the same. It is impossible to be so casual. If it is really that simple, vampires would have dominated the world long ago. Hannibal wanted to ask several times, but seeing the expression on Blade's face when he talked about the past, Hannibal finally decided to keep silent. After all, Blade definitely knows more about vampires. He cannot be unaware of the difference. But he is still willing to believe that set of rhetoric. Why should Hannibal be a villain to break the truth he admitted? Finally, Blade gave Hannibal the detailed information of Deacon Firth. A young man with a pale face and sunken eyes, who looks like he has indulged in excessive sex and taken too much drugs, Has a bit of evil charm and madness temperament. At this moment, in a palace in an unknown desert in the Middle East, a middle-aged man in an Arab robe listened to the report of his subordinates, half kneeling on the ground with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man has a distinct Middle Eastern appearance, with deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and a big beard. The robe on his body is extremely gorgeous, and it is decorated with gold and jewelry everywhere. It was bright day outside, the sun was blazing, but there was no light in the palace. All 106 members of the Scarlet Guard 3rd Special Service Team, including the commander, have died. The 3 ancient blood masters have also been confirmed dead. The cleanup procedure has been initiated, and the follow-up matters have been handled. There are no other problems. An old man in an Arab robe bowed his head and said silently. The middle-aged man stood up and paced slowly in front of his seat. So, Hannibal is still alive and well? The old man. Although I don't want to say this, the damage we caused him was minimal. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. What about the Daywalker? How did he find that place? The old man. Based on the subsequent review, we concluded that he accidentally discovered our whereabouts and rushed there. Accidentally discovered. Tisk. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. What a coincidence. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Disclosed the news that Hannibal and the Daywalker are hunting vampires, especially those vampires headed by Victor. Yes, Elder. The old man lowered his head and waited there quietly. The middle-aged man walked back and forth for a few minutes, and suddenly he seemed to realize that the old man was still kneeling in front of him, and waved his hand impatiently. Go. The old man stood up respectfully, still bowed and backed out of the room, then turned around and walked away quickly. The middle-aged elder sat down on the luxurious golden recliner again, leaning back there, closing his eyes and thinking for a while, before waving to another servant in the room and asking, Is Kingpin still alive? Servant, yes. According to our intelligence, he's alive and well, and seems to be wanting to return to New York all the time. After hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the servant with doubts. If it were in the past, as the elder of the ancient blood clan, it would be impossible for the middle-aged man to remember a mere human. His lifespan was too long, so he had seen too many amazing geniuses, and he became numb later. After all, human life is too short. It is precisely because of the short lifespan and the fast replacement of generations that there is always no shortage of geniuses. Over time, he has seen too many. Kingpin, well, he is a talent, but that's all. After all, he is just a gangster. No matter how powerful he is, what can he do? It is impossible to change the world. At least that's what the middle-aged man thought before. The middle-aged man didn't remember Kingpin until the dispute between him and High Table started. After all, it was not an easy thing for a mortal to suppress High Table. High Table had more background than Kingpin, and they had been operating in New York for hundreds of years. High Table had more connections than Kingpin, and High Table was doing high-end business, but what about Kingpin? He was just a gangster who came out of the street. In terms of force, High Table had thousands of elite killers. The gap was very, very big, and it was a complete situation of being crushed. But Kingpin became the king of New York, and High Table had no way to deal with it. Although their ancient blood clan would not take action for such a thing, it was also very scary. Of course, the middle-aged man only knew so much about Kingpin. Return to New York. Oh, because of a series of events involving Kingpin, I suddenly left New York, and then secretly planned something, but something went wrong. As a result, everything I planned was a complete failure. Kingpin was actually quite unlucky. He suddenly disappeared from New York before, and his idea was to destroy all the forces that dared to challenge his hegemony in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, Kai was too powerful, and unknowingly swept all of Kingpin's chess pieces out of the chess game. For example, the Hand and Society, Kingpin's most important ally. Now the 5 fingers of the Hand and Society have disappeared. Although Kingpin secretly annexed many industries of the Hand and Society, the problem is that all the ninjas of the Hand and Society were killed, and all the 5 fingers were broken. That little industry can't make up for the loss at all. Coupled with some other messy things, Kingpin's situation suddenly became awkward. He wanted to go back, but found that New York is now the territory of superheroes. If we do something big, we might be targeted by those superheroes who have nothing to do. It's better to be like this now. Although we have lost our hegemony, at least we can continue to reap benefits in secret, which is not too bad. But the problem is, Who knows how long this situation can last? The gang is all about popularity. If Kingpin can't return to his throne, he will soon be out of fashion. If it really comes to that, he will be almost finished. So, is there any contact between Kingpin and our stupid relatives? According to our investigation, the two sides had contact for a period of time. Later, there was no contact, the servant said quickly. Is that so? Then let Kingpin go and help them. I remember that their so-called blood god project has run into trouble. Yes, Victor, their blood god project has reached a bottleneck. They lack the support of some technologies and experimental environment. Haha, a mere bastard, you really dare to think of using science to create gods? But it doesn't matter, let Kingpin help them. The so-called blood god project was proposed by Deacon Fess, a rising star in the North American Vampire Council. He planned to use the power of science to create a vampire god. The consciousness is almost a project similar to the Super Soldier Serum project, which intends to create a super vampire. However, this plan did not receive much support within the Vampire Council. At least the Speaker of the Council, Victor, sneered at this plan. Although Deacon Fess is known as a rising star in the Vampire Council, he is still a small figure in the North American Vampire Council. The most important reason is that he is a bastard. Vampires are particular about bloodline. Pure-blooded vampires are the product of sexual reproduction. Given the difficulty of sexual reproduction, there are not many such vampires, so they are naturally noble. Therefore, the North American Vampire Council is still ruled by pure-blooded people. People like Deacon Faith are naturally unpopular. So it is natural that he can get support. The Old Blood clan is very interested in the blood god, but they are too proud to personally help a bastard. In the vampire contempt chain, they are the top. The Old Blood clan looks down on their relatives in Europe, the survivors of World War I in Europe, and the cowards who ran to North America. The pure-blooded people in North America look down on the bastards who became vampires through the embrace. Asking them to personally support a bastard? It's impossible. But the agent can. It's a very difficult logic to understand. Let Kingpin provide Deacon Fess with funds, technology and experimental sites. By the way, let Kingpin deal with the Daywalker. As a reward, he can get New York, servant, yes, elder. After a pause, he still asked in a low voice, what if Kingpin refuses? The elder glanced at the servants indifferently. If he refuses, kill him and replace him with an obedient person to sit in that position. He chose Kingpin for no special reason, just because he remembered Kingpin. If Kingpin refuses, a mere human gangster dares to refuse him? Go to hell. Servant, yes, elder. It turns out that Kingpin's moral integrity is not as much as imagined, and he quickly agreed to the request of the Ancient Blood clan. The agent of the Ancient Blood clan quickly found Kingpin. To be honest, Kingpin was really shocked when he saw a vampire walking into his home. He himself is not afraid of vampires. As a tough guy close to the limit of humans, after learning about the weaknesses of vampires, he doesn't take a liking to vampires. What he was really afraid of was that this group of vampires actually found him and entered his house, and his wife and children were there. Putting aside his identity as a gangster, Kingpin was definitely a good husband and a good father. Perhaps this was related to his family environment when he was a child. He always reminded himself not to become a person like his father, so he valued his family very much. So even if the vampire didn't touch his wife and children at all, Kingpin still chose to compromise. It's just giving money, giving it to people. He can afford it. As for Kingpin's contact with Deacon Faith, it was naturally very smooth. Deacon Faith and Kingpin knew each other originally. After all, both of them were making a living in New York. There have been several contacts and even conflicts. Kingpin doesn't like vampires. And even if they cooperate, Kingpin prefers to cooperate with Victor, the chairman of the Vampire Council, for no other reason. Deacon Faith is a lunatic and an absolute radical. In comparison, Victor is more disciplined. Boss, why do we have anything to do with Deacon Faith? Most of Kingpin's affairs are handled by his right-hand man, James Wesley. The funds and resources required by Deacon Faith are not a small amount, so naturally James needs to do it personally. But James was extremely surprised by this decision, because he clearly remembered that his boss looked down on Deacon Faith and commented that this guy was just a little punk. Someone came to me, at my house. Kingpin clenched his fists and said calmly. James was stunned. Then he lowered his head. He knew that Kingpin was angry. Chapter 786 Jin Bing's counterattack. What kind of person is Kingpin? He is a tough guy who believes that he is the boss of his life and that he is the second and the third. In the comics, this guy has confronted almost all superheroes. Can he bear this kind of threat? For the sake of his wife and children, he can endure it for a while, but he will never let it go. He is an expert in blackmail and knows that if this happens for the first time, there will definitely be a second and third time, so he has been threatened all the time. Can Kingpin bear this kind of threat? No. So he will definitely retaliate. Boss, James looked at his boss worriedly. As an absolute confidant, he knew too well what kind of person his boss was. But at the same time, he also felt extremely difficult to find the forces that came to Kingpin. James knew how secretive Kingpin's seclusion was, but others were still able to find him, which was enough to show how strong the intelligence capabilities of the vampires were. In this case, James didn't have much confidence. Don't worry. I know the limit. Kingpin naturally couldn't retaliate immediately. He had a plan. Vampires' intelligence capabilities are very powerful, but it's a pity that they can't detect the thoughts in Kingpin's head after all. Go call Mole, I have something for him to do. James was stunned, then nodded. Mole is one of the superpowers under Kingpin, and he is also the most hidden one, because except for Kingpin and James, no one knows that he has superpowers, and no one even knows that he is actually Kingpin's subordinate. The real name of the Mole is Cameron, the same name as the big director, but unlike the big director, he is just an ordinary accountant with an ordinary family and ordinary children. Basically, he is an ordinary, not tall, not handsome, an honest middle-aged man. But no one knows that this man is also the human resources director of the Kingpin group. The Mole has an ability that can be called mind reading. Why is it tentative? Because this mind reading ability is actually quite weak, because in normal times, the Mole can only tell whether other people are lying or not. Only when he concentrates can he read the true answer in a person's mind, and he can't do it at all. But this is enough. The Mole relies on this ability to become Kingpin's hidden personnel manager. He can help Kingpin choose people who are loyal to him. This is also the reason why Kingpin still has strong strength even though he has retired, because Kingpin can always control the loyalty of his subordinates. Those who are not loyal are naturally dismissed. Understood, the Mole is not far away, I'll call him over, James said immediately. In less than 10 minutes, a little old man came to Kingpin's home. This man looks ordinary, the kind that would disappear immediately if thrown into a crowd. Wearing a pair of glasses, wearing a windbreaker and carrying a briefcase, he looks like a social animal. His name is Lester Burnham, an accountant, and also one of Kingpin's most important subordinates, codenamed Mole. Boss, Lester was in Jin Bing's house for the first time. To be honest, he was very panicked and afraid that Jin Bing would kill him. After all, Jin Bing's whereabouts were an absolute secret. Even he had no way of knowing it. James had contacted him before. Jin Bing nodded and said, there is a sum of money that needs you to supervise. This was a normal thing. He was an accountant and was originally a member of Jin Bing's financial team. But Lester immediately sensed that Jin Bing was lying. Don't be distracted. This is very important. Listen to me carefully. Jin Bing looked at Lester and said in a deep voice. Lester immediately understood and concentrated after speaking. Lester didn't listen to a word of what Jin Bing said next, but listened to the voice in Jin Bing's heart. Those words that Jin Bing really wanted to explain. Understood, boss. I will do as you say. That's good. James closed his eyes and rested. He knew that he didn't need to do the next thing himself. The Mole was the executor of Jin Bing's revenge plan. He was clear about his most important task now. After all, he had followed Jin Bing for so many years and knew his boss too well. Thinking of this, James raised his head, and a cold light appeared on his glasses. And around Kingpin, there are indeed some people in the dark world staring at Kingpin. They do not belong to the High Table, but only to the ancient blood clan. The Dark Emperor. Just a country bumpkin from a small place. Wade is a mercenary who comes from an ancient training camp. This training camp regularly selects some children from all over the world for training, just like the Matrumu system in the ancient Middle East. After cruel brainwashing and training, the best and most loyal warriors are finally born. These warriors are the property of the ancient blood clan and the most loyal warriors. Perhaps because they have been with their masters for a long time, these slave warriors are also full of arrogance. Shut up. We just need to complete our mission, and we don't need to worry about other things. Wade's superior, Mamluk, scolded Wade. Although it is true to say so, Mamluk himself actually doesn't think much of Kingpin. There are a total of 6 of them, 2 of whom monitor Kingpin himself, and the others monitor Kingpin's important subordinates. You continue to monitor here. I'm going to take a rest. Call me when it's time. We'll switch shifts, understood? Then Mamluk turned around and planned to return to his hiding place, but after walking a few steps, a strange-looking man walked out from the shadows. Huh? Mamluk didn't care at first, but the other party rushed towards him. You? Mamluk was just about to speak when the other party suddenly took out a pocket watch and waved it in front of him. Then Mamluk felt sleepy. Oops. Before completely losing consciousness, Mamluk wanted to warn his companions. Unfortunately, it was too late. Have you dealt with it? On a street away from Jin Bing's house, the decoration there is full of 19th century style, a bit like the feeling of a Western movie town. This street is a nearby tourist attraction, just like many cities in China have antique streets. This street is the venue for the market in Jin Bing's town, and many people set up stalls here every Sunday. The characteristics of this street are advocating handmade, all-natural and pollution-free things. There will also be many strange stalls doing business here. For example, the place where James stood was a fortune-telling stall. The owner of the stall was a woman dressed in fancy clothes. At first glance, this dress was imitating a gypsy. I have hypnotized them. However, their willpower is very strong. I can't change their will, but I can influence them. After 12 o'clock every day, they will turn a blind eye to all the actions of the boss and regard it as normal. They will not recover until 3 o'clock in the morning, the gypsy woman said so. James felt a little unexpected. Oh, is it the only way? It seems that the enemy is much stronger than we thought. I know. I will contact you if there is anything. At the same time, on the other side, the mole also launched the Kingpin's plan. Soon, Blade learned a piece of information. Information about Deacon Firth. Where did you get the information? Hannibal asked with a little surprise as he looked at the information in his hand. You know, it's only been 3 days, and Kai, who relied on such a huge organization as the New York City Police Department, didn't find out what Deacon Faith was in 3 days. As a result, Blade, a Lone Ranger, found Deacon Faith's hiding place so quickly. This ability to collect intelligence impressed Hannibal. No. To be precise, someone sent this information to me. Blade talked about the origin of the intelligence. At night, he was wandering around New York as usual, hunting vampires or the Hagar gang. As a result, someone found him in an underground nightclub run by vampires. The person didn't say anything, but just gave him a note. On the note was the information about Deacon Faith. When Blade was going to find this person to ask clearly, the person had disappeared. This is very strange. According to the information on the note, Deacon Faith has already started the Blood God plan. And it will soon succeed. So Blade found Hannibal as quickly as possible. Is that so? Never mind, let's go check it out first. Hannibal didn't bother about the source and truth of the intelligence. Even if it was a trap, it was better than knowing nothing. Blade thought so too. If he was alone, he would indeed consider the truth of the intelligence, but now he is not a Lone Ranger, he has a companion, so he will naturally be bolder. Blade is a Lone Ranger and is used to acting alone, but that is not what he wants to do, but there is really no way. First of all, his identity is special. He is a half-vampire. Both humans and vampires don't like him, and other vampire hunters are also suspicious of him. This identity is really embarrassing. Secondly, ordinary people can't keep up with his strength. If they form a team, it will only be a drag. There is no use at all. He has to take the trouble to protect his teammates. It is better for him to act alone. So over time, he and other people who know Blade are used to being alone. But now it's different. He has a companion. The things in Chicago made Blade trust Hannibal, and Hannibal didn't mind his identity. After all, strictly speaking, Hannibal is not a good guy. Secondly, Hannibal's strength is definitely enough. 2 hours later, Hannibal and Blade found the place mentioned in the intelligence. Albany. When people mention New York, their first impression will be New York City, and they will subconsciously think that New York City is the capital of New York State. After all, New York City is not only the most famous city in the world, but also the largest city in New York State. Even the name of New York City is the same as that of New York State. But in fact, the capital of New York State is in Albany, and it has been for more than 200 years. Albany is the capital of New York State. It was established by the Dutch in 1614. The British took control in 1664 and renamed it Albany. It has since become the capital of New York until now. The state government of New York State is in Albany. The pace of life here is completely different from that of New York. It is quite slow and not as crowded as New York. It is a suitable place for retirement life. Generally speaking, vampires don't like this environment very much. They prefer big cities with decadence and rich nightlife, because it is easier for them to find food. After all, in a big city with a population of tens of millions, no one will care if a few people disappear casually. People in small places like this usually live a simple life, and any little thing can become big news. If a person goes missing, it will definitely be a big deal, and everyone will know about it. So vampires rarely live in small places, but only in big cities. This can be considered a specialty of big cities. I didn't expect them to hide here. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of him in New York. Blade looked at the quiet city at night, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The place where these vampires like to stay the most is the noisy nightclubs, specifically looking for those idiots who are on drugs and don't know anything to suck their blood. Anyway, even if they survive, they won't feel anything the next day. Even if they die, it's simple. Just pretend that they overdosed on drugs and can fool them. Blade has been catching vampires in this environment for a long time, so he naturally adapted to that bad environment. He is not used to a place like this where the years are peaceful. Can you imagine a guy wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses liking rural life? It's just in front. Hannibal looked at an abandoned manor in front. It should be here. After saying that, Hannibal took out two things from the shadows. Remote control airplane. Blade tilted his head and looked at the thing in confusion. Drones. Intelligence drones equipped with advanced AI, Hannibal explained. Although they are essentially the same, remote control airplanes sound like toys. These two drones are Tony Stark's inventions. They are not big, and are similar to a wireless router. But they have high technological content. They are drones designed by Tony for military reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the technological content is too high, so the cost is too high, so it was passed. The two drones also took off and flew at a constant speed around a manor covered with weeds and trees. This manor in the wilderness seems to have been abandoned for a long time, but the stone castle in the manor is now bustling with people, and people are running back and forth, carrying various items from the convoy into the castle. Hannibal and Blade looked at the pictures sent back and saw 5 figures with obviously abnormal body temperatures, and they knew they had found the right place. The body temperature of vampires is different from that of humans, and is lower. Infrared cameras can distinguish between humans and Batman very well. You can tell the difference at a glance. There is no doubt that the 5 guys are vampires. 5 vampires appeared in this remote place. It seems that the intelligence is true. After confirming this, the two stopped talking nonsense and got down to business. Chapter 787 The Blood God Arrives. According to legend, this manor was built by the first batch of colonists. Of course, this may be nonsense, because when the first batch of colonists arrived in America, they had nothing and were all paupers. After all, rich people would not come out to colonize. But the legend is like this. The earliest manor was called the Esworth Manor. They started with a small wooden house and gradually turned it into a castle. They lived here for nearly 100 years. Then in the War of Independence, the owner of the manor led the militia to join the Continental Army. Although the Continental Army at that time was quite lame, if it were not for the French, the United States would not have appeared at all. But at least it was independent, so the owner of the manor got the title of a founding father. The manor and the family began to prosper until the War of Independence began in 1861. This family seemed to be cursed, with fewer and fewer people from generation to generation. In the early 20th century, all the people in the manor died in a fire. The manor has since changed hands, but strangely, no one can live in this manor until the second year. Until the doctor bought the manor because it was cheap and converted it into a hospital. Doctors at that time were not as civilized and polite as they are now. It can even be said that early modern medicine was as brutal as a butcher. After all, even a frontal lobe removal surgery could win the Nobel Prize in medicine. Just imagine what kind of environment that was. Then this doctor became the worst doctor in local history. It was okay to let him prescribe medicine, but if you let him perform surgery, then congratulations, you would die on the operating table even if you cut a mole. Then the doctor was shot by the angry residents at the time. Just kidding, he only performed 10 operations, and 11 people died. One of them was a pregnant woman who died just by cutting her corns. How could she not be killed? Then the hospital became a mental hospital, which is also hard to describe. Since the mental hospital began to accept patients, according to records, a total of 1,200 mentally ill patients were admitted, but none of them were discharged alive, and all were buried in the cemeteries on both sides of the manor. This kind of place where death is 100% will naturally not be able to operate. Then this place was abandoned. Such a weird place, the local government naturally could not sell it again, so it has been sealed. Locals are reluctant to come here, let alone approach this area. But there are quite a few people here today. Of course, they can't be called human beings. But when Hannibal and Blade sneaked in, several vampires were chatting next to the convoy. When can we leave this damn place? A vampire took out a bag of plasma from the freezer in the car, and complained to his companions while sucking it, "You are still lucky. You can go out and have fun every once in a while, but what about us? We have to guard this broken place all day long, and even eat bags of blood. We are going crazy these days, don't think about enjoying yourself. Life in New York has not been easy recently. You know, the Daywalker is back, come back. Do you think I'm afraid?" This is obviously bragging. Anyone can hear that he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He is a vampire version of AQ, so what about the Daywalker? He's just a human, our food, huh, you're so impressive. How about you go next time we deliver supplies? It just so happens that the Daywalker is looking for us everywhere. What do you think? Do you dare? Let's go. I'll fight him. The person who said this must have been really bored here, and he started to talk without thinking. Oh? Really? Just then, a person appeared behind them. Who are you? The vampire turned his head to look at the person, then turned back and said to the others without taking it seriously, "This person is so annoying." The remaining 4 people looked at him in amazement as if they had seen a ghost. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing his companions making a fuss, the vampire was unhappy. "Are you stupid? Fuck, fuck, fuck." A vampire pointed behind the idiot and couldn't even speak clearly. Fortunately, he didn't speak Chinese, otherwise it would be a swear word. Fuck, the guy tilted his head and looked at his companions. Daywalker, his tongue finally straightened out. The fool with his back to the Daywalker finally reacted. "You said, he is behind me." The 4 vampires nodded desperately. Although the guy was a little thick-skinned, he reacted very quickly. The moment his companion nodded, he rushed forward, but the speed of the blade was obviously faster. Swish! The silver sword was unsheathed, the head was cut off, and it was sheathed back. The funny vampire turned into ashes with a scream. Daywalker, the 4 vampires immediately screamed the loudest in their lives. The brows on the Daywalker's sunglasses frowned, and he reached into his windbreaker and threw out 4 darts. The rotating black shadow intercepted the 4 fleeing vampires from the side. One vampire reacted a little slower, and half of his leg was cut off by the rotating black shadow, and he fell to the ground screaming. The other vampire stopped, but the blade behind him also caught up with him and grabbed his neck. Snap! It broke his neck. His limbs lost control and fell to the ground. But he didn't die. The vitality of vampires is so strong. But the next second, his head was crushed by a pair of leather shoes with shiny metal pieces. Crash! It turned into ashes. As I said, Blade is a professional at killing vampires. All the metal decorations on his body are silver alloy or pure silver. The remaining 2 vampires were much luckier. They were hit into vital parts by darts at the first time, and they died without even feeling pain. After dealing with these enemies, a bunch of vampires rushed out of the castle soon. Looking at the crowd rushing around, Blade wiped his hands at his waist and threw darts one by one. His hands did not stop, and a series of screams rang out from the opposite side. But to be honest, Blade's dart accuracy is not bad, but it can't be compared with Batman. If Batman was here, he could kill those people, oh no, vampires, with darts alone. After throwing the darts, Blade drew out his silver sword and a claw-shaped dagger. He found this strange dagger in a vampire nest in Europe. It was said to be a holy relic. He didn't know what was so strange about it. He only knew that it was very good at killing vampires. Blade relied on 3 things to kill vampires. Guns, usually silver bullets, sometimes some garlic polymers, and ultraviolet bullets. Darts, at close range, this thing is better than guns. Then there is close combat with a sword. Compared with Blade, vampires have very obvious disadvantages, such as fear of light, fear of silver, etc. Blade doesn't care about these things at all. Not only that, He also has strength, speed and regeneration ability that ordinary vampires can't match. It can be said that he crushes those vampires in all aspects. So close combat is his favorite way of fighting. So, a group of vampires and blades started a bloody fight in front of the castle, just like they have always done. Inside the castle, a man with a pale face, sunken eyes, and a bit of evil and crazy temperament heard the sound of fighting outside, and his face turned extremely bad. How is it possible? How did the Daywalker find this place? He is Deacon Faith, an extremist among vampires, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a terrorist. His extreme views are not only for humans, but also for vampires. He is an extremely dangerous person. The Vampire Council does not like this guy, even the vampires who belong to the mixed blood faction do not like him. Just like in the Arab world, not everyone likes those terrorists. Because the violence and terror of those terrorists are not only aimed at Americans, but also at other Muslims who disagree with their views. This is the case with Deacon Faith. His cruelty is not only aimed at humans, but also at some vampires who disagree with his views. Even pure-blood vampires themselves are his enemies. This guy thinks that pure-blood vampires are weak chickens who are pretentious. Vampires should not determine their status by blood, but by ability. For example, Deacon Faith should be the king of all vampires, and those who disagree with this are fucking idiots. According to some rumors, the Vampire Council has long suspected that Deacon Faith was related to the disappearance of several pure-blood vampires. Unfortunately, there is no evidence. Vampires are forbidden to kill each other. This is an iron rule, especially for purebloods, who are too few in number. In short, he is a madman. No one likes him, and naturally no one is optimistic about his so-called blood god project. He can only do it by himself. But some things are simple when they are planned, but when they are really done, you will find that it is really difficult. For example, the author once planned to update 10,000 words every day, but in the end he found that he was handicapped and had no medicine to cure, so he could only update a little bit every day to maintain his life. Deacon Fess is better than the author. He was hit hard by reality. For the Blood God project, he traveled all over North America to collect information and conduct experiments, but found that it didn't work. He also went to Europe to look for the remains of those lost vampire clans, and visited or stole the books and secrets of those ancient clans. But even so, when he returned to the United States and wanted to continue his experiments, he found that he had no corresponding resources. Although he is famous, it's a pity that this thing can't be used as money. He is not a pure blood with an ancient family background. He is just a hybrid. He may be rich, but the problem is that money is not equal to resources. For example, some precious experimental equipment cannot be bought with money. It requires channels. What's more, he himself is not as rich as imagined. His own faction is just a small faction. There is no way. Finally, he got in touch with Jin Bing and solved these problems. The plan was about to succeed. But now the blade has come to the door. Deacon Feiss is in a circular hall of the castle. The main body of the hall is underground. Above the hall without a zenith is a starry night sky, and the scenery is magnificent. The hall is like a huge deep well. There are traces of excavation and cleaning in many places, and even some broken stones and tools are left on the side in many places. On the surrounding stone walls, rows of line patterns are engraved from top to bottom. These lines look a bit inexplicable, a bit like words, and a bit like simple patterns. If you look closely, you will find that this hall is not a regular prototype, but a 13-sided body. There are a bunch of scientific instruments under each stone wall, and in the center of the instrument is a huge glass jar. The glass jar is filled with blue liquid, and in the liquid are people with their eyes closed, and these people are full of various catheters. There are still many people working beside the instrument, seemingly debugging something. And these are all the hard work of Deacon Faith. Let's talk about this hall. This is not an ordinary thing. This thing is the original ancient altar stolen from Egypt by a certain generation of the head of the Swarth family, the original owner of this manor. It is a national treasure, and it itself has a weird power, otherwise this manor would not be so evil. Legend has it that this is the altar used by the first vampires in ancient times to worship their ancestors. In order to find this thing, Deacon Faith has been looking for decades. If he hadn't found this thing, he would not have been able to carry out the Blood God project at all. It was also because of the importance of this thing that Deacon Faith hid this place tightly, and did not let it see the light of day until the last moment of the experiment. But now Blade actually found it. How could he accept this? Blade found this place, which means that he only has one chance. If he fails, this place will definitely be destroyed, and then his dream will be completely over. Not to mention those experimental equipment and the sacrifices that he had collected with great difficulty. Once he fails, he will be finished, especially those sacrifices. Once the Vampire Council knows about them, he will be hunted down by all vampires and flee to the ends of the earth. Those are 13 pure-blooded vampires from different families. In fact, Deacon Faith wanted to capture the most orthodox 13 clans of vampires, but unfortunately these clans are either extremely secretive, many of which have never settled in the United States, or they are so powerful that Deacon Faith can't afford to fend or beat them. So he can only use 13 pure-blooded vampires. Boss. What should we do now? All of Deacon Faith's men looked at him. Now he had to make the decision. Deacon Faith thought about it and made a decision. Go. Kill the Daywalker. Buy me some time. Of course, killing the Daywalker, that was to boost morale. If it was so easy to kill, they wouldn't have waited until today. But buying time was a must. He was going to start the Blood God plan now. After the arrangements were made, Deacon Faith immediately directed his men to start the sacrifice. First, a group of vampires filled the blood pool in the central altar of the hall with blood. This blood was not simple stuff. It was all collected from the first embrace. This blood was the heart blood of the vampire. One drop of it could create a vampire. And a vampire only had so much heart blood. If you use too much, it would not only affect the strength of the vampire, but also take a very long time to slowly recover. The blood pool in the center of the altar was not big, but it was definitely not small. It would take at least 300 gallons of blood to fill it up. You can imagine how difficult it is to collect this stuff. As the first embrace blood was poured into the blood pool, a group of vampires in black robes knelt in a circle around the altar in the center of the circular hall, praying to the altar in the blood pool. Then, the blood in the blood pool began to flow upward along the pattern lines on the stone wall. The edges of the lines were still emitting a faint blue light, gathering above the hall. There was a cross passage there, and its intersection just corresponded to the center below, which was exactly the center of the altar. Deacon Faith stood by the blood pool, opened his arms, and welcomed the arrival of the blood god. Come on. The blood god is about to come. As he spoke, the prayers of the crowd below became louder, echoing throughout the hall. Chapter 788 Decanfals. The blue light of the line pattern around the hall became brighter. The black-robed people standing around the altar trembled all over, and blood-red mist came out of their bodies and floated towards Deacon Faith. This was not the end. Just as the blood mist began to enter Deacon Faith's body, the researchers under the 13 walls activated their power, and the lights in the hall began to flicker. Countless electricity was poured into the instruments by the power grid they had laid in advance. Then this electricity was converted by the instruments, turned into streams of bioenergy, and then introduced into the bodies of the pure-blooded vampires trapped in the glass jars. The pure-blooded vampires' eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened. Blood-red light emanated from their eyes, and then they began to struggle violently, and those super-strengthened glass that cost a lot of money to build began to crack. Quick! Anesthetize them! Quick! Some researchers began to get busy. In order to ensure that these vampires had no ability to break free, they originally injected them with a large amount of new anesthetics. However, they did not expect that these vampires were still beyond their imagination. With a large amount of energy introduced, they got rid of the control of the anesthetics. Increase the dose, a leading researcher shouted at the top of his voice. Hey, doctor. The dose we gave is enough to anesthetize 2 big elephants. Still want to? There will be problems, can't you see, idiot? These guys are much more violent than big elephants. It's a miracle. I must study these vampires carefully later. Ha ha ha. It's amazing, the evolutionary path of human beings should be like this. These guys have the key to our human evolution. The doctor in the white coat opened his hands and laughed crazily. On the altar, Deacon Faith was a little unhappy because he heard the same arrogance from this doctor. He treated humans as livestock, and this white coat was no exception. However, Deacon Faith was not completely crazy after all. He was just ambitious, but not crazy. These people were Kingpin's men. At this time, he could not turn against Kingpin, because there were still many things to do in the follow-up of the Blood God plan, and this could not be achieved without Kingpin's help. After all, once the Blood God plan succeeded, he would definitely not be greeted by the cheers and flowers of the vampires. He believed that the pure bloods would not let him go. After all, he used the pure bloods as sacrifices. At least until he accumulated enough power, Kingpin, an ally, must exist. Deacon Faith's madness was more of a protective color, a means to attract followers and intimidate enemies. This guy was very smart. So even if he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. Soon the violent vampires quieted down, but they did not fall asleep again, but looked at Deacon Faith with their eyes open. Deacon Faith, ha, don't look at me like that. You don't need to be angry or sad, because you will soon become a part of me. When the time comes, you will witness me, Deacon Faith, rebuilding the glory of the blood race. Feel honored, he said to the researchers, do it. I can't wait. The leading doctor looked at Deacon Faith cautiously. Deacon Faith, let me remind you that this plan has not been experimentally verified. No one knows what will happen. Are you sure you want to start? As soon as he finished speaking, shouts and killing came from the castle. It was Hannibal. This guy had been searching in the castle for a long time. He originally planned to let Blade attract attention outside, let him sneak in, then find Deacon Faith and end everything. Unfortunately, this castle is really big, and for some unknown reason, there is always a force interfering with Hannibal, making his shadow stealth ineffective, and then he was discovered. There is no way, he can only use the most primitive means to sneak in. Kill everyone who sees him. It seems someone has made the choice for me, Doctor. Let's get started. I don't want to end up with nothing, I'm just doing my duty. Since you've made up your mind, let's get started. With the doctor's order, everyone started to move. After a group of researchers activated a certain device, they retreated immediately. They were researchers, not combatants. They would not get involved in what happened next. Deacon Faith didn't care either. On the contrary, he didn't want these people to suffer any losses. As the device started, all 13 instruments began to emit blue light. Then, the blood of the vampires in the glass jars turned into a blood mist in a violent struggle, leaving only skeletons. Then the blood mixed with a blue liquid was extracted and attached to the pattern on the wall, and began to gather along the stripes to the center of the top of the hall. Come on. Come on. It's almost successful. Finally, the blood gathered into a drop of blood. And this blood just dripped on Deacon Faith's forehead. With the blood dripping on his head, Deacon Faith seemed to lose his mind in an instant, and fell into the blood pool with a splash. It was also at this time that Hannibal rushed in. At the same time, Hannibal felt that the hounds in his shadow began to riot. Obviously, something was attracting them. It was the first time that Hannibal felt that the hounds did not obey his orders, which made Hannibal dare not let the hounds out casually. After all, he raised his own hounds, and he knew best what they were like now. If these guys got out of control, it was hard to imagine what would happen. He didn't care, but this place was not far from the city. With the ability of the hounds, it would not take a minute to get to the city. By then, ordinary people would be in big trouble. So Hannibal simply suppressed them in his shadow. Don't come out and mess around. When Hannibal walked into the hall, the vampire who was kneeling on the ground in the hall immediately tore off his black robe and rushed towards him like crazy. They knew that this was the most critical moment for Deacon Faith. Once successful, they would be on the road to glory. Deacon Faith once promised them that once the Blood God plan succeeded, they would have the opportunity to evolve into the Blood God. By then, the whole earth will belong to them. Whether for loyalty or ambition, they will not allow any accident to happen to Deacon Faith at this moment. The remaining 10 people in the rotunda rushed towards Hannibal. The only woman among them rushed to the front. She was also the most conspicuous one. This woman was dressed in white. She wore a low neck-sling see-through white gauze skirt inside, which was still very much like the style of a nightgown. As she ran, she became more and more turbulent and swayed amazingly. But she also wore a white fur coat on her upper body, and the large fur collar was more eye-catching. This made her look more seductive, as if she could get into the state at any time. Although it was March, the temperature in New York State was still very low, not to mention that this was Albany, where the average temperature and average precipitation were generally lower than New York City. Now the snow outside has not melted yet. Judging from the way this woman dressed and the speed at which this group of people rushed out, it would be strange if she was not a vampire. This woman was the most eye-catching one among the 10. Whether in terms of speed or momentum, she was stronger than the others, so she should be the leader. Fire! With a woman's order, a bunch of humans ran out from all around the hall, all holding guns. There was no doubt that these people were from the Haji Ui gang. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out like popping beans. Hannibal, who couldn't use his hound, could only sigh and pull out his dark dagger that he hadn't used for a long time. Ding, 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 ding. Hannibal directly used the dagger to split all the bullets. Hannibal stood in place, holding the sword with one hand, and actually resisted all the bullets. The Hagui gang was shocked. Although their master could dodge bullets, they had never seen such a fierce one who chopped off all the bullets with one hand. However, the Hagui gang that was brought here by the vampires was undoubtedly not ordinary stuff. They also knew that the most important thing now was that their master could ascend the throne and become a god. Once the master succeeded, they would be rewarded with eternal life. Vampires were actually not very happy to accept humans as their companions, so although there were many Hagui gangs, there were very few Hagui gangs that could really get what they wanted. But Deacon Faith was different. He was an ardent expansionist who believed that the most obvious reason why vampires were suppressed by humans was that they were too few in number. So he was happy to accept the surrender of the Hagui gang and was willing to grant them the first embrace. If he had not been busy collecting the first embrace blood recently, all of his Hagui gang would have turned into vampires long ago. But even so, Deacon Faith was the one with the highest conversion rate among all the vampires. It was also because of this that this guy was considered a wise ruler among the Hagui gang, and many Hagui gang members were willing to work for him. So although these Hagui gang members were frightened, they still did not stop firing. Seeing the vampires getting closer and closer, Hannibal smiled, touched his belt, and whoosh whoosh whoosh, several flying knives flew out. The 10 vampires who rushed over almost subconsciously raised their weapons in their hands, intending to knock down the flying knives, but the white-fur woman's expression changed, and suddenly she did a backflip and retreated quickly. Soon, the 9 vampires who rushed forward felt a hit in their chests, and then a strong burning sensation came. They looked down unconsciously, and saw a dim spark floating out from the heart and quickly spreading to the whole body. With a shrill howl, the 9 vampires continued to run. But with their footsteps, 1 step, 2 steps, the chest and abdomen had turned into a ball of sparks, and only the head and legs were still moving forward by inertia. 3 steps, 4 steps, the legs and head were completely cremated, and turned into pieces of black ash. Only the white-fur woman who did the somersault survived. She had just completed the somersault and was falling. She witnessed her companions turning into ashes with her own eyes, and her face was extremely horrified. Because he knew that he had to deal with vampires, Hannibal specially modified the throwing knife. His ability can control any metal, and silver is also a metal, so it is really not too simple to silver plate anything. Ding 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 ding. Hannibal's dagger kept flying, and all the flying knives flew towards the ghost gang and the woman who escaped under his control. The woman pulled out a dagger with a horrified look on her face, and tried desperately to knock down the flying knives. Unfortunately, even if the flying knives were knocked away by her, they could not fly to Doyen, and the flying knives would fly towards him again. The ghost gang didn't have this ability, and their lives were ruthlessly harvested by the flying knives. As the flying knives killed the ghost gang one by one, the frequency of Hannibal's dagger swinging gradually decreased, and the woman had to face more and more flying knives. Finally, after the last ghost gang fell, the horror on the woman's face solidified. She didn't hold on in the end. A punch hole appeared in the middle of her forehead, and sparks flashed in it. The next moment, her entire head and body turned into sparks, and before her toes landed on the ground, they turned completely black and gray, and fell down. At the same time, the skeletons that were originally in the glass jar suddenly came to life, and then broke the glass jar and rushed into the blood pool. Bang! The blood pool exploded, and a man floated up from the blood pool. He saw the scene of the woman turning into ashes. Seeing that scene, the man's eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed, mechly. He wanted to rush over and kill the man who killed his partner, but reason suppressed him. Now is his last stage. I saw those skeletons rushing towards the man like ghosts and drilling into his body. Ah, this guy is very swollen now, really swollen. His body was blown up several times like blowing. There seems to be tremendous power in every move. It was also at this time that Blade rushed in, looked at the man, and without saying a word, drew out the silver sword and chopped him up. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet, and that is his mortal enemy, Deacon Faith. Unfortunately, the current Deacon Faith is no longer the same person as before. Immersed in power, Deacon Faith turned a blind eye to the blade coming towards him. He just threw a backhand punch, and the blade was hit and rolled several times in the air, and fell headfirst into the corner. This is not the end. With Blade's physical fitness, this blow was nothing. But he just stood up and fell to the ground. It turned out that he didn't know when there were several holes in his chest, as if he was pierced by fingers. The blood inside his body was flowing out. After the blood flowed out of his body, it automatically gathered towards Deacon Faith. It seems that this guy has a strong control over vampires, even half vampires. You. Damn it, but Deacon Faith didn't care about this. As he roared, his originally swollen body returned to its original state in an instant. Then his body finally landed, and he kicked his feet on the ground. The ground exploded with a rumble, and he rushed straight to Hannibal. Hannibal pulled out the Saint Killer with his backhand. Snap, snap, snap. Gunshots rang out, and a barrage of bullets was fired, blocking the route that Deacon Faith was rushing towards. But he did not dodge, and rushed forward with his hands covering his face, and continued to rush forward under the bullets. Obviously, this country bumpkin had never seen the power of the Saint Killer. Then he died. His body exploded in the air, turning into a bloody rain and spilling on the ground. Hannibal was stunned. It was really fucking simple. Be careful. He is not dead yet. Blade didn't think so, because his blood loss was still continuing, or in other words, it was more serious. At the moment when Deacon exploded, the blood in his body was extracted more seriously. Sure enough, the next second, all the exploded blood gathered again in the blood pool, and then the blood merged into human shape. Deacon appeared again. I am God. I am immortal. Then he rushed forward again. He was really not afraid. He felt great. Even though he thought he was going to die just now. But the next second, he was safe and sound, which gave him great courage. I am not going to die, so why should I be afraid? Hannibal was a little confused about this guy's moves. He could only swing his dagger to block in a hurry. Deacon's claws were shining with blood-red light, and he grabbed Hannibal's head. But halfway through, Hannibal's dagger cut off all his fingers. But this guy didn't care at all, and still grabbed Hannibal's head, and the palm without fingers was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Bang! Hannibal was directly knocked away. But at the same time, Hannibal also kicked the guy and kicked him away. While flying backwards, Hannibal did not forget to use the Saint Killer to give him a few bullets. Bang! Deacon exploded again. But the next second, Deacon appeared again from the blood pool. Bastard! I told you, I am a god. I am immortal. No one can kill me. No one. Blade was miserable over there. He was black, and now his face turned white. Hannibal patted the dust off his body and stood up. Deacon's attack seemed very impressive, but in fact, the lethality was just so-so. This guy was just a guy with high health and low attack, not that difficult to deal with. Instead, Blade's situation should be paid more attention to, so Hannibal flashed to Blade's side and helped him up. Hey, why is it that nothing happened when we fought, but you are about to die? Blade glanced at Hannibal weakly, and then said, that guy is sucking my blood. Hannibal immediately took out an injection from his waist and gave Blade an injection without saying a word. The effect of this injection was immediate. Blade recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, his face was dark and shiny, and his wounds also healed. What is this? Blade could feel the huge vitality in it. This thing was more to his taste than blood. It was also more useful than blood. He actually didn't like blood. On the contrary, he thought that the taste of that thing was quite bad, but there was no substitute. But this thing seemed to be a substitute for blood. The life potion developed by Tony, can he give me a batch? Blade was not polite. Let me give it a try. This thing is actually an extract from dragon bones. One piece of dragon bone can extract tens of thousands of bottles of this thing. Pepper has always used this thing as a tonic and health medicine. But Tony felt that the utilization rate of dragon bones was not high, so he threw it aside. It's okay to give Blade a batch, they have plenty of dragon bones. You. Damn it, the two of them forgot about Deacon next to them. It seems to be doubled. Everyone, give me some power. Please guarantee a double amount. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 789 Transformation. As Deacon roared, the guy's body suddenly melted into a monster made of blood that had taken on a human form. If you have to describe it, It can be called a blood slime, which is disgusting. Boom. Two arms made of blood rushed towards Hannibal and Blade with a bang. Blade still used the old method and directly took out a few anticoagulant darts and stabbed the slime. Bang! With a muffled sound, the slime immediately exploded and turned into a pool of blood, but the next second, the slime took shape again, this time with two more arms, and the forearms grabbed Blade and Hannibal. Hannibal pulled out the Saint Killer and fired 3 shots in a row. The slime exploded again. After a while, the slime took shape again. "Hey, did Blade notice?" Hannibal shouted while shooting. Blade threw the silver dart and replied, "What?" Blade quickly put away the silver dart, and he had no use for the garlic essence dart. This thing obviously doesn't fall for this. He has already gone beyond the category of ordinary vampires. Except for anticoagulants, it seems that weapons against vampires are of little use to him. Once again, the slime collapsed and recovered. "The blood in the blood pool is getting less," Hannibal said. Blade dodged the slime's attack while observing the blood pool and found that it was indeed the case. That means, this guy is not unkillable. As long as the blood in the blood pool is consumed, he will be finished. At first, Deacon didn't care about his death and rebirth, and he thought he was invincible. But after Blade shouted like this, he turned his head and looked at the blood pool. Although it was not obvious, he still saw that the blood in the blood pool was indeed getting less. This scared Deacon enough. Damn, the blood god is not immortal. Instead, he consumes the blood of the sacrificial blood pool to be reborn. Of course, this is also very powerful, but Deacon's expectations of the blood god plan were too high. You have to know that he has been preparing for this plan for decades, and has consumed countless manpower and financial resources. It took a lot of effort just to collect the blood of the first embrace. If you do it again, he is not sure if he can complete it. According to Deacon's original plan, after he became a blood god, he would immediately start to let several of his confidants evolve into blood gods. At that time, he could sweep the world and establish a real vampire empire to rule the world. But now it seems that once he walks out of here, he will immediately become the public enemy of vampires. Just kidding, he consumed so many resources just to become a blood god. If his confidants also become blood gods, there will be too many vampires to sacrifice. Moreover, if he becomes a blood god and wants to maintain his deterrence, he must use the heart blood of vampires to maintain consumption. In this way, he is a vampire who sucks vampires. This fucking sent him to the opposite side of the vampires. It would be strange if those vampires would submit to him. They would have to fight him to the death. Forget about dominating the world, let's have a long-lasting vampire civil war first. Now it seems that it is a good thing that Blade and Hannibal killed all his men, right? But the problem is, without these men, how can he rule the world? Of course, he has not thought about this yet. What he is thinking about now is, how should he survive? He must escape. This is Deacon's first reaction. For him, this is not a shameful decision. This guy is not as arrogant and domineering as he appears. That is just a protective color. Everything is just a means for him to fulfill his ambition. If being cowardly can bring him greater benefits, he will not hesitate to be cowardly. For the sake of survival, it is not shameful. Just do it. Deacon didn't mean to say hello at all, and plunged into the blood pool. He wanted to pack up all the blood of the first embrace and take it away. Soon, Deacon stood up again. He turned his head to look at Hannibal and Blade, and then turned into countless blood-red bats with a bang and flew into the night sky. Hannibal and Blade naturally couldn't just watch him run away, so they quickly increased their attack strength. But the effect was minimal. There are actually very few vampires who can transform into bats. At least Deacon didn't know this trick before. Only those old monsters who have been through hundreds or thousands of years can use this trick. But unexpectedly, this guy can also use this trick after turning into a blood god. It has to be said that Deacon really gave everyone a surprise. But what was even more unexpected was that the surprise Deacon gave was far more than that. Just when a group of bats flew out of the hall and were about to escape, those bats suddenly exploded with a bang. Turned into blood rain and fell down. Hannibal and Blade were stunned. They didn't expect this operation at all. Soon the blood gathered again and turned into Deacon. What's going on? What's going on? It's obviously possible. Why doesn't it work? Why? The gap was too big, which made Deacon's mentality explode. In fact, this can't be blamed on Deacon. In fact, the blood clan itself has never succeeded in transforming the blood god. At least there is no clear record in the relevant classics. There are only some specious legends. The blood god has always been just a legend. Dickon thought he could succeed, but he didn't do any experiments and started urgently. It was God's blessing that he could do it like this. There are still many things to do to achieve a perfect transformation. It is always risky for a person to suddenly get a power that he can't control at all. First of all, whether he can control this power is an unknown. To put it bluntly, Dickon is a street careerist among vampires. He doesn't have the foundation of a pure-blooded vampire family, nor does he have hundreds of years of accumulation. The vampire race hides countless secrets. How much can Dickon know? Many things are not achieved by ambition alone. If this is the case, pure-blooded vampires will not dominate the vampire world. The formation of any privilege must be supported by sufficient guarantees. There has never been a privileged class for no reason. A bloodline cannot decide too many things. Do you really think that there were no hybrid vampires who wanted to change this situation before Dickon? How is that possible? Why did Dickon think that he was the chosen one? Just because he was handsome? Don't be ridiculous. If he was given time, maybe he could really evolve into a perfect blood god, but now, he is just a little jerk who ran away when he was separated from the altar. The reason why he could carry the power of the blood god was because of the altar, and after losing the help of the altar, he could not control the powerful power at all. Damn it, Blade smiled slightly. And the scene made him feel particularly funny for some reason. Then, let's continue. Dickon. Blade drew his sword again and rushed towards Dickon. Hannibal did the same. But just as he was about to take action, his body suddenly froze. It was the hounds. Their riots became more and more intense, and even made Hannibal feel that he could not suppress the trend. After all, Hannibal was just Kai's clone, and he did not have Kai's strength at all, and the hounds were evolving towards Lord Tyndarus, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. What on earth are you going to do? There was no other way, so he could only use the power of the main body to communicate with the hounds. The hounds' minds had gone wild, and they could not convey their complete consciousness at all. The only clear and visible request was to eat. 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 They seemed to have an extremely strong desire for the blood god. Kai felt a headache facing this frenzied will, and the two hounds had gone crazy. There was no other way, so Kai could only hide in the office and use the Book of the Dead that had not been used for a long time. The Book of the Dead, together with the Book of the Sun that restrained the Book of the Dead, was the last treasure left by the ancient Egyptian gods to the world. The dead can resurrect the dead, and the Book of the Sun can appease and destroy the dead. In addition, the two books are also a collection of spells. The Book of the Dead represents slavery and harm, and the Book of the Sun represents healing and domination. It was the Book of the Dead that was used to subdue the two hounds. Kai himself actually didn't know much about spells. The spells in the Book of the Dead and the Sun scripture are very profound, and Kai himself does not have the ability to understand and learn those spells. Fortunately, Kai has never thought of learning those spells. There are too many taboos in those spells. If they really appear in the world, it will definitely cause chaos in the world. Therefore, Kai's attitude towards these two books has always been to seal them as much as possible and not let them appear in the world. Now there is no choice but to use the Book of the Dead. With the power of the Book of the Dead, Kai was finally able to barely suppress the frenzied will of the hounds. From this, he learned about the hounds' desire. They want to devour the blood god. That is the key to their evolution. Originally, evolution is a relatively long time span, but if they get the power of the blood god, they can complete the evolution in the fastest time. Completely become the Lord of Tyndarus. Although I don't know what the principle is, after all, according to the habits of hounds, their best supplements are souls and flesh and blood. Relatively speaking, the souls of vampires are not nobler than those of humans. Even for many demons, the souls of vampires are not attractive at all. If I really want to describe it, humans are refined food, while vampires are coarse food, the kind that will pull the throat. So demons and vampires have never had any conflicts, and of course there is no basis for cooperation between the two sides. After all, they all feed on humans. Demons are more greedy than vampires. Even when demons are hungry, they don't mind eating some vampires. So vampires don't like demons either. No matter how you look at it, the evolution of hounds should not be related to the blood god. But that's the fact. After all, they are demons, and they don't pay much attention to rules. Hey, Hannibal, just when the main body was communicating with the hounds, the blade couldn't hold on. After all, when you are fighting, your teammates suddenly hang up, which will make everyone unhappy. What on earth are you doing? Sorry. Forget it, "Blade, get out of the way, my dogs are going berserk. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake." Blade wanted to retreat immediately after hearing this. But Dickon was naturally unwilling to do so. It was so hard for one of the two enemies to have a problem, so of course he would take this opportunity to kill one of them first. Dickon turned into Blood Octopus, madly swinging his arms made of blood to attack Blade frantically, trying to kill him in one fell swoop. Now Blade wanted to escape, and Dickon would never give him this opportunity no matter what. But at this moment, 3 Saint Killer bullets suddenly appeared and smashed Dickon again. Blade took this opportunity to quickly hide behind Hannibal. At the moment Blade left, a crazy roar broke out from Hannibal's shadow. The frantic roar made Blade feel as if he was under the fangs of a beast, as if he would be swallowed up immediately. Then 2 hounds rushed out of the shadow and pounced on Dickon. The moment Dickon saw the hounds, he was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? This is Deacon's limitation. He has never seen a demon. Although demons occasionally cause harm in this world, the frequency is not high compared to the whole world. It is not surprising that Deacon lacks common sense in this area. Of course, he did not do nothing. On the contrary, he bravely launched a counterattack against the 2 hounds. At one time, more than a dozen blood-colored tentacles hit the hounds. The 2 hounds seemed to have lost their original skills and talents, and were hit by this low-level attack. They fell on the stone wall of the hall. But the next second, the hounds rushed towards Deacon again. Like hungry beasts, they didn't care. Deacon did not realize the seriousness of the matter, but continued to entangle with the 2 hounds. What's more interesting is that the hounds seemed to be in a state of madness, and they were beaten to a bloody mess. Soon, pieces of flesh and blood fell off the hounds, their eyes were blown out, their skin was torn off, and even one of the hounds had its claws torn off by Deacon. As the injuries on their bodies became more and more serious, the hounds' aura became stronger and stronger. Blade had seen the hounds fight and knew how cunning and cruel these 2 monsters were in battle. It was completely different from the scene in front of him. "Hannibal, what on earth is this?" "Don't worry, keep watching." "Did you notice that there's something wrong with Dickon?" "What's the problem?" Blade really didn't notice. When he got the hint and observed carefully, he suddenly found that Dickon's aura had changed subtly. The hounds are plundering Dickon's power. They are going to transform. The evolution of hounds is actually somewhat similar to that of snakes. They shed their skin. The reason why they changed their previous style and fought against Deacon, or were abused unilaterally, was that they wanted to rely on Deacon's power to violently peel off their old skins and plunder Deacon's power to reshape their new bodies. The 3 monsters became more and more excited, and gradually forgot that Hannibal and Blade were by their side. They fought each other mercilessly and devoted themselves to it with great enthusiasm, even to the point of selflessness. The 2 hounds were okay, because that was what they wanted. But Deacon's state was a bit inexplicable. The hounds went crazy, and he went crazy too. It's hard to say that this has nothing to do with the hounds. I will update 2,500 words of chapter 791st, and make up for it tomorrow. If you are tired, go to bed first. Deacon was not a beast after all. Although he was immersed in the selfless fighting, he was about to feel that something was wrong with himself. "You monsters. What did you do to me? Get out of here." Feeling the precious power in his body constantly disappearing, he was obviously showing his power. Why did he still lose power? Deacon immediately madly knocked the 2 hounds away and pulled away. But the problem is, even if he temporarily repelled the 2 monsters, where could he run to? He could throw away all the blood of the first embrace in the blood pool and then run away alone. But the problem is, he couldn't bear to do it. Those blood of the first embrace were the most difficult to collect among all things, even more difficult to collect than pure-blooded vampires. What's more, if he ran away, what would happen to the altar? Once they destroyed the altar, he would be a chicken and eggs. He knew very well that he could not fulfill his ambition to dominate the world by himself. So the altar was very important to him. Besides, he had become a blood god. Why should he run? He could fight back. Yes, even now, Deacon still believed that he could fight back. After all, the advantage is huge. Those 2 can kill him thousands of times, he doesn't care, but as long as he kills them once, the battle will end. Why should he be afraid? "You, damn it." Blade immediately showed that he was going to fight, but Hannibal stopped him. "Don't go over there. Even if I go over there now, I might be attacked by the hounds. So, let's see how they perform." Blade put the silver sword on his back into the scabbard. Sure enough, the 2 hounds immediately rushed up with their wounded and broken bodies. The three monsters fought again. An hour later. You monsters, why don't you die? Die, die, Dickon's mentality has exploded. These two monsters seem to have a deep hatred for him, and they pester him, even if there is no good meat left in their bodies. More importantly, Dickon found that although these two monsters look miserable, their vitality is getting stronger and stronger. Instead, they become more and more energetic as they fight. 2 hours later. Dickon tried every possible way to escape, not daring to get entangled with the hounds, so the three monsters began to chase each other in the hall. Hannibal and Bladehead at the door of the hall, found some beer from the vampire's supplies, and chatted and drank beer. The battle in the hall had bored them. It was just like that, and there was no novelty at all. Dickon used all the methods he could think of, but he still couldn't do anything with the two hounds. 3 hours later. 4 hours later. 5 hours later. Until noon the next day, the sun shone down from the top of the hall. The cold early spring sun was not shining, and it felt a little warm on people, but this little warmth still couldn't dispel the winter that had not yet left. Just like Dickon's heart at this moment. He was so eager to bathe in the sun again. When he was still a human, he didn't think there was anything wrong with the sun. He didn't even like the sun at all. He preferred rainy days and nights. He liked the cold and hated the sun in summer. When he became a vampire, he thought that it was a natural feature of vampires, and he should become a vampire. But the longer he became a vampire, the more he longed for the sun. He savored the feeling of being under the sun. And this feeling became more and more paranoid. When he was still a human, he hated the sun so much. Now he has finally become a blood god, no longer afraid of the sun, and can enjoy the sun like humans. But now, he just wants to die quickly. Dickon lay in the blood pool expressionlessly, looking at the light shining in with lifeless eyes. On his body, two monsters kept gnawing at him. He has been in this state since 3 hours ago. These two monsters can't be killed, and they can't be shaken off. What's more terrible is that they are still absorbing his power. One sentence to describe Dickon's feelings at this moment. Tired, destroy it, quickly. At this time, the form of the hounds also changed dramatically. They were like Dickon's previous form, turning into a mass of amorphous blood slime, with bubbles constantly coming out of the surface. Not only that, on the surface of the slime, there were faces, wailing constantly, looking very disgusting. What on earth is this? Blade felt the same way. Hannibal seemed to be more adaptable, and he was brushing his teeth. Well, vampires also need to brush their teeth. Bacteria don't care if you are a vampire or not, and you will still get cavities if you don't brush your teeth. By the way, it's more troublesome for vampires to get cavities than humans. It's also more painful. So Hannibal found a lot of unopened electric toothbrushes and toothpaste in the vampire's supplies. After sleeping, you naturally have to brush your teeth. Blade didn't sleep all night, and his nerves were always tense. But Hannibal didn't care. It's time to sleep. They will soon transform successfully. After spitting out the foam in his mouth, Hannibal wiped his face and said, "Then, what are those human faces? Oh, that? Those are the souls of the sinners they devoured. Those souls will enjoy eternal torture in the hounds. That's the source of the hound's power." Blade swallowed. Is this thing really okay to leave in the human world? If this thing gets out, it's hard to imagine what kind of disaster it will cause. If I don't control them, they will definitely be one of the biggest problems in this world. But now, they are still under control, don't worry. Just as he was talking, Blade, Hannibal, and Dickon, who was already lying dead, suddenly felt a throbbing. It was like a heartbeat. Bang bang. They all felt that something was about to break out of the cocoon. Finally, Hannibal said with some anticipation. He hadn't seen what the Tindalus Lord looked like. The records of Camelot only had records of that kind of demonic creature, and they hadn't seen the real thing. After all, this thing is extremely rare even in the demon world. Tindalus hounds are rare in themselves, and evolving into lords is even rarer. Besides, Camelot would never allow such dangerous things to come into this world. Finally, Dickon also said so. He could feel that two powerful forces were tearing at his essence, and he could even feel that his soul was being torn apart. He was going to die. If someone had told him before that one day he would be happy because he was going to die, he would never believe it, and would eat the person who said so alive. But now, he realized that this world is really worse than death. Snap! Dickon's smiling face solidified, and then his body quickly turned gray and began to break. Crash! Then he broke into pieces. and the two huge slime skins also solidified at this moment and turned into huge cocoons. In the cocoon, the heartbeat became more and more urgent. Finally, at a certain critical point, there was a crisp sound. Ow! Two huge voices broke out of the cocoon. Two black shadows, with thick purple-black smoke, chased each other in the hall, at an exaggerated speed. Finally, they stopped at the gate, in front of Hannibal. From the appearance, they looked a bit like wolves. They had 8 eyes on their heads, 2 large and 6 small. In the position of the wolf eyes, there were 2 huge eyeballs, and the other 6 eyeballs were arranged in a strange way around the big eyes. These eyeballs constantly exuded endless malice. When you look into their eyes, your soul will be dragged into a nightmare world in an instant. They are a body composed of multifaceted angles, angular limbs, prismatic objects and other weird structures. This makes their bodies look like they are made up of sharp angular fragments. From multiple angles, he looked like a huge wolf-like creature, with his body shrouded in billowing purple-black smoke. On their backs were shiny dark and tough tentacles, which were swinging unconsciously. Every time they swung, they would bring about gusts of whistling wind. In the smoke around them, blood-red eyes would open from time to time, flashing crazy eyes, and these eyes would disappear the next second. It seemed as if behind the dark curtain, there were countless extremely hungry beasts hiding. Chapter 791 Resurrection from the Dead. What is this? Blade said in a dry voice. The two monsters were too oppressive. They were 3 or 4 meters high, and Blade could only look up at them. The two hounds looking down at Blade stuck out their blue tongues, and the saliva from their big mouth full of sulfur dripped onto the ground, corroding small pits. No matter how Blade looked at it, he felt that this thing was more evil than the blood god that Dickon had turned into. Hounds, well, compared to before, they are now more like dogs. Hannibal was not panicked at all. After the evolution was completed, the connection between him and the hounds was reconnected. As he said that, Hannibal stretched out his hand, and a hound lowered its head and placed its forehead under Hannibal's hand, and it still made a canine grunt from its mouth. Are you sure you can control this thing? A dog head was almost 1 meter long, and its mouth was bigger than the dog head. It was easy to swallow a person in one bite. If this thing is released, it will cause a lot of trouble, don't worry. I know, he had no idea. It was not because of the Book of the Dead. He had no knowledge of this kind of slavery contract. However, the contract signed with the Book of the Dead is the medium. As long as the Book of the Dead is fine, then the contract will be fine. As long as you are happy. Blade didn't say anything more. The two chatted for a few words, and Blade left. Blade got his revenge and didn't want to stay any longer. Dickon killed his mother and created him at the same time. Later, he killed his adoptive father. It can be said that he has been entangled with Dickon all his life. Now Dickon is dead, he needs to be alone. From beginning to end, they had no interest in the altar in the hall. In fact, they killed so hard before that they didn't leave any survivors to collect intelligence, so they didn't know the importance of the hall and the altar at all, and Hannibal didn't find anything strange about the altar, thinking that it was just a secret place that Dickon found casually. They didn't even care about the scientific researchers who evacuated in advance. After Blade left, Hannibal did not stay for long. But not long after they left, a group of people suddenly came here. The leader was a guy wearing a black cloak and a mask. The most notable feature of him was his floating combat boots that allowed him to float in the air, and the huge mechanical armor on his hands. The armor and combat boots were flashing with purple light, making them look very mysterious. His name is Wanderer. His real name is Aaron Davis. He was born in the Bronx, New York, USA. Because of his background, he did not go to school well since he was a child. He started to hang around on the streets at a very young age. Later, because of some things, he turned over a new leaf and found a job in a cleaning company to wipe glass at high altitude. It was very dangerous, but the income was not bad. But the good times did not last long. When he was working, he saw a man about to sexually assault a female employee, and he broke the glass to do justice. But this did not bring him any praise or benefits. Instead, he was complained and compensated for the glass. If it was just like this, he would have nothing to say. But what happened later was beyond his expectation. He called the police at the time, and the police took the man away, but the man was soon released. And the woman withdrew the lawsuit and claimed that they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It was just a misunderstanding. This was completely different from what Aaron said when he saved her. Then the man sued Aaron, saying that his personal safety was violated, and the woman became a witness. So Aaron was ridiculously thrown into prison and served 3 years. After that, this smart but angry African American was chosen by Kingpin and joined Kingpin's team. Then he became the Prowler. A killer. Look around, and recycle anything useful. The Prowler waved his hand, and a group of subordinates hidden by Kingpin went out to search the entire castle. These people were not Kingpin's men in public, and they were not even the kind of killers that would be discovered. Including the Prowler, each of them had a normal job. If Kingpin did not summon them at ordinary times, they would be a group of ordinary people. These people were all people that Kingpin had helped in the past 20 years, or in other words, Kingpin discovered them and invested in them. Each of them owed Kingpin a debt. Kingpin arranged for them to study, train, and become qualified assassins to lurk. You have to know that Kingpin was just a powerful gangster boss in Hell's Kitchen 20 years ago. In the eyes of the whole New York City, he was still a small figure. But even such a small figure has had such scheming and means since then, which is simply terrible. Now, except for Kingpin, no one knows how many such assassins are lurking. So Kingpin is not afraid of being discovered. If there is no accident, these assassins will continue to lurk, occasionally perform some tasks, and no one will associate them with Kingpin. Like now, it is definitely the first time that a large number of hidden assassins are dispatched by the Prowler. These people have undergone rigorous training, and soon they found something valuable. In a room in the castle, they found a metal box. The box is very large, about 3 by 4 meters, and about 1 meter high. When they found the mechanism of the box immediately made a jet sound, and then the box was separated from the middle, and the upper part seemed to use magnetic levitation technology and floated directly. There is a black beauty sleeping inside. Soon the black beauty woke up. Who are you? Where is Deacon Faith? The Prowler stared at the woman coldly. Vampire, I didn't expect there was a living person here. Deacon Faith is dead. Who are you? Dead, dead. The woman was stunned. The Prowler grabbed the woman's throat and asked coldly, answer my question. Woman, after being caught by the Prowler's mechanical arm, the female vampire had no room to struggle. So she died quickly. Her name is Miriam Brooks, which is nothing. This name is not surprising. What is really surprising is her identity. She is Blade, a half-vampire whose real name is Eric Brooks, and the mother of the best vampire hunter in the world. The woman who is thought to have been dead long ago. Everyone who knows Blade knows that the reason why Blade and Deacon Faith are mortal enemies is because Blade's mother died at the hands of Deacon Faith. But now, this woman who should have died a long time ago is actually standing here alive. The Wanderer naturally asked why she was here. It turned out that she was not dead at all, but was transformed. Hannibal's suspicion was correct. Since Blade became a half-vampire, there was no reason for his mother to still be human. Chapter 792 Replica. The reason why Deacon bit Miriam was because he wanted a black female slave. To put it bluntly, he wanted to satisfy his sexual fetish and wanted to know what it was like to have sex with black women. Miriam happened to look like what Deacon liked, so. Later, Blade sought revenge on Deacon. Deacon didn't know at first that Blade was the son of his female slave. In a sense, Blade was also his son. After all, he had contributed to the birth of Blade. When Deacon knew why Blade hated him so much, it seemed too late. After all, the two sides were already deadly enemies. Deacon judged others by himself and didn't think that such a mother he had never met could change Blade's mind. So Deacon decided to hide this woman and make her his secret weapon. At the critical moment, if she showed it out, it might work wonders. As a result, in the end, he had no chance. After all, it was not Blade who fought Deacon to death in the end. It was two monsters that came from nowhere. The Wanderer widened his eyes in surprise, not knowing how to describe Deacon's coquettish operation. However, this woman seems to be somewhat useful. After all, this woman is a slave girl that Deacon loves very much. She knows a lot of things, and his boss will definitely be interested. So they captured this woman. After 12 o'clock the next day, Jin Bing swaggered out of his house, and the two mercenaries who were responsible for monitoring him, although they were still conscientiously monitoring Jin Bing, turned a blind eye to Jin Bing's departure, as if they could not see it. In fact, it was true. They had been hypnotized, and from 12 o'clock every day to the next morning, everything was normal in their eyes. Soon Jin Bing came to a secret base in New Jersey. It was a hospital, which was Jinping's industry, and under the hospital, there was a huge and secret laboratory. This world has long been different. Although Jinping is a gang leader, he is actually one of the few people in the world with a clear mind. After the first contact with supernatural power, Jinping began to think about how to deal with those superpowers. The first thing he thought of was to win over corruption and control. That's how the group of strange people under him came about. After all, the world is made up of ordinary people, so the rules of the world are still controlled by ordinary people. No matter how powerful those strange people are, they will have their strengths and weaknesses, and this just gave Jinping an opportunity. Money is not omnipotent in this world, but money can solve most problems. It just so happened that Jinping had completed the early accumulation, and someone had money, which could solve most of the troubles for those special people. He had the opportunity to win over those people. After that, it was control. First of all, it must be said that Jinping himself was actually a strange person. After all, no one could train his body to that point. He himself had already surpassed the limits of human beings. This kind of force value gave him the qualification to be equal to, or even look down on, those superpowers. With the addition of interest-based winning and corruption, he could reach the point of controlling those people. But that's not enough. Jinping is a man with a clear mind, and he also has the skills and execution to match his mind. He knows very well that this kind of winning over and corruption is not safe. People will change. Compared to those people, Jinping has an obvious disadvantage, that is, he basically has no room for improvement, and even as time goes by, he will become weaker and weaker. How can he continue to control and manipulate those people at that time? So Jinping thought of a way. That is science. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Jinping didn't think about mutation, technology is the most reliable. So from a very early time, Jinping began to recruit talents in this area. Now, Jinping has a strong scientific research force under his command. And this hospital is an experimental base of Jinping's scientific research group. It's outrageous to think about it. A gang leader actually has an entire scientific research team under his command. Professor Kenji Koyama, why are you so anxious to find me? Jinping lowered his head and looked at his chief scientist. Kenji Koyama. Koyama was born into a Japanese Yakuza family, well, that is, a gangster family. He has an extraordinary IQ since he was a child. He is not interested in his own gang business at all, but is devoted to scientific research. He has a doctorate in medicine and is a famous surgical expert. He is also proficient in biology and genetics. He is a genius with 5 doctorates and a man with superior IQ. Unfortunately, Japan, that is a feudal country that pays attention to origin, connections, and small groups. At the same time, because of family reasons, Koyama's attitude towards science is much more radical than those orthodox scientists, and he even ignores many scientific ethics, which makes him look more like an alien. And aliens are destined to be excluded in the environment of Japan. So although Koyama is talented, his background makes it impossible for him to enter the Japanese scientific community with many academic cliques. The largest laboratory in Japan did not accept Koyama's resume at all, and those famous scientists were even more dismissive of Koyama. So Koyama ran to the other side of the ocean in anger to pursue the American dream, and then he met Kingpin. Two people with such similar backgrounds naturally have a lot in mind. Kingpin became Xiao Shan's boss. He didn't care about ethics at all. He was very generous. He could give Xiao Shan all kinds of unexpected help. Xiao Shan was very satisfied with such a life. Of course it's a major discovery. Xiao Shan was the doctor who helped Deacon become the blood god last night. Xiao Shan brought Kingpin to a medical cabin full of nutrient solution. There was a man with various catheters inserted into his body, floating in the nutrient solution. If you look closely, you will find that this man is the Bullseye who was killed in Chicago before. When Kingpin got Bullseye's body back, it was already in tatters. Originally, Kingpin planned to bury Bullseye, but Xiao Shan was very curious about Bullseye's ability, so he asked Kingpin for Bullseye's body for research. If I remember correctly, Bullseye's body should have been dissected into pieces. The blood of the blood god is indeed powerful. I used Bullseye's tissue and the blood of the blood god to cultivate it. I didn't expect that without any external force, Bullseye's body would recover. It's amazing, after Bullseye was brought back, there were not many active tissues in his body, but that little bit of active tissue could grow a complete body. Xiao Shan was very excited about this discovery. He felt that he was about to touch the truth of the world. Kingpin was also a little excited. In other words, Bullseye is alive. Although Bullseye is a madman, he is an obedient madman who listens to Kingpin. Kingpin still likes this guy. Besides, Bullseye's ability is very strong. If he is there, those vampires dare to threaten themselves? When they approached him by 800 meters, they were solved by Bullseye. Well, that's not the case. This body does have Bullseye's genes, but this thing is just an empty shell. His brain shows no signs of activity, and he doesn't respond to any external stimuli. It's definitely a vegetative state. He only has basic biological instincts, Xiao Shan said a little embarrassedly. What Xiao Shan didn't know was that Bullseye had been killed by Kai a long time ago, and his soul became the nutrient for Kai's golden finger. Without his soul, there's only a body. What's the use? Isn't it a vegetative state? Jin Bing's enthusiasm suddenly dropped. A vegetative state, what's the use? Seeing Jin Bing's face change, Xiao Shan immediately said, but his existence has extraordinary significance. He is an individual formed by the fusion of Bullseye and Blood God. He has infinite possibilities. Haven't you always wanted to have an absolutely obedient and powerful private army? This is the key. He can help us fulfill your long-cherished wish. Jin Bing really wanted to have a powerful and obedient private force. Not gangsters, killers and the like. After all, he has plenty of that stuff. What do you mean, he? Come with me, this is the work I completed after Bullseye. Xiao Shan brought Jin Bing to another room. In the room, there was also a medical cabin of the same type, but the difference was that it was Jin Bing himself floating in the medical cabin. Jin Bing was really shocked. For a moment, Jin Bing thought that this old guy was planning to usurp the throne, replace himself with a clone, and then accept everything about himself. But Jin Bing soon realized that Xiao Shan was really not ambitious. And even if he wanted to do that, there was no need to tell himself. After all, he was only 1 or 2 meters away from him now, and with Jin Bing's strength, he could smash his head in 1 second. That's right. This is the substitute I made for you. Xiao Shan had no idea that he had just been through the gates of hell. Instead, he was explaining to himself, from any aspect, this clone is exactly like you. No, it should be said that it is stronger than you. After all, it uses the power of the Blood God. The only problem is that he has no memory, but it doesn't matter. I have implanted a memory chip in his head, and everything about him can be reset. Isn't it perfect? In Kai's previous life, cloning technology was a very high-end technology. There was no way to clone a human at all. Even if it was cloned, it would be meaningless. After all, even if a clone is successful, it will take a long time to grow. The benefits of this thing are meaningless except being used as an organ reserve. But I don't know what happened in this world. The technology tree is bursting, and it has solved the technical problems of cloning. You know, in Kai's previous life, it took a lot of effort to clone a monkey. Of course, cloning technology here also has considerable problems. For example, the growth of clones. Clones need to spend a long time to grow. This time is too long. SHIELD does have the technology to accelerate growth, but it will only grow into vegetable, and no one in the outside world knows about it. Even SHIELD only Nick Fury knows about it. But no one expected that this problem would be solved by Xiao Shan by accident, which led to Xiao Shan not knowing that the clone had such a defect. Of course, Xiao Shan's cloning technology was not real, but just a trick. After the mysterious substance in the blood of the Blood God was injected into the cells, it could quickly reconstruct a new body according to the genetic factors inside the cells. What kind of science and technology is this? It's completely metaphysical. After all, it's the blood of the Blood God, so there are always some unspecified effects. Looking at the identical replica in front of him, Jin Bing fell into deep thought. Then he thought of the many benefits of the replica. For example, in the current predicament, he could completely copy himself and his family and throw them out in the open for those people to monitor. He could move his family and hide in the dark at the same time. So the absolutely obedient exclusive army you mentioned, is this what you mean? That's right. With you as the blueprint, we can definitely create extremely powerful warriors. Jin Bing thought about it and shook his head. Change the blueprint. It always feels weird to lead a group of yourself. A small number of substitutes is acceptable. But a bunch of yourself, forget it. Oh, okay. Let's find another candidate. Seeing that the sponsor was unwilling, Xiao Shan immediately followed suit. Then Jin Bing walked to the side of Bullseye's body again, looking at the bullseye inside. He was a little unwilling. Is there no other way to save Bullseye? Oh, at least, there is no way now. But don't worry, I will continue to study and should be able to find a way, then I'll leave it to you. By the way, give me a copy of the details of the Blood God project, I need it. With Miriam, the Blood God project was basically completed by them. Jinbing was not interested in that thing, he didn't want to become a vampire. But someone would be interested. No problem, Xiao Shan didn't think about why Jinbing wanted that at all. After all, he was the sponsor. From this point of view, Xiao Shan really didn't have the integrity that a scientist should have, but his service attitude was top-notch. Soon Jinbing returned to his home. Then soon James came to Jinbing's home. Jinbing handed the information to James. Find Victor and talk to him. I think he will be interested. The last time Kingpin cooperated with Victor, it was quite pleasant. He used the technology given by Victor to cure his son's blood disease. Although the price was a bit high, and he indirectly sent away his most trusted subordinate Bullseye. But with this cooperation, I believe Victor will make the right choice. Kingpin plans to use Victor to deal with the vampires that threaten him. Understood. James didn't look at the information, but he understood what the boss was going to do. Use vampires to deal with vampires. It's definitely a good idea. It was also at this time, under an ancient building in New York State. It was a huge underground space. This is Victor's underground kingdom. There is also a laboratory here. In the center of the laboratory, in a huge cylinder, countless embryos are placed in small culture chambers. Victor looked at these embryos with excitement. He is about to succeed. Chapter 793 Mutated Vampire. Many people, no, I should say that many vampires think that Victor is the traditional leader of the secret party among vampires. The secret party and the devil party are probably the difference between the two ideologies among vampires. The secret party pays attention to the secret situation, while the devil party is a radical faction. They don't want to live in secret. Of course, there are many differences in between, but it is roughly like this. However, since the great disaster during the First World War, the top leaders of several representative clans of the secret party were wiped out by Kai, and the devil party also suffered heavy losses in the subsequent turmoil. The so-called secret party and devil party system has long collapsed. Now the vampires have become more scattered and are no longer divided into secret parties or devil parties. Most vampires are active in the form of families, and the concept of clans has faded to nothing. Victor is the leader of the last secret party and the biggest boss of the secret party. He and a group of secret parties once made a decision that went against their ancestors and planned to activate the Plague Bracelet, one of the 13 holy artifacts, to separate a piece of territory from the human world as the kingdom of vampires. But the result was disastrous. Because the secret party was seriously injured, many clans had to travel across the ocean to the new world. Victor's prestige also plummeted, so he could only share power. And then there was the Vampire Parliament. So don't look at the name of the Vampire Parliament as high-sounding, but in fact it was established for a very short time. Because of the parliamentary system, Victor's power was greatly reduced. He couldn't be the only one who had the final say like before. After all, under the parliamentary system, the minority obeys the majority. He is only the speaker. He has the power to convene meetings and preside over meetings, but he can't influence the decisions of the members. In the first 1,000 years of his vampire career, Victor enjoyed unparalleled power, but now he can only be regarded as a rubber stamp. This gap is difficult for Victor to accept. So the former leader of the secret party gradually became more radical than the demon party vampires. He wants to create a new era for vampires. He began to reflect on why vampires cannot become the masters of the world. Finally, he found that vampires may have advantages over humans, but on the other hand, vampires also have many fatal disadvantages over humans. First, there is the difference in reproductive ability. The reproductive efficiency of vampires is too low. If a vampire wants to be born through natural reproduction, it depends entirely on luck, and the probability is not high. Then there is the first embrace, but the first embrace has its limits, so the reproductive ability is naturally not that strong. Secondly, there are the weaknesses of vampires themselves. Silver, sunlight, garlic. These things are very easy to obtain, but they are extremely restraining to vampires. So Victor privately launched a plan to change the ecology of the entire vampire population. He wants to create a new species of vampires. And the rapid development of human technology has given Victor an opportunity. Genetic technology. He succeeded, and he really created a new generation of vampires. However, this version of vampires, to be honest, it is very different from what he imagined. They are indeed stronger than ordinary vampires, but Victor feels that these things can only be regarded as half-finished defective products. They are indeed not afraid of silver, but their resistance to ultraviolet rays has become very low, even lower than that of ordinary vampires. What's worse is that they are extremely bloodthirsty, the kind of bloodthirstiness that can't be satisfied. These things are completely monsters. Victor called them reapers. Reapers are bloodthirsty, with some fine needles in the center of their palms. They feed on humans and vampires at the same time, and their demand is amazing due to their rapid metabolism. They can never be satisfied. The only two advantages are that they are very strong and their reproduction efficiency is terrifyingly high. There is no need to say more about their strength. Compared with ordinary vampires, they are taller, faster and stronger. Their hearts are wrapped in bones. They are immortal bodies. Even if their heads die, their bodies can continue to eat. They are absolutely killing machines. As for the reproduction efficiency, to be honest, Victor was scared. They are like zombies. Just one bite, no need for a first embrace, just one bite, can make a person or a vampire complete the transformation. For this reason, he had to clean up this batch of test subjects. He killed all the Reapers, at least that's what he thought before. Anyway, Victor quickly invested in the research of a new generation of mutant vampires. Then he set his sights on the Daywalker. The Daywalker is simply a perfect vampire. He is not afraid of anything that vampires are afraid of. The only shortcoming is probably the reproduction efficiency, but don't worry, they have accumulated enough experience and can definitely solve this problem. So he reached a cooperation with Kingpin to obtain the blood of the Daywalker. Until his son came back. Chad Norma, one of the first batch of mutant vampire reapers. The genetic source of these mutant vampires all came from Victor, so he called that batch of reapers his son. And in that cleanup operation, a son actually survived. Now, he is here for revenge. This has become Victor's biggest headache now. Because of the characteristics of the reapers, Chad Norma has created a group of descendants who hunt vampires in the dark. And there will be more and more of these reapers. Victor and the Vampire Council have been secretly destroying these reapers recently and suppressed them in the sewers of New York. Although these things are very scary, the bloodthirsty desire turns these mutant vampires into brainless beasts. The vampires of the council can still suppress them now. If they are allowed to run to the ground, it will definitely be a disaster. It was also at this critical moment that Victor's new generation of mutant vampires succeeded. Well, it can't be said that way. It can only be said that it is temporarily successful. After all, they are still in the embryonic state. Even vampires have to follow the basic law. They need time to develop. This is also what Victor is worried about. As a result, James came over at this time. Sure enough, Victor was very interested in the Blood God project. He knew about this plan, but he thought it was just Deacon Faith's nonsense, but he didn't expect it to be true. You said, Deacon Faith really became the Blood God? Victor flipped through the plan given by James. That's right, James enjoyed a bottle of red wine collected by Victor. But he was soon killed by Blade and Hannibal. Victor frowned. That's it? Too bad, right? James seemed to see what Victor was thinking, and he reminded him, that's Blade and Hannibal. Victor was distracted, then nodded. Indeed, Blade and Hannibal were not ordinary players, and Victor, as a vampire, knew this better than James, a human. Can the Blood God really not be afraid of sunlight and silver? That's right. Blade and Hannibal took a whole day to kill Deacon Faith, James said, although he actually didn't know what happened at the time. But that didn't stop him from saying that, anyway, he didn't lie to Victor, right? Victor nodded thoughtfully. I need all the information about the Blood God plan, okay, but the premise is that you must eliminate an enemy for my boss. Victor didn't care, he approved the deal. Although Victor felt that his plan was more promising, if the Blood God was really that good, he could complete the transformation himself, so that he could dominate the world and make himself immortal. Wouldn't it be great? James took out 2 photos. One was the vampire that threatened Kingpin that day, and the other was a photo of a tattoo that he got from the mercenaries. Kingpin didn't know what the tattoo meant, but he believed Victor must know. Victor didn't react much to the vampire, as he had never seen him before. But when he saw the photo of the tattoo, his face changed immediately. How did you get in touch with him? Victor recognized it. It was the emblem of the ancient Blood Clan. Of course Victor knew the ancient Blood Clan. In the era when the Secret Party and the Demon Party were fighting, the ancient Blood Clan had always been aloof and disdained their European cousins. James was shocked, but his face didn't change at all, and there was even a hint of smile in his eyes, making him look confident. If it weren't for the trouble, do you think we would trade such a precious thing? Victor frowned and looked at James. He was considering whether to capture James and torture him for the details of the Blood God plan. But James smiled slightly at his increasingly dangerous eyes, looking confident. Then Victor put away his threatening eyes. Because, he knows Kingpin. He is a man who makes the whole dark world tremble, otherwise Victor would not have cooperated with Kingpin in the first place. The reality is that Victor is not sure he can deal with Kingpin. Kingpin is not without capable people under his command. Of course, this is not an important matter. What is really important is Kingpin's pervasive intelligence network. At least in New York, it is really difficult to hide anything Kingpin wants to know from him. If he really turns against Kingpin, perhaps Kingpin himself does not need to do anything. He only needs to provide the information to Blade or Hannibal, which is enough for the vampire to drink a pot. So Victor began to seriously consider whether to deal with the ancient Blood Clan. To be honest, if possible, Victor is not willing to confront this ancient clan. This clan is too old and too mysterious. But, thinking of his own plan, Victor felt that it seemed, probably, as if he did not need to be so afraid of this clan. Okay. I will clean up their influence in the United States and make them afraid to be your enemy, but I need time to deal with them. Deal. We will transfer some information first. The rest will be handed over after it's done. Vampires are different from humans. They have a lot of time, which makes many vampires not impatient. At least Victor is like that. He doesn't need the Blood God plan urgently, so he doesn't reject this kind of transaction. Then happy cooperation, of course. James smiled and clinked glasses with Victor. At the same time, deep in the sewers of New York, a shrill scream spread from the quiet sewers. The rats, cockroaches, or other messy things that originally lived in the sewers disappeared quickly after hearing the noise. The sound was very strange, not like the sound of any known creatures. Soon, groups of monsters with blue-gray skin were running around in the sewer tunnels. The things were not big, like a monkey with its hair shaved off and then dyed gray. The body was so thin that there was no muscle, and the blue-black meridians and blood vessels were clearly visible. The most terrifying thing is that their jaws are open to the left and right, with a massive twisting muscle tissue in sight and several sharp teeth on the tip. Behind them, teams of armed personnel wearing full-body helmets are chasing the monsters. Catch up and kill them. Quick! A leading armed personnel used the guns in his hands to attack the monsters frantically. The bullets they fired were all silver-plated, but unfortunately, these bullets were not very effective against the monsters. They could indeed hurt the monsters, but that was all, and they could never really kill them. But soon, several people in the group of armed personnel pulled out round things from their waists and threw them out. Bang! Amid a not-so-loud explosion, the entire sewer was filled with purple light. It was strong ultraviolet light. Then the monsters turned into ashes in large areas. Boss. We should retreat. The ultraviolet bombs are gone. We can't chase them. After the group of armed personnel chased for a distance, one of the team members suddenly shouted to their leader. The leader immediately raised his hand and asked the team to stop. Fuck. There are too many rats. Can anyone tell me why there are so many humans in the sewers that are prey to those monsters? We can't get rid of these monsters. The leader looked at the monsters that were running away and cursed angrily. At this time, a team member said, there is no way. The sewer system in New York is too complicated. Now the weather is cold, and many homeless people like to go to the sewers. At least it's warm here. Fuck, the captain cursed again. He wanted to find the officials of New York City to ask why they didn't solve the problem of homeless people. Silly. Wasting taxpayers' money. If these monsters really ran to the ground, they, the vampires, would also suffer. They would never care about such a thing. They are vampires, not superheroes. Doing this kind of work to protect others always makes him feel like he's not doing his job properly. Prepare to retreat. Just as they turned around and took a few steps, suddenly there was a rustling sound in the passages around them. Not good. The captain immediately realized that something was wrong. Then countless monsters rushed out from all directions and pounced on the team. The captain immediately understood that they seemed to have been fooled. These days, They have been cleaning up these monsters, and found that this group of monsters is as numerous as mice, and so is their courage. They often show their power immediately when they are confronted. So gradually they got used to it, chasing and killing monsters to the end when they met, until they ran out of weapons and ammunition, they would go back. Before, their teams maintained a relatively safe distance between each other. Once there was a change, other teams would immediately support, but as time went by, this rule was no longer followed. Everyone got excited and would chase deeper, even if they were out of touch with each other, it was no problem. But now, this group of monsters is playing them. The captain turned on the intercom to report the situation, but just when he turned on the intercom, the channel was already fried, filled with all kinds of screams and requests for help, as well as the roars of those monsters. Not good. They fell into the trap. There is no chance. Soon these vampire teams were immediately swallowed up by the monsters. Chapter 794 Monster. Matt has been in a good mood recently because his community, Clinton, has been moving further and further away from the name of Hell's Kitchen. Of course, New Yorkers are still used to calling Clinton Hell's Kitchen, but this is a habit that has been around for many years. It is normal that it cannot be changed in a short time, but generally speaking, New Yorkers have felt the changes in Hell's Kitchen. More and more young people are starting to work, and the gangs are gradually leaving there. After all, the dock area has been bought by the Stark Group, and there are too many police officers there now. In addition, Kai has been leading the 15th precinct to continuously crack down on various gangs these days, which has made many gangs understand that the ecology of Hell's Kitchen has really changed. It's not that they haven't thought about fighting back against the police. But the problem is that their chief is Kai. The gangs once formed an alliance and planned to organize an event of shooting when seeing the police. The momentum was huge, and 9 police officers were killed and more than a dozen police officers were injured. The gangs suffered even greater losses, with more than 30 members killed. It has to be said that the activities of the gangs did bring a lot of pressure to Kai. Some inexplicable media began to criticize Kai's policies, believing that he was deliberately provoking hatred between the police and the gangs and endangering public safety. Even some police families joined the criticism, believing that Kai, as a superhero, could not protect his subordinates in time. There were even remarks suspected of racial discrimination against Kai and the police. After all, most of the gangsters shot dead were black and Latino. But unfortunately, no matter what purpose these people had, Kai showed his personality, stubborn and never compromised. Gangs kill police, then retaliate. If a policeman dies, then their 15th precinct will take down a gangster's nest. And it's the kind of killing. People say he is cruel, but he said that this is necessary force. And the whole law enforcement process is recorded. The police are doing everything according to the rules. Of course, there must be something fishy in the middle, but unfortunately, it is absolutely impossible to see it on the video. Some things are not difficult to operate. The families of the gangsters who were killed protested against the police's abuse of force, and Kai displayed the weapons he had looted from the gang's nest for reporters to see. Various long and short guns, and even explosives, grenades and other high-lethal weapons. Of course, there are also fishy things. The weapons are a bit too much, and the types are complete. But no matter what those dissenters say, the credibility of the police is much stronger than that of the gangs. Besides, those are indeed black guns. It is too easy for the old police to do this kind of frame-up, especially the old police of the 15th precinct, who are all experts. Say he is racist? Kai didn't even bother to refute. Anyway, there are public relations teams to help him clean up. The city government and the prosecutor's office, Stark Group, Wayne Consortium, etc., will take the initiative to help clean up, and this kind of speech has no market at all. After all, those people are criminals. What does it have to do with blacks and whites? Besides, Kai has killed a lot of white people. In this regard, he really treats everyone equally. As for the police's family members jumping up and down, well, this is very common. Some people are naturally resentful. They think that since Kai has the ability, why doesn't he save their relatives? Regarding this matter, Kai clearly told them that he has some special abilities, but he is not God. He can't save everyone. If they resent, then resent. He has a clear conscience. He does what he should do. As for what others think, can he control it? Those family members lost their family members, and it was not unreasonable for them to vent their anger on him. He was not so petty, and even less so fragile. He felt sorry, but Kai knew his responsibilities and what he should do. As for not being able to do it, what's the point of saying it? Where did all those inexplicable ideas come from? Tony heard about this and felt that Kai's thinking was a bit negative. They had the ability, so they should do their best. Then Kai replied with 2 words, get out. They were human beings, never gods. The guy who took everything on himself was only arrogant and stupid. He asked Tony in return, are you arrogant or stupid? Without waiting for Tony to answer, Kai said, you are both arrogant and stupid. Just do your best to be yourself. The world will function without anyone. Don't take yourself too seriously. Then Tony left cursing. As for whether Tony agreed or not, Kai didn't care. He was not Tony's mother, so he didn't need to care about his mental state. Of course, among those family members who made trouble, there were some people with ulterior motives. But Kai didn't intend to pursue it. As a policeman, he had seen too many dark things. People are all kinds of strange. There is no need to be angry. Kai's tough attitude and the support of various forces made the so-called public opinion helpless. It is also because of this that the gangs can only retreat. The rise of the gangs is due to the lack of grassroots organizations and the lack of grassroots power. Naturally, someone will fill this gap. But if the order is shrouded, the living environment of the gangs will naturally deteriorate. In Hell's Kitchen, the gangs lost the dock area, which means that their interests have become smaller. With a strong crackdown, why do they have to hang here? Besides, they really can't beat Kai. What else can they do if they don't leave? Therefore, Matt can really feel the changes in Hell's Kitchen. His biggest wish in this life is to save Hell's Kitchen, but now, Hell's Kitchen has been saved. Although it was not saved by him, so what? He is in a really good mood. This also led to a gradual decrease in the number of times he went out as Daredevil. Of course, he still goes out, but most of the time he is no longer limited to Hell's Kitchen. His whereabouts can also be seen in other districts of New York. Look, today he came to Harlem. After the death of Cornell, the godfather of Harlem, there is naturally a struggle for supremacy here. In addition, the gangs that ran away from Hell's Kitchen joined, and now the law and order in Harlem is getting worse and worse, so this place has become a place where various superheroes appear. Matt has been here the most recently. Originally, his target today was a gangster with bad means, but when he found the gang's lair and planned to raid it, he found that there was no one in the lair. This is not the key is that he smelled blood from it. A very strong and fresh smell of blood. Someone has been here and killed people. Matt immediately thought of 2 people, Bloodmint and Punisher. However, Bloodmint disappeared. After Cornell's death, he had determined that it must be Bloodmint who killed Cornell. As for where he went, he didn't know. But I haven't heard of her activities recently. As for the Punisher, it seems to have retired. So the biggest possibility is still Bloodmint. Although Bloodmint is missing, it doesn't mean that she won't come out again. So Matt immediately followed the smell of blood and planned to continue investigating. Unexpectedly, the smell of blood extended to the sewer. Matt doesn't like sewers for a simple reason. His senses are too strong and the smell of sewers is a torture to him. But in order to investigate, he still went into the sewer. The terrain of the sewer is a torture for ordinary people. There is no light, the route is complicated, and it is easy to get lost, but there is no such restriction for Matt. He doesn't rely on his eyes to identify the direction, except that the smell is a bit high. Although he has never been to the sewer before, but he knows that the sewer is definitely not so lively. He heard at least a dozen heartbeats. What the hell is going on? Why are so many people gathered in the sewer? Before he could figure it out, there was a shrill weird cry. He had never heard of this kind of business. Just when Matt was fighting with the sewer monster, Kai also received a weird case. When a team of police officers from the 15th precinct raided a drug dealer's lair, they found that the gang had all turned into mummies. Well, that's not quite accurate. It should be said that all the blood in these people's bodies had been drained. This has become a big case. There are more than a dozen lives, and the police can't just ignore it. Kai's first reaction was that it was done by a vampire, but after seeing the body, he immediately overturned this inference. It's very simple, the body is too miserable. Vampires rarely eat like this. The body is full of bite marks. Those bite marks are messy. There are no vampire bite marks. The vampire bite marks are at most 2 holes. These bite marks are densely packed with holes, as if they were plowed by a rake, and the wounds are also very deep. It's more like the masterpiece of a beast. And vampires can't suck blood so thoroughly. There is not a drop of blood in these bodies. Vampires don't have a big appetite. There was no clue for a while, so Kai could only have people collect the bodies and send them to the forensics department. By the way, the 15th Precinct's forensic science department is the largest, most fully equipped, and best staffed of all the New York precincts. Of course, it can't be compared with the headquarters, which not only has its own forensic science department, but also has cooperative organizations. Its strength in this area is among the best in the United States. But the 15th Precinct is not bad either. This makes the surrounding police stations willing to hand over some forensic tasks to the 15th Precinct. As a result, not long after returning to the police station, Kai hadn't even returned to the office when he heard gunshots and screams coming from inside the police station. What's going on? Kai immediately rushed to the direction of the riot. Forensic Science Department. I saw a group of police officers escorting several members of the Forensic Science Department and retreating in a hurry while calling for reinforcements. When Kai arrived, he saw several blue-gray monsters running out of the morgue of the Forensic Science Department. Fuck. What the hell is this? This thing is so ugly. It's those corpses. The corpses we just brought back from the drug dealer's den, a policeman shouted while shooting and repelling those monsters. They were the police officers in charge of the case. Fortunately, they were in the morgue, intending to listen to what the coroner had to say. This gave them a chance to protect the forensic doctors from escaping the morgue. Otherwise, the 15th Precinct's forensic department would suffer heavy losses. In the United States, there are very few professional forensic doctors. There are no more than 500 full-time forensic doctors in the country. In many places, forensic doctors are part-time doctors. The main reason is that the salary of forensic doctors is poor. Of course, this is compared with doctors. They all studied medicine. No one will take the initiative to choose forensic doctors with lower salary and lower social status. So this also leads to a small number of forensic doctors, and the same is true for forensic experts. Americans are actually quite taboo about this aspect. If you see something like foreigners face death, unlike Chinese people who avoid death, then it is certain that it is basically nonsense. Americans are more superstitious than Chinese people. They also discriminate against professions related to death, except for doctors, so if this group of forensic experts and forensic doctors is lost, there will be no place to replenish them for a while. But even so, 2 young forensic doctors were thrown to the ground by the monster, and it seems that they cannot be saved. Huh? Kai was stunned. Is this a corpse? Before Kai could figure out what was going on, the monsters that were knocked down by bullets got up from the ground and rushed towards the crowd without any damage. Kai's eyes turned cold, and a flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. He put on the destroyer armor and rushed forward. He didn't use the ultimate storm. After all, this was a police station, and it had just been rebuilt. He didn't want to destroy his police station. Boom. Kai flashed in front of the first monster and hit the guy in the face with a hammer. Kai hammered its face into his head. Then Kai kicked another monster that jumped up and was about to rush towards the crowd. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed the neck of a monster that was rushing towards his face. Kai grabbed the monster and handed it to himself. What the hell are you? The monster's eyes were red, and its claws were frantically scratching Kai's body everywhere. But the hardness of the destroyer armor was no joke. The monster couldn't even leave a little mark on it. Can't communicate, it's not disappointment. If they really had intelligence, they wouldn't make trouble here. Sizzle. A flash of lightning appeared in Kai's hand, and the monster turned into a ball of ash in Kai's hand. Seeing this thing, Kai understood something. This thing is definitely related to vampires. After all, apart from vampires, few monsters are so environmentally friendly. Once they die, they will immediately turn into ash. Just when Kai was about to continue and catch them all in one fell swoop, suddenly, 2 monsters in white coats ran out from the morgue. Looking at the nameplates on their white coats, it seems that they are the 2 forensic doctors who died. Fuck, Kai is not a novice to vampires. The first embrace of a vampire is definitely not so fast. On the contrary, the first embrace of a vampire is more complicated. The person who is embraced will lose all life characteristics at the first time. This situation will last for about 1 to 3 days. In short, the transformation is a process. But now, has it been 10 minutes? Everyone, step back, Kai shouted seriously. At this time, policemen were already holding blast shields and standing in front, with their guns and cannons set up. Seeing this, Kai felt a little relieved. Then he reminded, If you have UV lamps, take them out. These things might work. This is the police station. Silver bullets and the like are not available for a while, but there are UV lamps. After all, many times when the police enter the scene, they will use UV lamps, so there are a number of UV flashlights in the police station. Sizzle. Countless arcs of electricity appeared on Kai's body, and he looked at those monsters. He felt that he should have a good chat with those vampires. Chapter 795 Expert. About 10 minutes later, the riot subsided. After all, the police are a disciplined force. Although the discipline of the police in the United States is generally not very good, under Kai's rule, this aspect has always been strictly enforced, so order was quickly restored. Then Kai returned to his office with a sullen face. Anyone who lost two men for no reason would have the same expression. George came over quickly. He was not in the police station just now. Boss, Kai was on the phone when George came in. Kai waved his hand and asked George to sit down first. Fuck. Tony. What the hell are you doing? It took you so long to answer the phone. Kai's tone was very unhappy. On the other end of the phone, Tony still had that annoying tone. I'm at a party. How is it? Do you want to come? Although Tony and Pepper have been self-disciplined since they confirmed their relationship. But it doesn't mean that he has given up parties. Pepper is quite open-minded in this regard. Of course, the previous entertainment activities are not allowed, such as choosing a concubine. In fact, Tony mainly wanted the atmosphere. Perhaps because he was used to being alone since childhood, he especially liked noisy environments, so he liked parties. As for those activities that were not suitable for children, they were incidental. Don't have a party, it's bad. I remember when you were bored before, didn't you make a batch of anti-vampire weapons? Send them to the police immediately. Tony immediately put away his frivolousness when he heard the word vampire. Did you meet a vampire? He actually had never seen a vampire, but he had only heard about it from Kai. It was also because of Kai's stories about vampires that this guy designed and made a batch of anti-vampire weapons by himself. In addition to the traditional silver bullet, this guy made a full set of equipment from scratch, and also developed some strange things by the way. You can say that. By the way, do you have an ultraviolet lamp? It must be a very high power one. Those things are afraid of this, of course. Have you heard of ray bombs? I developed them specially. It's fine if you have it. Come as soon as possible. Then Kai hung up the phone. Just as the phone on this side was hung up, Kai's phone rang again. It was the chief. It turned out that tonight, not only Kai's 15th precinct had problems in New York, but also that kind of monsters appeared in many places. It caused a lot of casualties. I know, I will let Stark Group transport a batch of weapons to each precinct. Kai explained that this matter might be related to vampires, and then assured the chief. The chief actually didn't believe in vampires, but when Kai mentioned vampires, he was not surprised. After all, haven't there been many strange things in recent years? There are even gods, so what's so strange about vampires? So people are really adaptable. After learning that it was vampires, the chief was still nervous. Although he got Kai's assurance, he immediately issued orders to the sub-bureaus and the units directly under the headquarters to try to collect some silverware, garlic and other things to fight vampires. By the way, this guy also contacted the bishop of the Archdiocese of New York and planned to let those priests carry crosses to exorcise demons. God knows how confused the archbishop was when he received the call. In this world, although the United States is the largest Christian country, it does not have much say in the Catholic Church. The main core territory of the Catholic Church is still in Europe. So even the Archbishop does not know the fact about vampires. In the entire Catholic Church, only the top leaders of the Vatican know these secrets, and the Vatican's Demon Hunter sequence only accepts the command of a few top leaders of the Vatican. So the Archbishop has no idea what the New York Police Commissioner is doing. After Kai finished talking to the commissioner, George asked stupidly, "Vampire?" Kai looked at him strangely, thinking that his deputy's adaptability was a bit low, and his awareness was not as high as the commissioner's. Look at how quickly others accept it. Yes, the enemy we are facing this time is vampires. Is it the vampire in the movie? There is a little difference, but generally not much difference. It is indeed similar, but not so magical. For example, turning into a bat, except for those old ghosts, ordinary vampires can't do it at all. At most, they have stronger self-healing ability than ordinary people, are harder to kill, have greater strength, are faster, and can live forever. George opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he didn't know where to start. By the way, have you arranged for the living monster? Kai didn't kill all the monsters, but left one. He needed to find out the details of that thing. It would be great if the Wen brothers were still here, but unfortunately, they were not used to staying in one place for a long time, so they left some time ago. Well, it's already locked in a cage? George's face was still not good. George felt that he couldn't adapt to this world. There were new surprises every time. That's good. Kai picked up the phone again. I'll call an expert and let his guys popularize it. George nodded, then asked hesitantly, you mean, will that thing appear on a large scale? It has already appeared on a large scale, Kai said unhappily. He even doubted whether this guy had just listened to the call between him and the director. He just said that this thing appeared in many places in New York City. Then Kai called Blade. Blade was very curious why Kai called him. He didn't have many friends, and very few people had his contact information. However, Kai explained that it was Hannibal who gave him the phone number, and Blade immediately accepted this explanation. Blade already knew why Kai was looking for him. When those monsters appeared in New York, it was hard not to attract Blade's attention. He had killed more than a dozen of those monsters. When Blade came to the 15th precinct, he suddenly stopped. Who? Blade put his hand on the handle of the knife behind his back and shouted to the darkness not far away. Soon a woman walked out of the shadows. She was wearing a black tights, a pair of long leather boots, black gloves on her hands, and a circle of fur around her neck. She looked mysterious and sexy. My name is Bloodmont. Hannibal asked me to help you. The woman had long black hair and looked a bit like the angel witch in the Chicago 3 heroines. But Blade didn't doubt it, because he could see that the leather coat the woman was wearing was the remains of the hounds. No one else would have this thing except Hannibal. Blade is not a person who likes to partner with others, but if it is Hannibal, he can try to accept this woman. Then Blade walked towards the 15th precinct without saying a word. And the woman was also very sensible and followed him without saying much. Just when Blade arrived at the 15th precinct, Kai was studying the captured monster with others. Hello, you are Blade, right? Nice to meet you. I am Kai Wayne. Seeing Blade brought in by the police, Kai immediately went up to Blade and exchanged a few words, and then immediately got to the point. I know you are an expert in this area, and now we need your advice. Blade nodded. He didn't know how to exchange pleasantries. He walked towards the monster with Bloodmont. The moment the monster saw Blade, it immediately seemed to be crazy, changing its previous weak state, and madly hit the cage and wanted to pounce on Blade. Blade's face was normal, but Bloodmont was shocked. This monster looks really hideous and ugly. Blade glanced at her and began to doubt Hannibal's recommendation. Blade, at this time, a woman suddenly asked. Blade looked over and saw a woman in a SHIELD uniform. He knew her. She was Nick Fury's deputy, Maria Hill. But he was not familiar with this woman. So he didn't care. Hill didn't care either. She knew all the information about Blade. SHIELD had tried to recruit Blade before, and it was Nick Fury who recruited him personally. Blade also worked for SHIELD for a while. But Blade soon discovered that SHIELD lied. When recruiting Blade, Nick Fury personally guaranteed that they were committed to fighting vampires. But he found that SHIELD was not very interested in fighting vampires at all, but more interested in him. They had been studying Blade and wanted to find out his secrets. As for fighting vampires, these guys were not what Blade thought, committed to fighting vampires. On the contrary, they would even cooperate with vampires for some purposes. Blade could not accept this, so he unilaterally terminated the cooperation. Blade also had a falling out with Nick Fury for this. He didn't like the one-eyed dragon who was full of lies. As for why SHIELD is here, it's because of that monster. I don't know what's going on with SHIELD. Such a big organization, but it didn't even catch a living creature. It's shameful. Hill actually has her own difficulties. Of course, she wants to catch a monster alive for research, but unfortunately, since the continuous attacks of SHIELD in New York, the field agents they need are basically dead. The agents they are adding are all rookies who have just graduated from the SHIELD Academy. They also launched a capture operation before, but their experience was too poor, which led to the failure of the operation and the loss of 3 field agents. There is no way, so they can only ask Kai for help. On the other side, Tony obviously also became interested in Blade, the expert. He walked forward in a flashy armor. You are Blade, I am Tony, Tony Stark, The arrogant eyes and tone made it impossible for anyone who saw him for the first time to have a good impression of him. Blade was no exception. He ignored the palm that Tony handed over and walked around Tony to the side of the iron cage. Hey, you rude guy. Tony was a man who only treated others like this. Before he could get angry, Kai pushed him away and said to Blade, don't pay attention to him. Business is more important. Blade was indeed not interested in dealing with Tony. In Blade's opinion, there was no possibility of any intersection between them. He was not interested in being friends with Tony. I have never seen this thing before. But there is no doubt that they are vampires. However, they are hungrier and crazier than vampires. And, Blade pulled out his pistol and was about to shoot the monster in the head. As a result, Tony next to him suddenly took action. He got a gun from somewhere and fired several shots at the monster. The monster squeaked and screamed, but it was still alive and well, and the bullet holes healed quickly. There will be no problem with my weapon. Each bullet is plated with pure silver. Come and see, these are not fucking vampires, he was just arguing. He just couldn't stand this pretentious guy wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. To be more precise, he didn't like others to be pretentious than him. Blade ignored him and continued, they are not afraid of silver bullets. Then he ignored Tony's provocation. They are also extremely resistant to garlic essence. Blade took out a glass ball with a viscous liquid inside. He smashed the glass ball on the monster's body. The monster immediately screamed, and white smoke continued to emerge from its body. The flesh was corroded, but that was all. After a while, the monster slowly recovered. While Blade was explaining, Hill didn't know why he stared at the woman Blade brought with him. At first, the others didn't care and were attracted by Blade's explanation. Bloodmint noticed it, but she didn't say anything. She just frowned, indicating that she was uncomfortable. This was the first task Mr. Hannibal had given her. She didn't want anything to go wrong, so she endured it. However, ultraviolet light is still effective against this thing. Blade took out an ultraviolet flashlight and shone it directly on the monster. As a result, the ultraviolet light, which was not strong to begin with, immediately burned the monster and made it smoke. Its skin and flesh were constantly corroded and bubbled, cutting the monster's skin and flesh like a branding iron. When the small flashlight shone on the monster's head for more than 5 seconds, the monster screamed and turned into ash. Although this level of ultraviolet radiation can cause damage to ordinary vampires, it will definitely not be fatal. Tony pouted his lips. He still couldn't stand Blade's cool look. Of course, he secretly envied Blade's look in his heart. If he wasn't a little short and his figure wasn't as muscular as Blade's, he would also be willing to wear a windbreaker. But sunglasses can be considered. He thinks he should get himself a pair of special sunglasses. Of course, they must not be as low-end as Blade's. They must be high-tech glasses that can see normally in a dark environment. Do you know what these things are? I'm not sure, but it should be related to vampires. Then, where do these monsters come from? The underground sewers, Blade said. At this moment, a young agent from SHIELD suddenly pointed at the bloodmint behind Blade and shouted, "You are Riley North." Kai frowned and looked over. The young agent seemed to have seen something precious, pulled out his gun and pointed it at bloodmint. After the reminder of the young agent, other SHIELD agents immediately saw who bloodmint was. They all drew their weapons. Hill's face was a little dark, but at this point, of course she couldn't pretend not to see it. So she walked quickly towards bloodmint. "Ms. Riley North, we suspect that you are related to a serial murder case. Please cooperate with our investigation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 796 Assembly. Hill had recognized bloodmint a long time ago. After all, this girl didn't care about anything for revenge. She just stole some guns, but she was photographed clearly. It's hard not to know her. But Hill also knew that this was the 15th precinct, and now bloodmint was brought by Blade, and Blade was invited by Kai. It would be hard not to cause Kai's backlash if he made trouble at this time. After all, Kai never gave them face for shield. At the same time, she could understand the performance of her agents. It was really. The higher-ups were urging them too much, constantly asking them to find Hannibal, and Riley North was the best breakthrough. That day under the Brooklyn Bridge, many people saw that it was Hannibal who took Riley North away. It was too easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out. At this stage, S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that there were only 3 people related to Hannibal: Batman, Iron Man and Kai. But the problem is that Batman is as elusive as Hannibal, and Iron Man and Kai. That's even more difficult to say. To some people, these 2 people are more difficult to deal with than Batman, because there are some things that can be done but not said, and Tony Stark and Kai, if you dare to use those messy reasons to force them to tell Hannibal's whereabouts, they can completely ignore it, and those reasons that can't be put on the table can't hurt them at all. So those powerful people simply gave up their efforts in this regard, just like what Kai said when he questioned S.H.I.E.L.D., the Shadow Bureau and the FBI at the Continental Hotel that day. If you have the guts, just say who wants to catch Hannibal. As long as you dare to say it, Kai will dare to talk nonsense in front of reporters tomorrow. This is the fear of using weapons to kill rats. With the status of Tony and Kai, some messy means are useless. Therefore, being able to get involved with Hannibal at this stage naturally became the key to breaking the deadlock. Riley North? Who is Riley North? Bloodmint acted very calmly, and seemed extremely calm in the face of Hill's strength. Of course she was calm. She came here to represent Hannibal. Hannibal told her that he and Kai didn't have any real friendship, but they would give each other leeway and they all had a tacit understanding. Hannibal didn't make trouble in Kai's territory, and Kai pretended not to see him. This time, Bloodmint came here. To put it bluntly, Hannibal was giving Kai face. If Kai let Bloodmint get into trouble. Humph. Anyway, Bloodmint didn't think it was possible. Hill didn't expect Bloodmint to answer like this. But before he could make any move, there was someone more anxious than her. An agent saw Bloodmint's rebuttal and ignored any rules. He drew his gun and shot directly. Of course, he didn't aim at any vital parts, but at his legs. Hill heard the gunshot and immediately shouted to stop it, but it was too late. Bloodmint seemed to have not seen the other party shoot, and let the bullet shoot at her. But just when the bullet was about to touch her thigh, a burst of black smoke suddenly came out of her thigh, and then the bullet passed through the black smoke like that, hitting nothing. After the bullet shot through, the smoke turned into her thigh again. The agent raised his gun again, intending to continue the attack. But the next second, bang! A bullet exploded his skull. Hill suddenly turned his head to look at Kai, who was holding the gun. She didn't expect that Kai would actually shoot and kill people in public. And he killed people from their shield. Kai, attacking an innocent citizen in the police station. Do you think we police are blind? Kai ignored Hill's roar, and instead waved his hand, and the police raised their guns and surrounded all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the middle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are all stupid. They are S.H.I.E.L.D. They were shot and killed by a policeman just like that? No matter how reluctant Hill was to conflict with Kai, he had to stand up now. She is a criminal. We are just criminal. Isn't that the responsibility of us police? When did S.H.I.E.L.D. intervene? And, you said she was a criminal, so she is a criminal? Who do you think you are? You are just a bunch of stinky bugs who don't see the light of day. When did you convict people at will? Kai didn't give him face at all. After all, they were the ones who shouldn't have given face first. Kai, Hill gritted his teeth and said, his hand was already on the handle of the gun, but the surrounding police immediately raised their guns. If she dared to move, she would be shot immediately. This is the power granted to the police by the Constitution. The police have the right to protect their own safety first when their personal safety is protected. In other words, if they suspect Hill of attacking behavior, they have the right to shoot her, and as for what happens next, they will talk about it later. This is also the reason why there are so many police shootings. Even if you hold a banana, if the police insist that they saw it wrong and saw it as a pistol and shot you dead, then you deserve it. Even Hill didn't dare to move at this moment. After all, there is only one life. No matter how special her identity is, it's natural for the police to shoot her. S.H.I.E.L.D.? An agency that is not on the federal sequence. When everyone talks about the rules, you are very arrogant, but you don't follow the rules. That's it. At most, the last police officer who takes the blame will be fired. But the question is, what kind of punishment is this? Believe it or not, as long as Kai's willing, everyone in the police station is willing to take the blame. It's not that they really love Kai to that extent. In fact, it's just a job change at best. They believe that Kai will never treat them unfairly. We must take this person away. Kai, no matter what you say, she is a criminal. Really, Kai was not panicked at all. He looked at George, Did Ms. Hill just say that this lady is Riley North? I remember that the wanted information contains her DNA and fingerprint information. Take it to check. It must be said that Bloodman did a rough job before. Blood, tissue, fingerprints, a lot of them were left behind. This kind of amateur killer is not even the lowest level killer at the high table. George quickly brought the detection equipment and compared them one by one in front of the SHIELD people. None of them matched, except that they looked a little similar. Even the hair color and pupil color were different. Okay, now it has been proved that you, SHIELD, are attacking a legal citizen. So, everyone in SHIELD, you are arrested. This is of course Hannibal's masterpiece. Bloodman's biological information is now unrecognizable. In forensics, these are two people. Hill's face became extremely ferocious. Of course, she didn't believe this. Kai was playing tricks on SHIELD. Kai walked towards her and whispered, "Do you know why I hate you? You know that she is Hannibal's man, and we need Hannibal's power to deal with those monsters, but what about you? For the sake of that little selfish desire, you regard the whole of New York as nothing. You still call yourself the guardian of the world? Who are you protecting? Is it the tens of millions of people in New York, or those old immortals behind you?" Why was Kai so cruel that he shot and killed the agent directly? He hated SHIELD, but he didn't kill people for no reason. It was really that he didn't understand what SHIELD was doing at all? Don't they know the harm of these monsters? An ordinary person can mutate in just 1 to 30 minutes after being bitten. It's a whole zombie movie. There are not many monsters causing trouble in New York now. Even if they mutate, they mostly run back to the sewer. But they can't stay in the sewer forever. What if they go out together tomorrow night? Believe it or not, New York will become a zombie siege tomorrow. It has come to this point, and the idiots of SHIELD are still thinking about rejuvenation. If they don't kill this kind of person, will they keep him for the new year? Of course Hill knew, but what does it matter if she knew? They are a disciplined force, and arresting Hannibal is the top priority. What can she do? She turned a blind eye to it, and planned to find a way to arrest Bloodman after the matter was over. But the agents under her command. In short, it's hard to say. Hill gritted his teeth and said, "What I'm doing is protecting the world. If you know that Hannibal has the power to rejuvenate people, you should know that he has the power to influence the whole world." Once this power is abused, Kai shook his head and stopped listening. This person is obsessed. Typical SHIELD thinking, no matter what, as long as it is not a power in their own hands, it is a threat. Really, this world is big. Where does SHIELD get the confidence to think that they can control everything? For this kind of person, Kai is too lazy to say anything. Just let the police take their guns and then put them in jail. I don't know how many times Kai has locked up SHIELD people. This is also a record. Tony and Blade didn't say anything the whole time. There was no need. At the same time, they both hated SHIELD after the people were taken away. Blade continued, "I searched for their traces and found that all these things ran into the sewers. It seems that they came out not to hunt, but to create soldiers." Tony kept operating his virtual screen. He searched for videos of all the monster-infested areas in the city. It was just as Blade said. After hunting, those monsters would immediately return to the sewers, and with them, there were also those newly mutated monsters. Sewers. What happened in there? Kai muttered to himself. The three of them completely threw SHIELD's affairs aside. At this time, Matt was being hunted. He had wounds all over his body and had lost too much blood. He was about to collapse. He was also unlucky. He actually broke into the monster's lair inexplicably and almost died. Those monsters were too difficult to deal with. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't kill them. So he almost died. If he hadn't encountered a turbulent waterway and got into it, he would have escaped. But now his condition is not very good. He was already covered in wounds. He was soaked in dirty water, rushed by the current, and infected and lost too much blood. He managed to crawl out of the sewer with one breath. He wanted to pass the message to Kai and let him be prepared. New York is facing a huge threat. But just as he pushed open a manhole cover and climbed out of the sewer with difficulty, he looked up and saw a monster rushing towards him with its fangs and claws bared. "Fuck," the elegant daredevil also cursed. But just as he was about to make a last stand, a round object suddenly flew from the sky and cut off the monster's head in an instant. But even so, the monster still waved its arms and continued to rush forward. At this time, the round object flew a distance, flew back, and then cut the monster in half. Then a man in a blue and white star-striped uniform descended from the sky and crushed the monster with 1 foot. But the monster's body was still shaking. At this time, a shout came from behind the man. "Steve!" The star-striped uniform immediately rolled to the side. A dragon of fire sprayed directly on the monster's body. Then a bad smell came. The monster was immediately burned to ashes. Matt was stunned. At this time, the man with the star-striped flag walked to Matt's side. "Are you Daredevil?" Matt only then saw clearly who came. It was the idol of all Americans, Captain America. Captain America! Matt immediately felt weak and almost fell back into the sewer. Captain America picked him up. "He is seriously injured. We must send him to the hospital." Matt immediately resisted. "No. We must go to the 15th precinct. I have something to report to the director there." "You are now." Daredevil's condition was not good. Steve was afraid that he would die before he got there. "Don't worry, Kai will treat me." Daredevil knew that Kai had a set of magical medical equipment, which was at least much better than sending him to the hospital. Moreover, he had seen the mutated appearance of the people who were killed, and he was also afraid that he would be infected. If he was in the hospital, he didn't want to cause a disaster himself. There are a lot of these monsters underground, a lot. "I found their lair." "Then you can tell us?" Captain America asked anxiously immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D. received the news, and the Shadow Bureau naturally received it as well. They were not far from New York. Daredevil raised his head with difficulty and said helplessly, "I am a blind man. How can I tell you?" There was no way. The world in Daredevil's eyes was completely different from that in the eyes of normal people. This thing was really hard to express in words. "I said, if you hurry up, I might still be saved. If you continue to argue with me here, I am afraid that I will see God before I reach the 15th precinct." Feeling that his vitality was getting weaker and weaker, Daredevil could only remind Captain America. Steve was also a decisive person. "Dugan. Let's go." "No way, boss. We'll just use these toys to deal with those monsters." Kaisuo held the silver bullets and ultraviolet grenades, and he didn't think that these things could be used against Kai's monsters. They had encountered that kind of monster before, but bullets were useless against those things. As for the ultraviolet grenades, Kaisuo couldn't figure it out. The grenades with plastic shells, could this thing really kill people? The special forces quickly gathered at the 15th precinct. This mission was very dangerous, and ordinary people couldn't participate at all. "Are you looking down on me, Tony Stark, an invention of a peerless genius?" Tony was very unhappy with Kaisuo's questioning. "What's more, this soldier looks stupid." The second update is a bit late. You can watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 797 Assembly. The red-haired woman curled her lips and looked down on the two boring men. Generally speaking, Tony was a very charming man, but the red-haired woman didn't like him because he was too cocky. Perhaps because she was a martial artist, she preferred introverted men. As for the parachute cord, just like Tony's feelings about him, silly. The red-haired woman disliked him even more, especially after he confessed to her 13 times. It was the heavy artillery that stood up and stopped the parachute cord from continuing to argue with Tony. In the eyes of the heavy artillery, the parachute cord was a good soldier because he was fearless, but he was also a headache because he was fearless. For example, ordinary soldiers would never argue with Tony Stark. Sage saw his team members and shook his head helplessly. He was quite satisfied with his team members, especially since they were recruited by himself. But he forgot one thing, that is, most people with ability have strong personalities. Several of his team members all had problems of one kind or another. The red-haired woman was proud, the parachute cord was reckless, and the heavy artillery seemed to be a good man, but in fact he was the most proud. The only one who looked better was Blake, but unfortunately he was a technical control. By the way, this guy is also a fan of Tony Stark. Kai was discussing with Blade. He wanted to know where the monsters were most likely to be. New York's sewer system is too complicated. Even the archives of New York City do not have detailed information. Especially during the Roosevelt era, the New Deal launched a large number of infrastructure projects. Among these projects, there were renovations of New York sewers and expansion of subways. To be honest, many projects were not necessary and there was suspicion of duplicate construction. But at that time, in order to get rid of the economic crisis, the government launched a large number of infrastructure projects and had no time to manage duplicate construction. This made the already messy New York underground even more complicated. After many sewers were built, they were never used and were covered by new pipes. In short, no one can be sure of what the underground is like now. Blade is a person who is familiar with the underground environment. But even he can't say that he must understand the situation below. So he is not sure where the monsters are concentrated. But there is one thing he can be sure of, that is, these things must have a nest. Even, they are controlled by people. This can be seen from their behavior patterns. These monsters don't look like they have intelligence. Logically, once they appear on the ground, they will naturally hunt according to their instincts. It is impossible for them to retreat into the ground immediately after a limited amount of predation, like now. So Blade's suggestion is to take it one step at a time, go underground first, and search for the monsters' nests first. For this reason, Blake and Tony prepared a large number of detectors to locate the monsters' nests. If they knew about this before, they would catch a monster, put a tracker on it, and throw it into the sewer. In this way, they don't have to be like headless flies like now. Quick! Quick! Save people! Just when a group of people were discussing where to start, suddenly several people rushed into the police station. Captain America, the police knew Steve. So they naturally didn't dare to stop him. But the question is, should we go to the hospital to save people? Why come to the police station? Hearing the noise outside, Kai walked out with his men and found that Steve ran in carrying the seriously injured Daredevil. Quick! Save him! He's almost out of breath. Seeing Matt like this, Kai had nothing else to say. He grabbed Matt and ran to his office. Tony was debugging the detector with Blake, and didn't care much about the noise outside, but when he saw Kai carrying a bloody man in, he didn't know what was going on. Daredevil, Tony knew Matt. After all, Daredevil's disguise was really not very sophisticated, and it was too easy to find out who he was. At least Tony easily found out that he was Matt Murdock. How did he get into this? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and give him an injection. Tony knew what Kai meant. Life number 1. This thing is a byproduct of dragon bone research and can be regarded as a powerful life potion. Kai gave it the name of Life number 1. Tony didn't hesitate. He opened the chest armor directly, took out a dose of Life number 1 from it, and injected it into Matt. The effect was great. Matt's intermittent breathing stabilized, and those scary wounds began to shrink. Steve and Dum Dum Dugan, who rushed in, were stunned. They had never heard of such a powerful healing potion. When Tony saw Steve, his face immediately turned sour. He didn't like Steve. Steve wanted to have a good relationship with Tony. He never gave up the opportunity to peacefully resolve the feud between Bucky and Tony. But seeing Tony like this, Steve knew that this was a long and arduous road. Dum Dum Dugan didn't have so many tricks. He just marveled at the magic of that potion. What is this? Tony's heart tightened when he heard it. This thing seemed to be quite sensitive. So he immediately used his newly learned skills to pass the buck. This is the potion prepared by Hannibal. It's very precious and can save lives. Well, when Tony did this, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he was unusually skilled. Anyway, Hannibal was like that. Too many debts don't worry, too many lice don't bite. Kai glanced at Tony speechlessly. He didn't expect Tony to be self-taught. But he didn't say anything. Hannibal was just a cover for taking the blame, so he didn't care about this. In this world, no one can catch Hannibal except himself. At this moment, Matt woke up. Am I in heaven? Yes. I'm your father. Tony is the only one who hates him so much? Then Matt woke up. He opened his eyes immediately when he heard the word father, but he still couldn't see anything. He went to heaven, but he was still blind. Isn't this too bad? That's it? Heaven? Director Wayne, he heard Kai's heartbeat. The world in Matt's eyes is different from that of others. He can remember a person's smell, breathing rate and heartbeat. These things are different for everyone, which constitutes a unique appearance of each person in Matt's mind. He doesn't need to really hear a person speak to know who the other person is. Yet, Kai nodded. This is a habitual action. After all, Matt rarely gives people the feeling of being blind. Even if you get along with him for a long time, you will still subconsciously think he is a normal person. How did you get into this state? That's right, Matt remembered that he had something to say to Kai. I found a monster's nest underground. Have you seen those monsters? Kai was shocked and asked excitedly. Matt nodded weakly. Tell me where they are. Matt shook his head. They are underground. I can't tell you the route with words. I can only take you there myself. Steve couldn't help but say at this time, your current situation, Seems impossible to do this, right? Although Matt looked fine, in fact, his physical weakness could not be hidden from anyone. It's okay, someone can help. Kai looked at Bloodmint. Bloodmint was stunned, a little confused. Kai curled his lips and said helplessly, call someone. Bloodmint understood this time, but the next second he shook his head with a wry smile. It was him who looked for me, but the next second, a shadow burst out from Bloodmint, and then a figure walked out of the shadow. No need to look for me, I'm here, Hannibal. Steve stared at Hannibal, who suddenly appeared with wide eyes. He had heard a lot about him recently. The whole world is looking for him, but unexpectedly, he was actually seen in a police station. However, Steve did not want to arrest him. After all, in his opinion, he was not a bad guy. Captain America is not Batman. There is no such thing as not killing people. This guy killed a lot of people during World War II. His concept is very simple. It is not a bad thing to impose violence on evil. Bloodmint is in a different mood. How should I put it? It feels a bit sweet. Because it means that Hannibal has been taking care of her. Since her husband died, she thought she would never feel this feeling again. Unexpectedly. What Bloodmint thinks, almost no one present cares. To Kay, she is just a tool. Hannibal walked to Matt in a pretentious manner and put his finger on his chest. Matt felt a pain in his chest, first a coolness, then a warm power filled his body, and then the power that was originally lost with the blood returned to his body again, and even the brain was wrapped in this power, making the originally sluggish spirit full in an instant. In fact, this is a trick, just giving Matt another dose of life number 1. But everyone doesn't know, and they all think it's amazing. A few hours later, in the sewer of Hell's Kitchen, Stark was wearing Mark VI and walking in the sewer with difficulty. The feet of Mark VI were equipped with sound-absorbing pads, so there was no sound when walking. This is because Tony found new elements in the model left by his father Howard Stark to replace the original palladium energy reactor, and remade a new steel armor. The performance is better than the previous model, and the endurance is several blocks away from the previous palladium reactor. The biggest difference between Mark VI and the previous Mark series is that the appearance of the chest connecting the energy reactor has been changed to triangle. Because the new energy reactor has a strong and stable energy source, the attack power of Mark VI has also been greatly improved. Compared with the previous Mark V, Mark VI has added a new weapon laser on the basis of missiles and shotguns. Laser knives are equipped on the backs of both hands. When there is sufficient energy, the laser fired can easily cut metal objects. In addition, the metal of this mecha all comes from Asgard, and its defense is far superior to the previous generations. It is something that is not available on Earth. It will take some time for Tony to deconstruct the structure and composition of those metals. But the new mecha can't make Stark quiet down a little. Stark's complaints have not stopped since he entered the sewer. Damn it, I shouldn't come here. Mark VI is not designed for this kind of place. I'm going crazy when I think of stepping on shit on my feet. I should give it a better stage to debut, not in this place. What's more, I don't have enough materials to make a new one. Maybe you can give it to me. I don't mind using a second-hand one. The parachute cable was envious of Tony's mecha, so he shamelessly approached. Shut up, the two of you. Your voice will tell everyone in the sewer that we are here. The thing on you is not broken. Go back and wash it and wax it and it will be new. Kyle let a dead mouse pass while warning the two chatterboxes. Stark lifted his visor and said with contempt, your shoes have stepped on dog shit. Will you wash them before wearing them? Why not? Kai didn't quite understand rich people. Although he was not short of money, he couldn't be as wasteful as Stark. He even thought he deserved a beating. The same was true for others. Although he said it sincerely and didn't mean to show off his wealth, it was really unfriendly to them, the working class. Oh, shit. Jarvis, remember to remind me not to have any physical contact with him in the future. Stark felt goosebumps all over his body. Kai was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. He walked quickly to the front. But Steve couldn't help it. Tony, you shouldn't do this, you are wasting. The wealth accumulated by your father is not for you to waste. Steve was also born in a poor family and would never see Tony's prodigal behavior. Shut up. It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs, old antique. And don't mention my father, you don't deserve it. Besides, I have multiplied my father's wealth tenfold. His little money is not enough for me to waste. I am spending my own money now. I want to be a prodigal son, but your good friend let me inherit the family property in advance, The last sentence left Steve speechless. It can be seen that Steve really wants to ease the tension between them, but Tony doesn't think so. Kai ignored the quarrel between the two. This has happened more than once. Steve took 2 steps back, a little disappointed, and no longer stood side by side with Tony. Then someone patted him on the shoulder. It was Dum Dum Dugan. Dugan is a pure person. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Bucky is his comrade in arms, but it is also a fact that Bucky killed Howard and his wife. He did not comment on Steve's statement that Bucky was controlled. From a personal standpoint, he is willing to believe Steve, but the problem is that if we really talk about relationships, his relationship with Howard is better than his relationship with Bucky. Bucky had been with the Howling Commandos for a short time before he disappeared. However, he had worked with Howard for more than 20 years. This feeling was very contradictory, so he remained neutral regarding the matter between Steve and Tony. He did not advise Tony as Howard's friend, nor did he support Steve's view that Bucky was innocent. In short, he now hoped that Bucky would never appear, and it would be best if he died quietly somewhere. "Thank you," Steve thanked Dugan for his comfort. Dugan shook his head and continued to remain alert. Chapter 798 Encounter. Kai didn't care about the grudge between Tony and Steve behind him. After all, there was really no way to persuade them about this kind of thing. Both of them had sufficient reasons. He took 2 quick steps to catch up with Matt, who was leading the way in front, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "How far is it to the place you said?" Matt looked around and said, "It should take about an hour to get there. But we still have to be careful. We may encounter those terrible monsters along the way." Kai nodded, fiddled with the anticoagulant pistol sponsored by Tony in his hand, and said, "I hope we can encounter them sooner. This damn place is really unfriendly. The environment in the sewer is really hard to describe. This damn place is not ventilated, it is wet everywhere, and some water drips from the top of the hut from time to time. God knows where the water comes from. Most of the people who came down today have experienced military careers, and they entered a state of alert as soon as they entered the sewer. The conditions in the sewer made them feel a little uncomfortable. The space here is a little narrow. As long as they encounter an enemy, they have only one choice, which makes them a little uncomfortable." Matt led the way, followed by Tony and Kai. They all had armor and could rush to the front at any time to block all attacks for their companions. The night vision goggles provided by Tucker helped them a lot at this moment, so that they didn't have to fight in the dark in the sewer where there was no light. And the parachute blaster sniffed in annoyance. The smell made him a little upset. It's not that his nose is special, but he is a troublemaker. He is very curious about what garlic essence smells like, and when no one is paying attention, he actually pried open a bottle of garlic essence. Garlic essence is in glass balls, and it will explode when you apply force. So, he was doused with a sound, and now the smell of garlic on his body mixed with a stench in the sewer, the smell is simply unbearable. Even flies and mosquitoes are unwilling to approach him. The parachute-piercing rope hammered the wall of the sewer in annoyance, and complained to Saji beside him, "I'm almost dying of the stink of my body." Facing the complaint of the parachute-piercing rope, Saji's face remained calm, but his body was very sneaky and took 2 steps back. Saji has always been a tough guy. In order to complete a mission, he once lay alone in the muddy swamp waiting for the enemy for 3 days and 3 nights, but even he couldn't face the smell of the parachute-piercing rope. It was too strong. "Did you just step back?" The parachute-piercing rope seemed to notice Saji's retreating steps. "Are you serious?" "No, you saw it wrong. I guess you were fainted by the smell." Saji took a look and answered calmly, and that attitude made the parachute-piercing rope himself wonder if he saw it wrong. Seeing that Keisuasuo was deep in thought, Sage immediately stepped back, took a deep breath, held his breath, and then pretended to think for a while, and said, "I may know why we haven't encountered vampires now. The smell on your body scared those things. Otherwise, you walk in the front, so that we can ensure that we are not attacked." The red-haired girl had already put on an oxygen mask. Everyone has this thing, mainly because they are afraid of methane in the sewer, which is poisonous. However, most people save the limited oxygen for critical moments. After all, a person's load is limited. How much oxygen can they carry with so many weapons and equipment? Except for the red-haired girl. She really can't stand the smell. But girls can understand it. The red-haired girl heard what Sage said and said with a smile, "I also thought of it. Keisuasuo may be a human-shaped ghost exorcist now. People can't stand the smell, let alone vampires." Keisuasuo immediately made a bitter face. He didn't mind being a vanguard, but because of this reason. It's too embarrassing. Matt, who had been leading the way silently, suddenly made a stop gesture. That thing is coming, Blade reacted the fastest. He was particularly sensitive to vampires. He suddenly rushed forward more than 20 meters, picked up his gun and fired a series of shots at a water pipe on the side of the sewer. The thing in the water pipe screamed miserably and rushed towards the crowd. The thing had almost no clothes on its body. Muscles bulged on its spindle-like body, and each one looked like lean meat turned into spirit. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their hands and feet were in the shape of claws. They could actually walk on the wall like spiders or geckos, and suddenly passed Kai and Tony, who were shielding in front, and rushed to the middle of the team. Others immediately raised their guns and fired. Several monsters were shot down and fell into the crowd. They were directly dismembered by the silver weapons of the crowd, but there were still a few monsters who resisted the barrage and rushed to their targets. One of them pounced on the shortest red-haired woman, and the other two pounced on Steve. The red-haired woman took out a mechanical crossbow from behind her. She knocked on the crossbow and it immediately deformed and opened into a crossbow ready to fire. This crossbow was Tony's product. Not only was it extremely powerful, but the crossbow arrows it fired could easily penetrate armor. At the same time, the arrows on the crossbow could carry arrows with various functions, which was a bit like Hawkeye's equipment. At the same time, the crossbow arrow had an automatic aiming system, and it could record the enemy's image and analyze the enemy's path of movement to ensure that the crossbow arrow could accurately focus on the enemy after it was fired. In short, it was very high-tech. So the red-haired woman didn't aim at all, and just fired a crossbow arrow at random. Then the crossbow arrow directly hit the monster with an extremely incredible trajectory. Not only that, the powerful kinetic energy of the crossbow arrow also took the monster flying far away. Boom. Then the crossbow arrow exploded directly, with little power, like a directional explosion, blowing the monster into pieces, but it had no effect on the surrounding environment. On the other side, Steve saw the monster pounce on him, and he put up his own shield and slapped it hard, hitting the two monsters in the air directly against the wall. As Steve's old comrade, Dugan did not waste the opportunity created by Steve. When the monsters were flying in the air, he emptied a magazine of the MP4 in his hand. The small caliber bullets made small holes in the bodies of several monsters. Unfortunately, the silver-plated bullets that should have been very effective did not cause fatal damage to these monsters. The two monsters that were hid against the wall screamed. But they were full of energy and were not affected by the bullets at all. They waved their arms and rushed towards Steve, just like a few angry monkeys, stretching out their short hands to grab Steve's head. Dugan frowned, moved closer, raised the shotgun in his hand, and fired at the monsters. The skulls of the two monsters were directly smashed. Still useless. Finally, Dugan took out the anticoagulant firearm. This firearm is special, with a plastic shell, very light, and does not rely on gunpowder for firing, but on a pneumatic device. Because of Tony's modification, the power of this pneumatic device is quite reliable, and the effective range is 100 meters. The only drawback is that the shooting efficiency is slow. After all, it is pneumatic and cannot fire rapidly like a gunpowder gun. Boo. After 2 shots, the blood vessels of the two monsters suddenly bulged, and then they turned into rotten meat with a splash, and finally melted directly, and then turned into flying ash and disappeared. Dugan looked at the plastic gun in his hand in surprise, which looked like a toy, and avoided the weapon. Not bad. Kai caught a living body and threw it directly to everyone, asking them to try it. After all, there were too few samples before, and many things were not tested in time. Now it is just right for the special department to get familiar with it. The monster was thrown over by Kai, and as soon as it landed, it rushed to the nearest Saji in a hurry. Saji kicked it over, then grabbed one of the monster's legs and smashed it hard against the wall of the sewer. This thing also made a sharp scream like a pig being slaughtered. At this time, the ripcord was different from the others. Although the others were not afraid of this thing, they were still somewhat resistant. But this guy was thick-skinned. He directly pulled out a carefully selected silver-plated machete and proudly gestured to the red-haired woman, as if he thought this could show his masculinity. Then, like an experienced butcher, he stepped on the monster's neck and chopped off the monster's limbs. Stark was also a person who had seen the battlefield, but seeing the ripcord's barbaric posture, he was a little overwhelmed. He didn't care how smelly it was outside, and directly opened the mask and vomited to the side. This thing was different from the battlefield. It looked like entering a slaughterhouse. After a long while, He panted and complained, "Dude, can't you be more polite? Why do you have to make it so bloody? For God's sake, just give it a quick death." Steve looked at Stark with contempt, walked to the monster and squatted down, wanting to take a closer look, and said, "Old Stark is not afraid of these things." Stark hated being compared to his father, not to mention that this person was Steve. With his sharp tongue, he said to Steve in a sarcastic tone, "What? Now you think Howard is also your friend? Don't you only have Bucky as a friend? Seriously, are you and Bucky gay? Is Aunt Peggy your cover? Kang Mang, this is a new era. There is no discrimination against this kind of feelings. Love should be spoken out loud." For people of Steve's generation, calling someone a homosexual is definitely an insult. The veins on Steve's hands were exposed. He looked at Tony seriously and said, "Please don't insult our friendship. That's not polite, Tony." If it was someone else, Steve really wouldn't mind giving him a beating, but he was Tony. After he chose Bucky, Steve instinctively felt guilty towards Tony. Politeness, believe it or not, I'll spread what you just said, and tomorrow the whole of America will teach you what politeness is. In this era, the forces of gay equality are growing stronger and stronger, and they have also brought in some messy sexual fetishists to form the LGBT. In the politically correct environment, this political force is more powerful than the Animal Protection Association. Once you get involved, you will be skinned alive. It's obviously something that a bunch of politicians came up with to win votes, but now they are afraid of talking about homosexuality. Even ordinary jokes can be exaggerated. This is something that old people like Steve can never adapt to. In their era, they were taught that men should look like men. People like Steve who don't discriminate against women are all open-minded people. Accepting homosexuality is still too advanced for him. Unable to argue with Tony, Steve can only endure it. What else can he do? Will it make things worse? Fortunately, he no longer paid attention to Tony, but pulled out a military dagger and stabbed the monster. He found that ordinary weapons could hurt them, but they didn't seem to be fatal. At this time, Hannibal came over. Hannibal was a strange existence in this team. Except for Blade and Bloodmint, everyone else kept a distance from him intentionally or unintentionally. After all, his reputation was quite bad. Even if they knew that if Kai was willing to believe Hannibal, it meant that Hannibal was not the kind of person who was really vicious. But people are always affected by the environment. Hannibal walked in front of the monster and put one hand directly on the monster's head. Then a ball of black fog appeared. When the monster saw the black fog, it suddenly struggled violently, as if it was very afraid of dying from this thing. But the black fog didn't care about this. Under Hannibal's control, the black fog still covered the monster's head. Then the monster struggled twice and then stopped moving. When the black fog dissipated, the monster had died and then turned into ashes. Dirty souls, their souls have been completely polluted and become filthy. There is no hope. Just destroy them. Steve looked at Hannibal in surprise. He probably saw what Hannibal had done, and opened his mouth, ready to say something. Playing with souls is the behavior of the devil no matter how you look at it. But the people around him turned a blind eye to it, so Steve decided to keep his mouth shut. The group of people did a simple experiment and found that the weapons provided by Stark did not cause much damage to this monster. This thing seemed to be immune to silver. But ultraviolet rays are still deadly to them. This is reassuring. An enemy with a fatal weakness is not so scary. Everyone brought enough ultraviolet bombs, which should be able to deal with the monsters later. After the group of people cleaned up the mess, they didn't delay any more and asked Matt to lead them to the monster's lair. But an hour later, Matt was standing in an underground cave. His face changed drastically. How is it possible? It's clearly here. Kai searched around and found many traces left by living things, and those traces were still very fresh. At least not long ago, there were indeed things moving here, and there were quite a few of them. At this moment, Matt suddenly turned his head and looked at the passage on the side. Something is coming. Matt could feel that the movements were not caused by monsters, but they were not humans either. A group of people immediately raised their guns and remained alert. Blade sniffed the air. It's a vampire. Upon hearing this, the group of people immediately put away their pneumatic anticoagulant pistols and took out guns loaded with silver bullets. Soon a group of armed men wearing full-face helmets and tight black combat suits ran out of the passage. Blade planned to attack without saying a word. But the leading armed man raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a minute, Daywalker. We are not here to fight." The voice was actually a female voice. Chapter 799 Cooperation. Originally, there was no room for compromise between this group of people and vampires. Basically, they would fight each other as soon as they met. Of course, generally speaking, they were the ones who killed vampires. But Kai was a little curious about what these vampires were going to say. So he raised his hand and asked everyone not to shoot. Blade saw Kai's action, hesitated, looked at Hannibal, and found that Hannibal had one hand in his pocket and the other hand holding a civilized stick. He didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit approval of Kai's action, so Blade didn't do anything. The civilized stick in Hannibal's hand was very simple in style, with a silver handle and a shiny black stick body. This was the work of Blade's adoptive father Whitney. Before he was shot in the knee with an arrow, he used this thing to hunt vampires everywhere. The handle of the civilized stick can be pulled out, and inside is a special silver alloy long sword, which has a miraculous effect on vampires. This thing is actually not very meaningful to Hannibal, it is purely used to show off. Seeing that Blade didn't move, a group of vampires breathed a sigh of relief. Then the leading vampire took off his helmet. Her face was exposed. Kai was stunned. She looked familiar. This female vampire. Kai had seen her before, and more than once. The first time was in Sarajevo. That was when the vampire was holding the plague bracelet and was planning to create a vampire empire, but was beaten by Kai. The female vampire was lucky to escape from Kai's hands at that time. The second time was in Los Angeles. At that time, I don't know what this woman was doing in Los Angeles. Anyway, Kai ran into her and almost killed her. But she still escaped. By the way, what was her name? It seemed to be Selena. This female vampire was very beautiful. In this regard, most traditional vampires look good. They seem to have this hobby. When absorbing new blood, they like to find handsome men and beautiful women. On the contrary, in modern society, the new generation of vampires don't care much about this. Death Walker, Blade looked at the woman and said solemnly. The others looked at Blade curiously. Blade did not explain. Seeing that Blade didn't explain, Bloodmint looked at Hannibal. Hannibal said, the secret unit of vampires. I heard they are very strong. Death Walkers are the most violent unit of the Vampire Council, but this unit is very mysterious to humans because they only target vampires. When the others heard this, they all kept their highest alert. Selena looked at Kai, Hannibal, and Blade, and she was actually very nervous. After all, no matter how irrelevant their names are to the human world, vampires have heard of them. Especially Hannibal and Blade, they are definitely big devil-level existences. As for Kai's previous achievements were all broadcast on TV. Bloodsuckers, what are you going to say? Kai said, I allow you 1 minute to explain the situation. If there is no reasonable explanation, then we will follow the general procedure and eliminate you bugs. Kai's words were not polite. Those Death Walkers on the opposite side were all the darlings of vampires. How could they tolerate such contempt from a human? One by one, they immediately raised their guns and planned to defend the dignity of the Blood Clan. But Kai pretended not to see it and said to Selena, you have wasted 5 seconds. Selena immediately stopped her men. Then took a deep breath and said, I know that you are here for the Reapers today. This is also our purpose. Those Reapers are not only the enemies of humans, but also the enemies of our blood race, Blade said coldly. That thing is inseparable from you vampires. Kai still stared at his watch, waiting for the end of 1 minute. Seeing that Kai was still unmoved, Selena immediately sped up her speech. I don't deny it, but you should know that those things are not naturally produced. They are made by a madman. His name is Chad Norma. He wants to get rid of the weaknesses of the blood race, so he transformed himself into this monster. He now wants to eliminate all vampires and humans and bring the whole world under his rule. We must stop him. Kai still stared at his watch. He instinctively heard a loophole in Selena's words. If Chad Norma was transformed to help vampires get rid of racial weaknesses at the beginning, then why did he want to eliminate vampires? This woman did not give enough motivation. Moreover, why should he cooperate with vampires? They can destroy those monsters by themselves. Selena was really a little anxious. The reason why those monsters have been staying in the sewers is that we vampires have been suppressing them. You need us. Moreover, we know how to find Chad Norma. If we rely on you, we will never find him. Kai raised his head and stared at Selena with sharp eyes. I don't remember that you bugs would be so kind. Tell me, what is your purpose? Selena breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of Kai's questioning, But she was afraid that he would not care like he did just now. As long as they could communicate, it would be a good start. Because if they run to the ground, countless humans will be infected. At that time, it will be even more impossible for us to fight against them. This is true. If those monsters really run to the ground, it will definitely become a biochemical crisis plot. At that time, other countries may directly use nuclear bombs to wash the ground against the United States. Tell me, how can you help us find that Chad Norma? We don't need to find him, he will naturally come to us, Selena said very confidently. Why? Kai was a little surprised by her affirmative attitude. Because, Selena hesitated for a while and said, because my father, Victor, the chairman of the Vampire Council, is the person Chad Norma wants to kill the most. The vampires and Kai didn't trust each other. So they didn't leave the sewer together. The two groups returned to the ground from their respective directions and waited on the ground. The parachute guard asked, vampires? Queer. I didn't expect there really is such a thing. The red-haired girl was actually quite a bit of that. After all, although Kai kept talking about vampires, it was the first time they met a living one, so it was inevitable that they were a little confused. But after hearing what Kay Sanso said, the red-haired girl habitually retorted, you like vampires so much, why don't you go back to them and let them bite you and turn you into a vampire too? Kay Sanso didn't care about what the red-haired girl said, but posed narcissistically, don't worry, baby, I still love you the most. My heart will always be yours. Get lost. It is not difficult to see from Kay Sanso's attitude that vampire culture has an impact on society. I don't know if this is intentional by vampires. But there are indeed many people who become vampires because of this. Saji ignored the interaction between the two and went to Kai. Boss, those things can't be trusted. Saji didn't know what investigating a case was, nor did he understand human hearts, but he knew one thing, that is, vampires are the enemy of humans. As long as you keep the simple point of view, you can easily see that the motives of vampires are not pure. Of course it's not credible, Kai sneered. Then why do you think that woman talked to us so much, and even emphasized that it was them who suppressed those monsters underground? Do you think she really wanted to show off her achievements? Don't be ridiculous, who is she showing off to? That was a naked threat, at least that's how Kai understood it. Kai certainly didn't want to cooperate with the vampires, but the problem is that at this point, what else can he do? Kai didn't know if there would be a biohazard if the vampires let those monsters run out from the underground. But New York City would definitely be doomed. Sage thought of this quickly. He said unwillingly, are we just going to be led by them by the nose like this? Kai glanced at Sage, then smiled. Do you think I will suffer a loss? Just wait, I will tell them that humans are not so easy to threaten. On the other side, the vampires were also discussing this cooperation. In a secret base, Victor was looking at a painting intently. It was an oil painting depicting war. Knights were riding on horses with daggers raised high, killing people in the city. Flames and smoke were floating in the distance. People in the city were scrambling to escape. Crying and blood filled the entire city. Victor had always liked this painting. He liked the mood of wanton killing and conquest in the painting. Victor was not a pure-blood, but few people knew about it. He was once a human being. He was called Alexander the Great. When humans were still using bronze, he dreamed of conquering the end of the world. He was born with an endless desire to conquer. But the short lifespan of humans prevented him from carrying out the expedition he dreamed of. It was also on his deathbed that he met a vampire, and he prayed to the vampire to grant him eternal life. He got his wish. But when he appeared in front of his subordinates again, those people did not respond to him with cheers or the same respect as before. They were afraid of him. They expelled him and split his empire, making his great cause disappear completely. From then on, Victor understood that human rule has its limits. What he wanted to do was to rule the world forever. So he started his own plan. First, he needed to master the power of vampires. Unfortunately, the vampires were so selfish that his plan got into trouble from the beginning. It took him 2,000 years to finally climb from the bottom of the vampires to the pinnacle of vampire power. Vampires are really not a race suitable for conquest. Most of them are hedonists, and the rest are either selfish or have a stronger desire for power than him. To stand out from these things, even for a conqueror like him, is a severe challenge. But just when he was about to succeed, a group of humans ruined the good situation. It was not easy to run from Europe to the New World, but when he regrouped, He found that the speed of human development was more terrifying than what he had seen in the previous 2,000 years combined. Vampires have no advantage over humans at all. It's amazing. It was like he had finally won the lottery, but before he could claim the prize, inflation suddenly occurred, and 5 million was only enough to buy a box of matches. If Victor hadn't had a strong psychological quality, he would have forgotten his dream long ago and just wanted to be a salted fish. The ever-changing technology of mankind is not without its benefits. Look, his dream is about to come true again. Why say again? Father, do we really have to cooperate with those humans? You know, whether it's Blade or Hannibal, their attitude towards us, of course I know. But we don't have any extra manpower now. Victor turned his back to Selena and clenched his fists fiercely. He didn't expect that his cheap son could actually do this. He could actually perfectly control so many reapers. Chad Norma took advantage of the vampire's underestimation of the enemy, first showing the enemy's weakness, then luring the enemy deep into the enemy, and finally catching them all in one fell swoop, causing Victor's men to lose most of them at once. Victor didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss. Although he is the Speaker of the Vampire Council, as mentioned above, his power is divided. Moreover, the Vampire Council sounds high-sounding, but in fact, the control over other vampires is not high. Except for some important matters, the power of the Vampire Council is very limited. In other words, all the losses are his own forces. There is no way, he can only find those superheroes to cooperate. Originally, the Reapers are not only his trouble, but also the human beings. There is no reason for humans not to contribute. But, Selena was very worried. Those superheroes didn't seem to get along well with him. More importantly, those people are really strong. Don't worry, I have got the method to make the blood god. Who is Victor? How could he not know what Selena was worried about? Naturally, he was prepared. Will Kingpin hand over that thing? As long as the price is enough, nothing is impossible. Victor smiled slightly and smiled very confidently. As for how to trade with Kingpin, he didn't say. Is everything arranged? Victor obviously didn't want to talk more about this and quickly changed the subject. Selena nodded, but still looked at her father worriedly. Father, isn't it too risky? Victor knew that it was dangerous to do so. But at this point, what else could he do? Victor shook his head and said nothing, but continued to stare at the painting. Kingpin sighed. Dr. Shaoshan held a tube of blood, his eyes full of enthusiasm. This is absolutely a perfect work of art. Kingpin stood beside him, not caring about the expression on Shaoshan's face. Instead, he asked with concern, is this thing useful to us? Of course, Dr. Shaoshan said. With the blood of the blood god and this thing, we can mass-produce super soldiers. What about the weaknesses? I don't want to create a batch of beasts full of weaknesses and extremely bloodthirsty. That will be useless to me. Kingpin was not as optimistic as Dr. Shaoshan. If he just wanted to create a batch of vampires, he wouldn't have to work so hard at all. He knew very well that if he really had all that stuff under his hands, he would immediately become the public enemy of mankind. What was he after? This may require a little bit of tiny work, Dr. Shaoshan said hesitantly. Tiny. Jinbing lowered his head and looked at the little Japanese. Shaoshan pulled the corner of his mouth, and then said, well, this is troublesome. And I think, compared with a group of super soldiers, those shortcomings are completely acceptable. Jinbing ignored Shaoshan's words, then do those tiny jobs well. Chapter 800 Vibranium and Nano. While the vampire and Kai were preparing intensively, another force had actually been paying attention to the situation in New York. That was SHIELD, to be more precise, Nick Fury. As soon as the news of the monster appeared in New York, Nick Fury, who was far away in the secret base of the Pegasus Project, secretly rushed to New York. Accompanying him to New York was the already dead Hawkeye. How is it? How does it feel to be back in New York again? Nick is now in a secret base of SHIELD. Of course, it is not very secret. On the surface, this is a network information analysis company that specializes in providing big data collection, information analysis and other services for some companies. From the outside, there is nothing wrong with this company, but in fact, this company is an intelligence analysis agency of SHIELD. However, the level is higher. Apart from Nick Fury, few people know about this, at least Hill doesn't know. Hawkeye smiled bitterly when he heard Nick's question. He is now dressed in a suit and his hair is combed sleekly, giving people the feeling of being a workplace elite. I am more adapted to combat uniforms than suits, But it's not bad. At least I don't have to be afraid that Kai may shoot me at any time. Hawkeye has been depressed for a long time since the last mission against Venom failed. As a qualified field agent, Hawkeye originally had excellent psychological quality, but the problem was that last time, they messed up things and caused huge casualties among the people. What's worse, he had to fake his death to escape from prison. This made Hawkeye doubt himself for a while. For this reason, Nick Fury had to give his most trusted agent a vacation so that he could spend time with his family. Only then did he slowly regain his confidence and go back to work. Kai. Nick had a headache when he heard this name. In Nick's original plan, Kai should be considered a member of the Avengers. Not only that, he naively thought that Kai was the easiest person to recruit among the Avengers. After all, Kai's consistent performance was there. But no one expected that everything got out of control starting from Chicago. Kai's prejudice against SHIELD became deeper and deeper, and now it is basically an open confrontation. Nick has thought about easing the relationship between the two sides in order to recruit Kai. After all, Kai has a series of superheroes behind him, and Nick has been coveting Batman for a long time. But until now, Nick doesn't know what he should do to ease the differences between the two sides. Their differences are not simply personal grudges, but conflicts of ideas. In Nick's opinion, Kai is too naive. There is no right or wrong in the world, only whether it is worth it. In his opinion, for the sake of world peace, some sacrifices are acceptable. So he never regrets his decision. Even in Los Angeles, due to the mistakes of S.H.I.E.L.D., huge casualties occurred. Kai thinks that S.H.I.E.L.D. are all bastards who take human lives lightly. They say something about maintaining peace, but what is the reality? Kai only sees a group of dictators who do whatever it takes for themselves. They decide the value of others on their own, and use this to decide who should be sacrificed and who should be protected. And they wishfully think that they are right. There are even worse things. They are willing to sell other people's lives to achieve their goals. And they also hope that those who are sacrificed can understand them. If it's just like this, it's actually okay. What's more terrifying is that everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. believes this. It's like being brainwashed. It's not just one or two people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who have problems, but from top to bottom, they all have problems. But they still think it's natural. What kind of logic is this? This kind of ideological difference makes S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kai drift apart and impossible to cooperate. The most typical example is the Cosmic Cube. Kai hopes that S.H.I.E.L.D. can do something serious and let them find the Cosmic Cube. He repeatedly emphasized the harm of the Cosmic Cube. But what did S.H.I.E.L.D. do? They pretended not to hear it. When they saw that the world had become something they didn't recognize, they decisively abandoned their so-called maintaining peace responsibilities and resolutely studied the Cosmic Cube. As for what went wrong later, they can't say they don't care, but they don't care at all. At least that's the case with Nick Fury. He thinks he can control the situation. He still has a trump card. As for any collateral damage, Nick really doesn't care, because he thinks it's an affordable price. In short, Nick has lost confidence in recruiting Kai. Of course, this doesn't mean that Nick has given up on using Kai. Just as Nick and Hawkeye were chatting, the door opened. It was Natasha who walked in a professional suit. It must be said that Natasha had been doing very well recently. This might be the most comfortable time in her spy career. In Stark Group, Pepper trusted her very much, and to be honest, that was too easy for Natasha. As for the undercover thing, haha, not to mention Natasha herself didn't care, even Nick Fury didn't care much. The one-eyed dragon had guessed that Natasha was exposed. But Kai and Tony didn't make any move, so Nick was happy to play dumb, and didn't touch Natasha, just let her stay. Anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kai needed such a communication channel, which was also a tacit understanding between them. Clint, you look very handsome in this suit. Maybe it was the relaxing days that made Natasha become more cheerful. Hawkeye smiled and said nothing. As he said, he would rather wear combat uniform. Okay, enough chatting. Natasha, you should know why I'm looking for you. Nick was looking for intelligence. Kai has reached an agreement with the vampires. They decided to solve the source of everything together first. Chad Norma, Natasha's intelligence acquisition is actually quite simple. Just ask Kai directly. Kai will not hide some unimportant things from Natasha. After all, Kai also needs S.H.I.E.L.D. to cover him. Kai is not afraid of any conspiracy or tricks. What he is afraid of is that the monsters will run out from the ground. He believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. dare not let this happen. Once this happens, they can only use nuclear bombs to clean up the place. By then, the pot will be too big, so big that S.H.I.E.L.D. can't bear it at all, and the entire US government can't bear it. Kai told Natasha these things, which was actually more like asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help directly. Chad Norma, Nick muttered the name with a gloomy face. He now hates those who advocate appeasement policy towards vampires. It is the connivance of those people that has caused the current crisis to this point. Of course, Nick also knows that vampires still have something, otherwise those people would not compromise with vampires. But Nick didn't know much. Don't mention how awesome S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Vampires are a closed society, not to mention that those old ghosts are so cunning. It would be strange if they could let humans really find out the bottom line. And even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to send spies to the vampires, they couldn't do it. This is not to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have spies among vampires, but their level is too low and they can't get in touch with real secrets. S.H.I.E.L.D. has only been around for a few years. It will take at least hundreds of years for a vampire to enter the real core power circle of vampire society. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. has more resources, it can only watch. What's going on with those monsters, Kai can't say for sure, but it's just something the vampires made themselves. Kai never believed Selena's words, saying that Chad Norma was the mastermind behind it. Is it possible that the vampires don't know about this? He didn't care how Chad Norma fell out with other vampires. He cared about the tens of millions of ordinary people in New York City. Nick nodded, he thought so too. But unlike what Kai hoped, Nick wanted more than just protecting New York. He wanted more. The 13 sacred artifacts. The Blood God Project. He was interested in all of these. What Nick had to consider now was how he could get enough benefits from them. If you have to describe Nick Fury, a nice word would be patriotism. A bad word. Greedy. We S.H.I.E.L.D. must participate in this mission, Nick said to Natasha. Natasha raised her eyebrows. Who should go? It can't be her, right? If possible, she didn't want to break the current situation. She also believed that Nick Fury would not do this. Some things, if not made public, everything is easy to say, everyone knows it tacitly, but if it is exposed, it will be difficult to maintain. Hawkeye? Natasha looked at Clint. Hawkeye's face suddenly turned green. He had no problem asking him to do something in secret, but if he dared to appear in front of Kai. He believed that with Kai's temper, he had finally faked his death to gain freedom, and he didn't want to really die. That's right, Nick Fury nodded. Natasha pursed her lips and looked at Clint with sad eyes. It was as if she was sending a friend who was about to go on a long journey for the last time. Well, the destination was heaven. Hawkeye stared at Nick Fury in amazement. His boss asked him to go and die. Nick Fury laughed when he saw Hawkeye's expression. After all, his expression was really funny. Don't worry, Clint is dead. Your current identity is Hawkeye Green Arrow, eh? No, director, do you think Kai's an idiot? If I change my name and identity, he won't recognize me. Nick smiled and pressed a button on the desk. After a while, an Asian woman in a white coat walked in. Helen Zhao, Dr. Zhao, Nick greeted the woman. Then he turned to Natasha and Hawkeye and said, Dr. Helen is the world's top in biological science and nanotechnology. After we discovered her, she has been conducting a groundbreaking research, the regeneration cradle. After that, Nick said to Helen Zhao, can you give them a brief introduction to your research? Helen Zhao nodded. Then he explained the so-called regeneration cradle to them. There were a lot of professional terms, but they were incomprehensible. But as professional agents, Hawkeye and Natasha still accurately extracted the key points of Helen Zhao's introduction. The so-called regeneration cradle is actually a regeneration, self-generation, and self-manufacturing technology. An advanced medical technology, it can be said to be the application of genetic technology, nanotechnology, and intelligent technology in the medical field. It is used in trauma repair, tissue and organ reconstruction, and human reconstruction, which is more advanced than cloning technology. It is also a concrete manifestation of digital, intelligent, and visualized medical care. The operation steps are divided into 3 steps. The first step, cell cultivation, tissue formation, implantation. The second step, direct cell cultivation in the human body until tissue formation. The third step, human reconstruction technology. Unlike cloning technology, it uses intelligent technology to build a human model and tissue structure, which can be understood as 3-dimensional modeling, and cultivate cells and tissues on this basis. So you plan to let her transform me? Hawkeye was fine, But Natasha was obviously a little reluctant. After all, the last time she accepted this so-called transformation, it was not a scene worth remembering. No, Nick said immediately. But before he finished, Helen Zhao immediately said, "It's not like that. The technology that will be applied to you is not the real regeneration cradle, but a new technology derived from its development process. I call it nanoskin. Simply put, it is to implant special nanorobots in your body to change your physical characteristics, and even change your height, body shape, hair color and pupils. In short, it is a layer of camouflage that will not be seen through. Of course, in order to better adapt to your combat missions, these nanorobots are special. They can help you repair wounds and defend against diseases in your body, and can also create a nano layer under your skin, which can effectively improve your ability to resist blows. Simply put, it is equivalent to wearing a special mechanical armor for you. Nano is the future. Tony Stark's old and bulky mechanical suit should have been laid off long ago." Hawkeye widened his eyes. "This is black technology. Has our shield's technology reached this point?" Hawkeye thought that if this technology is so powerful, then wouldn't their shield be awesome? "It's not that simple." Nick said this with a depressed expression. "Because of the particularity of this technology, the materials of the nanorobots are very special. So far, the materials that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been able to collect are only enough for the two of you." What Nick didn't say was that those materials were vibranium. Vibranium is characterized by being light, easy to control, and able to absorb kinetic energy. The molecules of this substance are always vibrating, which is where the name vibranium comes from. This is also why it is the best nanomaterial, because it can collect energy by itself and does not require additional energy. S.H.I.E.L.D. has collected its stuff for so many years, and only got a little bit. It's not enough to use it for other things, and it's a waste if it's not used. So Nick simply let them use them to strengthen his two best agents. This world is too dangerous, and he needs to make his men stronger. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.